Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is Sunday, November November 3rd, which is always the Streamiversary because that's the date that marks my anniversary of streaming. That's the concept of this stream of today is it's been exactly 3 years since I started streaming for the first time back in like 2021, and I'm gonna celebrate it with a great big stream with a lot of different segments. That is the idea. If you're wondering what the my streaming goal, I don't know that that's a goal, just to for time to pass, but anyway, I'm happy to see y'all in chat. Luigi Hari just staying in the YouTube, and Sun Gold in the Twitch right now. Probably others eventually, whatever, we'll see. I don't mind, like, if people are, if y'all want to chat, that's fun and good. If y'all just want to watch, that's also good. Let me explain what the segments are. What exactly we're going to be doing. Luigi Stan says hi to you, Sun Gold. Let me explain what the segments are if you didn't read the thing up top. We're gonna start here in Mario Maker, my main game, and coincidentally, a game that I spent a lot of time making over the last 3 years. And specifically, I've been making my super world, and the last level is the next one. So it is time now to kick off the final level's developments and start thinking earnestly and start, like, working on that in earnest, which I have not been doing for the last month and a half because I've been traveling and doing other things since finishing the level before it. So, kind of makes sense, and it's finally time to just actually do a thing, actually work on this. Mario Maker 2 needs a sequel. Yeah, it does, and I need to finish this super world before that happens. So ideally, I can get this level out before the Switch 2. That is ideal. If I can get this out before the Switch 2, I'll know for sure it'll be out before Mario Maker 3. I'm pretty sure. And well, I think at the rate I make levels, it should be possible, plausible. I'll probably get this out maybe by the end of the year. We'll see what happens. It's probably going to be busy, isn't it? With a lot of games coming out, end of year stuff. Whatever, we'll see how that unfolds. But tonight, today, the important thing, it's at time of stream, it is 2:20 p.m. It's not tonight yet. Today, the important thing is we get started, we experiment, and we figure out what exactly goes well and start figuring out, like, concrete ideas for what goes into the thing. I'm glad that YouTube recommended my streams to you, Luigi Stain. I'm happy that you're happy to have discovered me. I hope that all my viewers feel as such. Or if they discovered me because they knew me before I was streaming, then that's also nice. I've seen people who, like, I have seen a couple people even that knew me through, like, my levels on Reddit, where I play their level and go, like, wait a minute, I follow you in game because we all used to post the levels onto Reddit. There was one of those last stream, in fact. Funny. Anywho, let me explain the other 3 segments before we begin. For a start, I have this game here, Nikoderiko, which I am told is sort of like an indie DKC / Crash Bandicoot style game, and I am very curious to try it out, see if I would like it, and if I do, I imagine it'll be very good as, like, a podcast game for me to play whilst watching YouTube and television and things of that nature. Probably, honestly, not that much in podcasts. I haven't been listening to that many podcasts over the last 2 years or so. But, that's still the term I use for a game that I play without listening to audio, instead listening to some other media. Third plan is not N64 Online technically, but it is N64. It is Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer, and there is an incentive for that on the Twitch side. There's a Twitch sub goal which will upgrade that run from being normal style loading zone randomization with randomized loading zones to being that, but with all the mini games, all the bonus games as Beaver Bother, an infamous game. It'll be Oops All Beaver Bothers. Now, apparently you can't make it so that every golden banana requires a Beaver Bother anymore. I think I didn't see that rule in the setup for DK64 Rando. So I lowered the sub goal from 10 to 5, given that it's not going to be as severe as I imagined. But, we'll see if that gets hit by the time of DK64 Rando. And if it does, it'll be a whole thing. I will say Hideout Helm does exist, and I will have to do 4 minigames in that, I think. I've set it up so I have to do 4 bonus games there, so that would be 4 Beaver Bothers at least in a row if it was Oops All Beaver Bothers. Have I ever streamed DK64 or DK Tropical Freeze? Yeah, I have. Multiple times, in fact. I did a playthrough of it very early in my channel's history before I was doing archives, and I did a playthrough of it and Returns once during one big long stream one day, which was a very fun little stream. I say a little stream. It was like 10 hours long. Jeez. And, yeah. The final segment is also an N64 game after I finish DK64 Randomizer, which I will say I have set up to be 12 golden bananas. Golden bananas aren't really the bottleneck for DK64 Randomizer, for what it's worth. More typically, it's the moves that are the big difficulty. I'm going to make myself bigger for a second. But, suffice it to say that it'll be fun. It'll be a couple hours there, probably. I don't know. It's been a while since the last time I did it, so we'll see how long that takes me. After DK64, the final segment of the night will be Space Station Silicon Valley, and I don't really have a big plan for that. It's just I'd like to play some of it. A lot of it is really too hard to be bothered with, honestly, such that, I wouldn't say, for instance, oh, we're going to do a full playthrough of that. Like, nah, there's a lot of Europe that is damn near impossible. There's a lot of, like, jungle and the last world, the desert, that is frustratingly hard to go through, such that I would like to just get in there and play some for fun, and we'll get through whatever we get through, and then when I'm tired, I'm going to say, okay, good night, everyone, and that'll be the end of the stream. I don't know, how long exactly this stream will last, given that, but, we'll play until I am tired, or we get to a point in Space Station Silicon Valley where it is very reasonable to say, okay, peace, we out, bye. And I'll say, for my memory, half the first world, half the Europe area is pretty doable until you unlock the second world. I think the second world, the winter area, the snow area, is very doable, all the way through, honestly. And the jungle is weirdly difficult from the start, and so is the desert, so we'll see how much of those worlds, if we get to those. I imagine we will, question mark. It really depends on how long all the other segments go, and how much time we have left in the night when that happens. That's right. I do continue to stream my favorite games a lot of the time. Space Station Silicon Valley, I'll say it's not a all-time favorite, but I have a lot of fond memories of that game from the N64 era. And coincidentally, if you don't know who made Space Station Silicon Valley, the developers of that were called DMA at the time, and they went on to change their name and become famous for a different series. That's right, they became Rockstar and went on to make GTA, like a couple years later. Fun fact there if you don't know. That'll be fun. That's a good game. It's not as like edgy, I guess, as like GTA would become. It's more child friendly. It's more family friendly, I would say. But yeah, favorite game of all time, that'd be Donkey Kong Country 2 or Mario Odyssey. It's like both of them are right up there for either, either way, either order. I couldn't pick a absolute favorite between those two. I need to go grab my water real fast. I'm gonna just throw to a break for a second, and then I'm gonna go run and grab it, so I don't get thirsty. And then we'll start the Mario Maker. Ow! I banged my foot into one of my green screens on the way back from getting my water. That's fine. I just remembered I was going to talk about my weekend for a second. After the Friday stream, I had a normal Friday night. And yesterday was pretty straightforward, too. I'm good. I went over to my folks. I watched some shows with them. We're just about to finish Shogun, so that's cool. Then I played like 5 hours of Metaphor after getting home. And, watch some anime, stuff like that. But I will say that, on a little bit more of a downbeat news, I have found out that, my dad's dog is, 15 years old, and, she's, at this point in her life, she's very old. She has trouble standing up sometimes, and, she's gonna be put down, tomorrow, so... Here's some photos of her. Her name is Dixie, and she is very cute. I will miss her very dearly. And yeah, she's a beautiful girl. She is so small, and she's had a very, very good life for what it's worth. She has just known nothing. No stress, no anxiety. Whenever I were to come over, she would always run to, the gate or the fence, if there was a gate or a fence. At the last house that my parents had, they had a gate and a fence just like this, and she would run up and howl and go, "Oh, come say hello," she would yelp for attention, and it was the cutest thing. She would do exactly this and howl as best she could, which wasn't very good, but it was very cute. Nah, it's scheduled, man. It's done. It's very sad, and I will miss her. My dad's other dog died like a year ago, so they were in their 15 years since they were acquired, since they were born. It makes sense that this time would come, and it's odd because when these dogs were acquired, I was in college. I was still living with my parents. They were still quote unquote my dogs, which isn't true now. I've been living by myself for the last 11 years, but for 4 years there of their lives, I lived with them, and, they're just, cute as can be. Okay, well, that's a sad bit of news, but what can you do? We've been kind of expecting this for a while. It's been a long time coming. She sometimes still has energy, when I come over specifically, but my understanding is that she pretty much just doesn't have the energy for much of anything most of the time, and what are you gonna do? She's had a great life, and I love her. Why did I go to that screen? Yeah. Anywho, let's do some Mario making. Let's do some Mario making here. That's right, that's exactly what the plan is for today for now. To start with, we're 20 minutes into the stream. Are we 20 minutes into the stream, or did it take 15 minutes for me to set up and to get going? I don't know. In any case, let's do it. Oh, you're right. I should make myself small. Good catch there. I should pay attention and crap to how big I am. Yes, that's right. That's, time flies when you're talking, and, you're laying out all the plans for a big, long stream. This will be a big, long stream, don't worry about it. Let's do some Mario making. That's the segment, the first segment here. Mario making, a half hour in. Maybe half of that was starting soon, maybe half of that was before the actual start. Whatever. It is time now to get into it in earnest and specifically start breaking out this stage here, which is called Playtime Palace. I'll say, if we look at the world bot here, I like 3D World, but the important thing of this super world is that the levels are balanced. There's a balance of like what worlds, what archetypes, what styles each level is made in, to the point where throughout the whole super world, 1 through 7, there's been an even amount of levels of each style, and here in the last world, we've had each style has an equal amount, and such that there's been a Mario Brothers world level, there's been a world level, there's been a Mario Brothers 3 level, and there's been a Wii U level, a new U level. And now, finally, the final one is the Playtime Palace, which is, gonna be a castle made out of toy blocks in the 3D World style, which, of course, is a thing you can only do in the 3D World style because, yeah, you know, that's its version of a sky archetype, is the castle block, castle, which I think is cool. You never experimented with making super worlds? Oh, it's a long process. Turn off alarm? Yes, I'm awake. What do you mean? I turned off sleep mode like 2 hours ago. What do you mean? Did it still think I was asleep? That's dumb. Watches are sometimes dumb. I got 5 hours of sleep last night. Hopefully that suffices. Okay. How long? How long what? How long does it take for a super world? Well, probably depends on the person, but for me, if we go and look at the uploaded courses, you can see this is, of course, taking into account that there have been several breaks and several periods where I was not making of some lengths, but development of this super world started in probably some like a month before the first level came out, which was Grand Gully 2, and the first world was Grand Gully, and that was in 2021 in May. So you can see that like the super world predates my Twitch channel, or at the very least, you know, me streaming to the Twitch channel. You know, obviously I had a Twitch account at that point and used it for chatting and things of that nature. But you know, it wasn't until the time of the third world, Fear Forge 1, like a couple months later, that I started streaming and started making. This one went up like literally 2 weeks after my first stream. What some of my earlier streams involved me making it. It's too bad none of those VODs still exist today, but of like the first half year of making and playing and doing viewer levels and things of that nature, it would be really nice if it did exist for posterity and crap. But point is, it's been 3 years, it's been 4 years since the Super World started, and it's time to get into it. Plans for this level. Okay. One thing I would like is I have this gimmick that I've used several times in my like making history, where like the gimmick is you have these sideways springs, and these enemies walk off it, and they are sprung forward. Pretty simple, and I would like to experiment with what enemies work with that. No, these are traditional style. These are traditional levels. Another idea that I have, another thought that I have, is I would like to use any enemies that haven't been used in the super world. The main example of that would be the bully. Need to figure out where the bully is gonna go and how that's gonna work. Another idea that I have for this level is I would like to set this up where there'll be some sort of room like this where you could choose one power-up, and it could be any of the four. Ugh, gesundheit. Any of the four, basic power-ups here, and I think that would be, and you know, of the four, like, standard upgrade power-ups, and I think this will be a nice way to, make for a final level that has, you know, you'll have your options here as far as, like, what items you go in with, what items you approach it with, which will make this difficult insofar as I will have to test with all four of them to make sure that they're all balanced, worth trying, fun, etc. And hell, maybe even make sure to include enemies like the Peepos, who, now that I mention it, now that I think about it, I have definitely used the Peepos in the super world. In the level, I definitely want to use any enemies I haven't used yet. I definitely used Peepos in Coastal Cup 3 Snorkel Speedway. So we don't need to use the Peepos, but we might use the Peepos. Note to self, Peepos optional. But Peepos might be good. Enemies like Peepos might be good just because the hammer takes them out, but the other three do not. Something like... considerations like that would be good to make, I think, in terms of balance, in terms of making each of those items useful. That'll be one consideration we should keep in mind here. Another, again, is like any enemies we haven't used yet, or haven't used enough. One that would be nice for just, like, completeness sake, or, like, taking things full circle sake, is that the first level of the Super World, the first level of World 1, not the first level that was made, it would be this spring guy, because this spring guy appeared in the first level of the Super World. Problem is, I'll say, is that the spring guy... Okay, sometimes the spring works with the spring guy, but I think sometimes also it won't work. Like, if I place the spring guy here, I don't think it'll spring. Oh, yes it will. I thought it was inconsistent. Let's... Hey, this'll be a bit of what we do here today. Is it... Does he always spring? I thought he wasn't... I thought it was more inconsistent than this, but... Well, I did some initial testing at some point. I think I found that it wasn't always super consistent. Maybe it's not consistency that is the problem, but more like, oh, it kind of takes forever for this guy to get going. It kind of takes forever for this guy to be ready to spring. You know, ready to be sprung forward. But, I think that'd be cool if I could fit him in. Any other enemies that we haven't used in the Super World yet? Let me see here. Yes. We haven't used Meowser, and I'll say, this being the last level of the Super World, I'll put Meowser near the end. There'll be like a big Meowser that you have to go past. And it'll be like, I'll just say, like, straight up, the ending will be that kind of thing where you have to pass by a Meowser and get to the flagpole. I'll have to do some experimentation here, considering that Meowser will fuck off to the background, like, right away. Is that, anticlimactic if he's just like, if you're just like, oh, and he's like, you know, Let's say you're here. Okay, he is taking a while to fuck off here. But he will fuck off. He will fuck off! Bowser, you're supposed to... Meowser, you're supposed to fuck off. Does he not? Is it only like the flying one that fucks off? Does he understand that there's a goal right there and that he shouldn't jump? That he should not fuck off, as I say? Well, maybe this is moderately threatening. Maybe this is fine. Maybe it's based on whether he flies or not. Whether or not he, like, goes to the background. I'll say I've not used Meowser. I don't know. Meowser's hair kind of looks like Dan the Dan guy's, hair in some parts of Dan the Dan. Now that I'm looking at him. That's odd. Does Mario Maker 2 predate Dan the Dan? Certainly the anime, but I don't know about the manga when that started up. I don't know! Certainly seems like he's not, like, going and hanging out in the background. Yeah, I think you need wings. I think he needs wings. Or maybe the size makes a difference. Let's see how these wings work. Does it depend on, like, how much stuff is nearby? Like, right now, it's just one platform. Maybe it has to be, like, more complicated for him to want to leave. Maybe he can't do it near the goal pole? Maybe. That's odd that that would affect his behavior, but I believe it. That kind of makes sense. I mean, certainly it would make it more threatening. Okay, let's spot him there. Oh, jeez. Let's find a nice place where we can, like, survive for a second, okay? How about here? Surely on this little perch we can survive all we like. Okay, yeah, he jumped into the background there. Maybe you have to be on a different platform as him. Maybe if you're on the same platform, he doesn't? I don't know. That's peculiar, but, hey, if that's how it works, then that's kind of convenient. It's better for him to be blocking the way than not blocking the way, I think. That would be, I think, better design-wise. Okay, so that's a basic layout of... That's a basic explanation of, like, what we have as far as, like, things we need to do. Oh, as far as, like, enemies we haven't used yet. Meowser and bullies for sure. There is one more that we haven't used. Well, Boom Boom has shown up once. Boom Boom is fine for it. She has not shown up. I'm okay with her not showing up. I don't need her to have a mini boss in this level. I don't think there's necessarily time for that. Certainly I wouldn't make it. I haven't used Chardvard. If I could fit in Chardvard somehow, that would be nice. If there could be a segment with Chardvards. Maybe there could be a mini boss. Maybe there could be a mini boss with the boom lady girl. What the fuck is her name? Pom Pom? Pom Pom. Maybe there could be a mini boss with Pom Pom and Chardvards going around or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But these two I haven't used, and also I haven't used the car as a vehicle that you drive. I had to have cards up here in a level, but it was a level where you cannot leave, you cannot touch the ground once you've left the ground, rendering it literally impossible to drive the car and not and pass the level and beat the level. So I would like the car to be in the last segment with the Bowser, if possible. I think it'd be cool to have to drive by or drive under a Bowser, a Meowser. Is Pom Pom and Boom Boom the best team? Between, like, mini-boss? I don't feel like I've seen them paired up that often in Mario Maker, so I really wouldn't be able to say. By the way, as a rule, I like to take inspiration from the DKCs, and, you know, since this world that I'm working on is the final world, sort of a Lost Worlds type level, I have, in making this world, the last 4 levels of it, looked for inspiration from the SNES DKCs, and also a little bit of the Tropical Freeze, and a tiny bit of Returns. But, I'll say I think I have tapped the final levels of all those games as far as, like, inspiration goes. I don't think I want this to be like a riding platform levels like the last level of DKC. The last level of DKC3 is really weird auto-scroller type situation. I've already done like a Loopy Light style level in like the last one, Dimlet Derelict. This one was very inspired by Swoopy Swallow a little bit. Swoopy Swallow. Well, it's like half a flying level like Swoopy Swallow. I guess that's the only similarity, that it's half flying, half not flying. But you know, that's inspiration. And this one is sort of a Clobber Carnage, and also I have already made my equivalent of like a Animal Antics in Arsenal Antics, like in the last world, in the 7th world. So there's not really like one particular level that I would look at for inspiration here. And honestly, I don't feel like tonight we need to necessarily go back into those games and play a bit and start. We could play, I'll say, like, this, a Mario Maker segment does not mean it has to be all Mario Maker when it comes to making. There is value in playing some DKC, playing some of this, playing some of that, and thinking like, okay, what can we learn here? What's the lesson? But, I think let's just get into things and start making. I'll just pick out a random power-up for myself. And, yes. So, I already have one mechanic that I want to use. And let's see what other things I can do. Let's start making in earnest now. Okay, so let's put that there. One thing that'll be weird as far as, like, the sideways springs go is that in this game, the alignment of the... or in this theme, the alignment of the blocks matters a lot, theming-wise, such that I don't know if this looks as good as this. You know, I don't know, like, you move this aside 1, right? Does it look as good? You move it aside 2... well, that actually looks fine. You move to side 3. Oh, I don't know about that. You know, there's certain like configurations that look a little bit wrong to me anyway. And there's other configurations that look fine now that I'm looking at them. But we will have to keep that in mind while designing this and while you know, figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Also, this theme, this archetype, will make diagonals a little more awkward. Like, look at this shit. Look at that. What the hell? That looks so wrong. It'll make diagonals a little more awkward, so we should probably be thinking in terms of, like, of smaller segments and also, like, small gaps like that. That will also make, Is there, like, a bridge? There's not, like, a bridge, but there are donut blocks. Maybe donut blocks to connect these. Definitely have to consider some things as far as, like, what our options are, what enemies do we want to use. Let's start messing around here and see what happens. Put down some hop chops, as well as, like, maybe put down a line of spinies here. And have it be like a stair-step situation for, like, each of these. Make this go up by 1 every time. A question I have here, just practicality-wise. First off, block alignment is going to be weird here. If it's something like this. Like, you can see these middle blocks are all fucked. And these ones especially look weird. But let's just see if these spinies fall off, are they gonna land safely? Okay, they are gonna land safely, but this guy does bounce them off, so let's mess around with this a little bit more here. Make like a bigger series of blocks. See how this feels. Okay. So, as you can see, even as, like, nearly as far forward as this guy can go, coming at it at a run, he doesn't have enough time to, like, bounce before you're, like, right on his ass. Unless he is, like, halfway over, in which case, he bounces before you see him. So, a thing I will have to keep in mind here is ways to, like, route the player. One thing I'll note as far as, like, final levels goes, like, to look at another example real fast. I showed this on Friday, this level from before my Super World. But in Return of the Wayward Spiny, the last level I made before I did the Super World, there are these parts where you're, you know, jumping over spring guys. This mechanic, by the way, it hasn't appeared in my Super World to this point, but it did appear right before the Super World in Return of the Wayward Spiny. One thing that can make this more relevant, or make it so that you can see those springs in action, even if you're going full speed, is if, at a certain point, you have to return back from whence you came. At which point, you know, you'll hit an on-off, and then you'll return, you'll pass over these guys that you saw earlier, and get a second chance at, they'll get a second chance at being dangerous, which I think would be good. I know for, like, the design of the in 3D World and 3D Land, the Pom Pom and Boom Boom is a team that, alright, in the actual game? Gotcha. Yeah, and I guess also in, like, the kart racers, if they're in kart racing games ever, or Mario parties, things of that nature, they are, like, a quote-unquote pair, in the sense that, like, Birdo and Yoshi are a pair. You'll see here that you'll go through this room twice, once with the on-offs this way, once with the on-offs this way, and you can get a different power-up each time. This allows for there to be 2 points where you refresh your power-up during the second half of the level, I'm thinking. And there in the first half, I'm thinking, like, for once will be a little difficult, and there'll only be 1 power-up in it. There'll only be 1 mushroom, and that'll be that. So you'll only have a mushroom for the first half of the level. That sounds like a good idea to me. I like this. This is a good design, I think. Just it feels good, and avoiding these guys is challenging. And I'll say, like, as far as this mechanic goes, you maybe could see in the other level that, like, Spinies are like a standard I have used in this gimmick before, you know, spraying them around. The first level that I used this gimmick in was called March of the Wayward Spiny, back in Mario Maker 1. So, if that's the ticket, if that's the deal, I think that would, work. That would be a, reliable solution. Yeah. Tired. Bit tired. I'm sure I'll be fine, though. Raise that by 1. And, yeah, make that work. I like these little platforms. Little platforms are challenging. Little platforms are make for tight spaces. Not tight spaces. You can see there I was just barely had room to be on that platform around the enemies that were on it. And I think that's, I think that's great. Let's expand and give me some room here. Another thing I was thinking last stream, is maybe it'd be cool to make this a cheap level, to have some cheeps going around, sort of like a cheap bridge situation. So let's experiment with this. I guess, like, Coin Dozer, whatever that level is always a good level to think about when it comes to, like, bullies, right? So, some small platforms that would be difficult to deal with a bully on might be a good design here. Let's mess around with some of that. Here we'll have some platforms of 1 and 2 separated out a little bit. Can we have it so, you know, 2 things. Okay, first off, crates. I have a thought about crates. I don't think have I used crates in the Super World yet? I'm trying to think if crates have come up. But, a thought re-crates is, unless I'm mistaken, you can destroy crates with a ground pound, even if you're small, right? Something like this will consume the level bandwidth, the level limit, but yeah, you can destroy them even while small. So maybe I could do something like burying an objective here. Okay, let's say these guys are here, right? They're not terribly threatening usually. But what if how would we do this? What if you had to do some stuff? Ooh, get some extendos in here. I've used these things in one level before in the Super World, but they are always a gold standard. They are always fantastic, and actually my first 3D World level used them just in this manner. Of course, I'll say this is all just trying things out right now. This is all experimentation. Do not take any of this design as permanent style. Oh fuck. They're cut off. You can't do that. Another option for this sort of solution would be to have a mushroom block that is toggleable. What else? Another option would be on-offs blocking the spawn of like a bomb or something. So it could be something like by undoing it. Then this couldn't be narrow then. It could be something like a red block with a bomb on it. This bomb on it. But I can't block it off, can I? I can't do like I can't do those blocks, so I can't stop the player from jumping down there. Oh, this is a conundrum. What could you do? Well, it could be something as simple as just having it be later, or having it have no barrier. I guess, for what it's worth, you can't place these. Oh, you can't, wait, you can place these? Oh! I didn't know you could place, ooh. I guess because they're physics objects and not permanent things. That's kind of cool. Okay. No. It could be something like this with a ceiling, and it should be obvious, like, if you want to pass through, you're gonna have to hit the on-off. Okay. We've done some messing around here. Make this a little bit more clear the way for this. Let's do some quick testing. I'll start from high up, why not? Not bad. Interesting thing to note here is that when you're here, you don't see it. You don't see the on-off until you drop down here. In fact, it might be worth considering not doing this at all, and instead just doing something less explicit, like, here's a 10 coin. And then if you're really good, you can go past there. Another thought that I had is that a mushroom would be a good thing to put there. A mushroom would be a good thing to put there as like an incentive. You know, like make you have to go there if you want your power up, which most people would. No problem, Luigi, you know, hey. No one has to watch this. Obviously. Obviously. If I place this forward, will this be more dangerous? It'd be too dangerous, I think. Then again, this is the last level. It's supposed to be challenging. Hopefully you'll come back and lurk later. That'll be cool, hey. Whatever you want to do. Well, first off, this guy's no threat. That is a result of, like, how high this platform is. But if this platform is not high, you'll be able to see the thing earlier on. See, like, just one difference, and this becomes, like, so much more visible. One block difference there. And for the record, does it make those guys dangerous? Absolutely not. It doesn't even make a difference in our stated goal there, in what we were looking for. Another possibility is that this could be an optional thing. This could be a secret. This could be the way to get to a 50 coin. I kind of like the sound of that as like a quick tutorial type thing. A quick tutorial. It is a little weird that you can't see the 5 once you've ground pounded. If you, I also think it's kind of interesting to have this set up such that you can't see the ground. You just have to remember that it's there. Can I put, like, some flying bombs here? How would that work? Would they spawn in after you hit the switch, or would they spawn in, like, you know... It's probably not viable for so many reasons. But I would like to see, like, when exactly they do spawn in. Yeah, they definitely spawn in, like, beforehand. Is there anything that would make that so that, what if there was a thwomp here? Alright, let's try it out. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Would there be any way to kill you? Ooh, I know! Wait, I need more I need more length. I could kill the player if it was like this. If they didn't, like, get out of the way. If they didn't, like, jump immediately. But also, this will make the 50 and all that a lot more visible. Let's see how it looks. Not that much more visible, I guess.
Oh no! Let's go.
And here it needs to be at least this close if it's to activate and be a threat. But that did feel really quick.
Let's go.
If I put a parachute on it, is that too non-threatening?
Let's go.
Does that diffuse too much of its terror? Yeah, pretty much. Not scary at all. Okay. Okay. Okay, small change here. Put that right there. And that allows it to be one higher. And that also means you have an out. Let's put this in a big circle. Big circle of coins. For now, I don't know.
Let's go.
See how it feels here. That's pretty good. Oh, I'm tired. Part of me wishes that I had opted to have this an hour later, so I could have gotten 1 hour more sleep, but I will manage. I will push through. One thing people were saying on Friday that is worth messing around with is the fact that bullies can activate on-off switches. Let's test and see if that is indeed as they say, that indeed does work.
Let's go.
That works. How would you use that? I would say do something like this and have a bully like drop down from the ceiling. Let's see if something like this would be viable. Okay. Let's get rid of this for now. Just add like let's add some relatively short platforms. One thing to consider as far as difficulty goes is we could have blocks that are just like in the void rather than part of big pillars, and that would make it so that once you fell off them, you'd be fucked. You know, you wouldn't be able to just wall jump back up to recovery. In the name of difficulty, that might be a good idea. Okay, so here's the problem with this idea. The idea is that they're gonna run and hit the thing. The problem is they only activate if you jump up close enough to them.
To go. To go.
This could be solved by, like, constraining the player. By passing through. Make sure the player passes through like this. Oh, even that doesn't work. Even that's not good enough. I mean, the simplest answer would be luring them, you know, having a wall there. I don't know, it's not very elegant. Let's wrap around to that. Next thing I want to mess with. Let's look at the ending. Let's look at the ending area. And see... See what an escape sequence where you're like driving along would feel like. Hard levels are something that I've never done because they're not very good. It's just not a very good like archetype or whatever. So I just haven't bothered. But maybe. Okay, let's just try it like this. This is a brain-dead design, but let's just see how it feels. Okay, first observation, the car startup is so slow. Second observation, since the car damages Meowser, you might be inclined to do that if he happens to be like that. The simplest answer here would be to encourage the player to go fast by having Meowser be parachuting in. And so long as kind of feels like a cheap solution, but I do think that might be a fun one. That feels pretty good. Let's try it if I'm big. Try it if I'm big. Okay, so that will not work if you're big. Okay. I say it won't work. You will take a hit. More accurately. Ugh. All right. Next, let's play what we already have right now with some different power-ups and just get a feel for, like, how they affect things, right?
to go.
Then with the fire flower, you can't kill those guys with fire flower. Pretty simple to kill these guys on the slope up. Meanwhile, in this section, let me move this aside for now. It's interesting, the idea of jumping up from below. Will that be possible with that bully there? I mean, actually, it's kind of possible even if he's right there, because you can just... You can manage it. I do like this idea. Alright, that feels pretty good. Now with the hammer, you can do like this. Try this again, but with the hammer instead. Hammer also can beat all these guys with a little bit of difficulty. Another thing to keep in mind is that the maker suit can always make blocks, so these blocks, you can always have one if you want. Potentially. With this, you can get some shell guys as like projectiles with the boomerang. Back out with this. Interesting, interesting. And finally... Oh, I will note with the hammer, you can also, Oh, that's not the hammer! With the hammer, you can make that possible. Seems pretty good. Cool, good, okay. And what about the super bell? As far as, like, ways to balance that, one thing does occur to me. Put up some semi-solid backgrounds so that there can be parts where you can climb. Maybe even ones that you can only climb, like their tops are blocked off or something. Here's just like a logistical question. Should there be collectibles that only certain ones can get? Like, for instance, let's say that you have to jump to a semi-solid platform over here to get one. And jump from one to the next, and then there would be like a 50 coin or something. Would that be fair? Not sure, but let's try it out. Well, I'll say that's kind of fun, but is it fair? Is it a good design? I'm not sure. Not really sure about that at all. There could be a red coin hunt. There'll be some sort of on-off business. Are there any other mechanics that I can toy around with real fast? Oh, there haven't been clear pipes in the super world, so there should probably be clear pipes in here. What can we do with clear pipes? Well, we were wondering about, like, ways to make in the other area in particular. We were wondering about ways to make these things more threatening. And clear pipes can allow you to set some stuff up, right? Like, oh, say for the sake of example, the only way from the the only way forward at first is this way. Say the only way forward is this way, right? Then you could see this coming a little bit. And indeed, like, it could be something like this, where like, front one just jumps right before the thing happens. Maybe, hell, even from both sides. One could be coming from one side, one could be coming from the other side, all converging at your location. And it could be sort of used, a little extra, like, pipe travel time could be used to, like, increase the tension and, sort of set up, like, oh, these two guys, they're coming. I definitely want one in there just as, like, just to show the player whilst they're prone. A lot of ideas so far. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast, and then when I get back, we'll continue messing around a bit. Trees. I haven't had that many trees in my 3D World levels. Let me just check and see how many trees I've had, actually. I will check after I get back. 1 minute. Alright. Other mechanics. Let's just look at this stuff for a second and start thinking what else could be involved here. Bullet build blasters are always fun. Especially if this level has things that allow you to, like, buy some time. Bullet build blasters would be a very reasonable way to make use of that bought time, just to like, quickly... Let's go in the super subworld here. Just to quickly, like, gin up an example. Something like this would give these bullet bills enough time to fire off one shot before anything happens. Before you get out. Let's just see that in action real fast. Oh, that's... Right, in this theme, bullet bills have to deal with solid objects. That's right. Well, with this exact timing, they sort of come out like before your Too soon. They're not really threatening as a result. Okay. Try this. Hell, any amount of delay seems to give those bullet bills more time to fire, yes, but also more time to fire, like, before it's practical to jump even, or to even worry about it, even in the least bit. I know I said it, you need to buy time for them, but it's almost buying too much time. As is. Okay, there's an idea. Let's just leave that as is. Bonsai bills are an option. That would be especially strong with, like, catsuit. I have used the... Where's the one where it's like, okay, it's like this. Could have the ones where they come out of the background at you. That could be cool. And, twisters could be used. I've used twisters in the Super World before, in the 4th level of the Super World, so it's not like a required thing. But it would be nice if I could use twisters in a 2nd level. Trees. Has any level used trees yet? Let's see. 3D World levels. There's no trees in the library level, the ghost house level. There's no trees in the underwater or theme racetrack levels. There's no trees in the factory level. There's no 3D World level here. And there's no trees in Koopaverse. And, was there any trees in Grand Gully? I think there would be, because that was sort of the gimmick of that. Some of the theming in that first world is putting, like, little trees in there, but I don't remember. I don't know if it's really that relevant, because I don't know that trees make sense in like a palace type level, but if trees aren't anywhere, then what the fuck? That's an element that I haven't used. Yeah, no trees here. I guess I just haven't used trees at all in this Super World. I'm tired. I am so tired. Oh, God. I hate when my eyes are just hurt to be awake. Hurting to be awake. Bonsai bills would not be a bad idea. Let's also consider theming. A good amount of pipes would be a good idea for the new level. I think some theming trees could be cool. Like, you know, you could have trees. Where could you have trees in a castle? Unlike the outside, like before you enter. Maybe there could be a couple trees, like, right at the start or something. I don't really see them as, like, part of the gameplay, though. I don't really envision, like, climbing being a big component here. It could do. Let's experiment a little bit with trees. See if trees have a place in this level. Okay, what I want to do here... I would like to... I would like to have a spring here. Sideways spring. Bring in some enemies. Maybe have a spawning pipe here, from which enemies can spawn. Now, what else can we do with trees? Let's see. Where's the spikes? Spinies. There we are. Another idea. Another idea we could do for trees. Can you cover trees? Like, if I... No. You can't, like, cover up their... I'm gonna say bell ends. That's not the... You can't cover up their tops. Can you cover up their tops? Is there anything that can cover up their tops? Semi-solids cannot overlap. I know that all these solid blocks are out. If there's anything that's a physics object that'll just stay put, that might do it. Like a bunch of crates. Oh, wow. So crates, they can overlap snake blocks. They cannot overlap with trees. Wait. What the fuck? Okay. Crates can overlap with the shaft of a tree, but not the bell end of a tree. Okay. We're learning. We're learning about tree anatomy. Bullet bills, same story. You can overlap a bullet bill with the shaft of the tree, but not the bell end. I guess it does kind of look like a bell. What I am saying is like is like conveyors cannot be overlapped at all, no matter if shaft or bell end. What I'm saying is not entirely out of hat. For anyone who doesn't know, who hasn't seen the Ali G show or any other place where you might learn what a bell end is, you know, or something like, in UK slang, a bell end is what they call the business end of, a man's, you know. There's your context for why I find this very amusing. Thwomps. Can thwomps overlap a bell end? No, a thwomp cannot overlap a bell end. I guess nothing can overlap a bell end. Clear pipes. Nope. Booze. If booze can't, nothing can, because booze, they can go anywhere. Icicles. Why do I keep trying things? It's all gonna be no. Some things can probably be inserted as power-ups. That's gonna be the one exception. Looking at that first level, I wouldn't mind... You know, we were talking about on-offs earlier. It might be cool to do some on-off stuff with these spikes, where they're spiky and they become platforms once you've hit an on-off. Like, that would be cool. Also, they sort of match with the block. They're about the same size as the toy blocks. So it's kind of like a second kind of block here. Though they do have, like, weird corners, but whatever, that's fine. No, they fit in a little bit. That would also add like possible speed run routes where people don't do the on-off and just like skip them one way or the or another. That sounds good. That sounds like good design to me. Also, you could have shit like this where, you know, let's say there's like some spikes here that are like quote-unquote your platforms, and also there's some bullies on top of them. Bully, bully, bully. And to climb this, you're gonna have to take advantage of the bullies and use them to ascend. Okay, let's try it. That works. That's pretty good. I kind of like that. That's like a really good escalation of this earlier bully thing. Like, have this earlier in the level, and then later on, you get this version. And maybe even have like like an on-off hidden somewhere that you can hit to like make it easy if you really want, but like make it sort of a difficult thing to get to, such that if you want to just plow on forward, you can and should just plow on forward. In fact, no, there's no reason why there can't also be like there's no reason why there can't be like I was gonna say like have it the other, you know what, have this be like a blue one down here that has like a, there could be like a blue one with another guy on there. And like a 10 coin. So if you plow through, you get that access to that coin, which, you know, should be a 30. Another thing to consider here is that you won't always have the cat suit, so I should make sure that it works with just anything, and indeed it does. The hammer will be a bit awkward if you try to use it to eliminate dudes. Oh, I guess you are, like, firmly planted. I guess it's not that big a deal. Let me move this to the side a little bit. One thing I think that is important in, like, a test version of a level is to sort of, like, thread your shit together a little bit. You know what I mean? Make it so that you can, if you so desire, play the level as is. You know, sort of like get some practical playtime with it. Again, this level is called Playtime Palace, which I think is appropriate since it's a toy block level and it's a palace. It's a good alliteration, and I think a perfectly good name for the last level of the Super World. Here's like a crate. So I'll put some crates right here. Eyes are a little bit sore, don't worry. Not that y'all would worry. I'm thinking right now it might be cool to have a segment where you just like go from exclamation block to exclamation block, and while dealing with cheeps at the same time. That sounds like a cool segment. I think thwomps would also be a cool thing to like put into the level big style. So more of those would be a good thing to consider. Okay, that's good. Let me, whoops, I should have moved these with the thing. I don't know if that's quite where it was before, but let's just roll with it. Okay, this will be good. I feel like we are reaching the, a point where I'm satisfied with what I have put down so far. I feel like we are approaching a point where I can... Okay, so those cannot overlap. We'll just move that off to the side by one. Approaching a point where I can say, like, okay, we got enough of a start. Time to think about other things, trying to move on to the next segment. I'll say, for what it's worth, I'll be honest, I don't tend to build in, like, big concerted sessions, honestly. I feel like most of the time that I build, it's mostly just, like... You know, I mentioned, like, podcast games earlier, and that the next game that's on the agenda, on the docket, I kind of want as, like, a podcast game, something of that sort. You know, I can't block off the bell end, but I can see if, build gameplay around it, would, like, jumping from, like, shaft to shaft be fun? I'll say, though, like, Mario Maker, the way I like to Mario Make is often as a podcast game. Or not even that, more like just, oh, I have an idea, let me try that out real fast. And that'll take, like, 20 seconds. That'll take, like, a minute. And then after I'm done, I put the game down, and that's it for a time. Is there anything that overlaps the shaft that can block off access to the bell end? Like if I wanted to just platform along the bottom. I didn't consider that I could do it that way. Okay, not semi-solid, it's not that. Donut blocks? Maybe like anything solid cannot overlap with a bell end. Or shafts. I mean, I could do something really fucking silly, like have like some of these, and that would make it so that you couldn't. This design is really weird, but it would allow you to have. You can't expand from the bottom. A bunch of like trees to jump from, but not get to the top of. Let's just try that and see if it feels like absolute shit, and see how we feel about it. Also, I'll add some sort of flying enemy there. You know what? A flying spiny. I'm not sure if a flying spiny has been used in the Super World, and they do have that unique thing that they do. Well, that didn't work. I need to stop. I need to put like a brakes here. They're right, they can break through those. What am I thinking? Has to be actually solid.
Let's go.
That's interesting. I don't know if it's good. I think I'm satisfied with this as a basic start. There's parts here that I haven't tested yet, of course, but let me just... You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do one last playthrough here. I just want to play through everything that we put down here right now over the last hour and a half. And I want to run through it. There's this whole part of the level that I haven't... You know what? We'll build one more part. We'll build one more part, like, really quickly. And then we'll put this pipe right here. And, yeah, what should we put in this part here? This part here. By the way, there's some stuff I was experimenting with, from before this kickoff. Like, this is some blinking blocks where, depending on, like, what they are, a different enemy would spawn. I don't really feel like doing that. I feel like introducing randomness just isn't what I'm looking to do with this, so let's just rule that right out. Also, it'd be weird to have the enemies, like, be dropping from the ceiling or something like that, which would be necessary to avoid, like, the blinking blocks also killing them. Or, I guess they could be below the ground and bounce up, you know, using, like, a mushroom platform or something. Can't do, like, a mushroom platform that's, like, just a platform, right? Because it would be an on-off. It would have to be an on-off, and, we will be doing some on-off business, so it wouldn't just be a platform. Like, I'll say, if you were looking for, like, a bridge, this is probably thematically the best thing you can get, right, in this theme. Is the gray mushroom. But that's only if the on-off is off, or consistent in its position. Let's just put a segment where there's a bunch of thwomps coming at you, and they're all big. And we'll do them like stair step, so you go up. Okay, that's one. What about this segment? I've done snake blocks, so that's not an issue, not a concern. Do another, like, exclamation block. Well, part. Okay. This. That. Have some bonsai bills to avoid or otherwise. It's like a whole fucking bunch of them. Oh, put another bit here. One more thing I want to put here. Put a spike block. Do that thing from earlier, basically. Spike blocks here. And a bully here on this side. Okay. Think everything is connected enough. Let's run through it and think some thoughts. Okay. You know what? I'll run through it multiple times. I'll do it. I'll do it with each power-up. This is all chaotic mess. That ain't right. This area is a little too difficult. Definitely don't want to have them springing that much. This area is funny because, oh wow, fuck. I didn't consider that this covers up the exclamation mark block. That's something that you just have to keep in mind. In fact, I'll fix it right now. That's just something you have to keep in mind. Another thing is that this second block is so low, you just can't... It's easy to miss. Actually. Just not ideal. Also, a lot of these guys are going to run into the blocks, and that means that they're not doing anything. So, you know, worth noting. The hammer feels kind of necessary there with the timing of those guys. But maybe should have that be different. If you skip the car, you can't run under the Bowser. Interesting to note. That bullet was very well was accidentally very well placed. Accidentally so. Interesting. Something I didn't realize with this is that if you go like this, you can't just jump to here because those blocks are kind of in the way. Of course, you could always just, you know, hammer them. Hammer the fella. But you probably wouldn't notice to do that. First time. You made a level, and someone beat it yesterday with a... It has really low clear rate. Nice. Very cool. Thank you for the happy Streamiversary, Rock Party. Thank you, I appreciate it. Gavin, hey. How's it going? Like I said, one of the gimmicks of this level will be giving you your choice of power-up. So I'm just gonna go through them now with a different power-up. This part is not exactly ideal, but whatever. And see what I think. I like how the bullet bills can delay you, and the bonsai bills can delay you, and make it so, like, if you're delayed too much, that's, can really fuck you over. Gotcha. Hey, hey. I understood you were just saying hi. You know, I was, also greeting you, I think. I low-key really like that bullet bill being below the play space. It's kind of fun to jump onto that bullet bill. To the point where I'm just gonna slap down real fast a 30 coin right here. I know. Put a bully there. Make this one shorter and put a bully there. And that becomes a lot more doable. We're finding some good ideas here. Does this destroy? I don't know if it does. The fire flower. Okay, next up, run through with the boomerang. With the boomerang, boomerang has a lot of range. Take out guys that are like running at you over like relatively straight terrain. So like if there were enemies on top of these swamps, the boomerang would be like the best thing possible to deal with them. That feels good. I feel like the boomerang might be better than the fire flower. How would you design around that, you ask? Well, having more enemies that are like in recessed places that are hard to hit with the boomerang is step one. But otherwise, yeah, no, if it feels powerful, it feels powerful. I guess making it more of a liability if you miss and you can't use your boomerang. And if there's any enemies that cannot be killed with the boomerang, that would be ideal. I feel like I want to get that guy, but if I do, I die. Well, you can get that one without the bullet bill, but whatever. Let me go back to this now that I'm here. One more try here. I don't know. For advantages of the Builder Mario, you definitely just need more enemies that can only be killed with Builder Mario. So like thwomps, boos, things of that nature would be good. For the cat suit, its power of climbing is pretty good advantage that it can definitely like take advantage of. And it's fine that it can't like kill anything extra. Cat suit is probably the only one that could like survive. Maybe jumping to that last platform if it. Considering that the first time I did have to wall jump back. Ooh. Catsuit does have a major downside, at least with the bullet bill enemy, the bonsai bill enemies, in that it redirects them rather than kills them, which will be bad for it in a lot of cases. Again, a big part of this level, a big part of balancing this level will be balancing all the 4 power-ups and trying to make it so that each of them is worth taking. You know, if I don't, there will be a right option, and that right option will be singular. And every other choice you can make will just be suboptimal, and obviously so. You know, like, obviously, there will be, technically, a best answer. But you shouldn't be able to figure out it by just, like, playing the level once, I would say. Whereas if there is a best answer as far as, like, oh, you know, use Fire Flower, kills everything, people will realize. Okay. I think I'm happy with that first start, with the start of the new level, of the final level of the super world. We got some ideas kicking around. We have some good uses of bullies. Some fun stuff involving exclamation point blocks, spikes on off spikes, and maybe even trees, which take advantage of things that literally have not been used in the super world, which is, I think, a big thing that I look at and want to make sure that I do. I also have some elements there that I've used in the first level of the super world, which feels appropriate, you know, to end as it started, you know. In particular, the spikes, I used the yellow spikes in the first level, so that's pretty similar. The bonsai bills were also in the first level. There's a couple things of that nature where you can make a connection if you were so inclined. Okay. Well, I'm going to throw to a break because I need to change the game on both YouTube and Twitch, and YouTube is a little more difficult to do that on. I'm also going to change the YouTube thumbnail for the live stream to reflect the next segment, which is going to be Nikoderiko, trying out that. My understanding is that it's an indie Donkey Kong Country / Crash Bandicoot style game, so I would like to find out. It's cool. I love Donkey Kong Country, and I played Crash Bandicoot exactly once on stream like 3 months ago. So, you know, at the very least, half of it is right up my alley. I've heard people saying it's like, yeah, it's like a Kaze. People even saying it's like better than a Kaze, which I'll say, like, I really loved the hell out of Kaze. I really enjoyed the hell out of Kaze, so if it's on that level, it might be a very good podcast game for the next couple months, or like the next month or so. And hell, if it's really, really good, might even make the top 10 of my Game of the Year list. That'll be in a minute. I'm going to throw to a break. Back in a couple minutes. All right, hey, I am back. It is time now for Nikoderiko, the Magical World, as it is called, full title. My understanding is that this is a DKC / Crash Bandicoot style indie game in the mold of both of them. That is pretty cool. I've heard it's okay. I heard it's fun. I'm looking forward to seeing like how fun exactly, because like the last one of these that I can think of, Kaze and the Wild Masks, I really fucking enjoyed. I really fucking loved. To the point where, you know, other people were just saying of it like, yeah, it's just basically DKC. And I was basically saying like, hey, it's basically DKC. And it had really sharp level design and really tight, really good like game feel. And so long as this has like tight level design and really good game feel, I'd be really happy. I will say, we will adjust the volume as we get into it. Seems like there's some music here. Maybe I can use this as a basis for comparison. How about like this? Like this? Okay. How's this? What do you think? Anyone have any thoughts? If anyone has any thoughts, let me know. Maybe I'm being a little conservative here as far as the volume goes. I'll say, like, I have a level that I know is good for a lot of games that I play all the time, like Mario Maker. And then here's a game I never played before. I'm gonna be on the safe side and put it such that it's very clearly lower than the microphone. I agree not to sue company. I agree to all of this. It is advisable to study the forum's opinions, which may include a range of convenient tools. What the fuck is this about, really? Oh, once you get to the bottom, you can't scroll anymore. That's kind of funny. Oh, there it goes. What, is there an in-game forum or something? Messaging thing, and you gotta have, like... It's just saying, like, hey, don't fuck around there. Don't fuck around there if you're gonna be weird. Guess that is what it's saying. You know what? I'm gonna go negative 12 decibels. I feel like that's just a tiny bit safer. Okay, no options there. That's all normal. Okay, let's go. Normal, 1 player. It has like a 2-player co-op like DK64 and Tropical Freeze. Not really. I've never taken advantage of that, I'll say. That's never been my, my thing. I'll say so far, one thought I do have is that this dude is very, very generic looking. Nikoderiko, as he's called. Kind of a generic looking fella. He's like a mongoose or something, I don't know. Or like a weasel, something like that. I feel like if he was, like, awkwardly lanky and awkwardly tall, that might be a fun character design you don't see every day. You know? But he just looks like a normal dude. Like, I looked at him, my first impressions, looking at, like, screenshots and stuff, it was like, he should have the proportions of, like, Hobbes from Calvin and Hobbes. He should have tiny little feet and be awkwardly tall and sometimes have to hunch over a little bit, like in gameplay. Maybe he always has, like, a curved spine or something. To, like, for gameplay purposes, right? I think that might have been, like, slightly more interesting than just... Yeah, he's, like, normal style. Just like a normal guy. With a normal height. And a normal body. And, you know, a good amount of, like, fancy hair. There might be a pirate theme to this. I'm hearing some pirate stuff. Are those guys pirates? Well, the first level is a pirate level, I guess. That's pretty cool. Pirate stuff is cool, especially if you consider, like, you know... I mentioned earlier that my favorite game of all time...
Great flight.
Hey, dude.
Miss adventures like these.
Again, I'll say, obviously, I'm playing it on the Switch.
Grimbold burned our ship and stole the relic. And it looks like he's taken over everything on this island. Have
Wow,
you seen
this...
his army?
Yeah, they're such blockheads. Where'd you find
This is
them?
This is auto completing, by the
We've
way.
dealt with worse.
I'm not touching the
We'll
button.
deal with this too.
These renders do not look good here.
I think the cob rings store all the loot on that huge ship. Let's
I don't know why these have to have a frame rate of like 2 FPS and also look a little bit like ass. I've seen better looking games on the Switch. I know the Switch can handle 3D models. Yeah, it's fine. Pretty soon there'll be a Switch 2. Let's do this. Now, personally, I would say that a platformer doesn't have to have all this fancy business. It doesn't have to be like, by the way, it says plus Y to slide attack, where I am right now. It doesn't need to have a story or writing or characters, and if you're just gonna put in, like, you know, the kind of stuff you'd see in, like, a Transformers anime, a Transformers television cartoon from, like, 30 years ago, you know, something generic, and I don't know it's really necessary. You can just leave it out. Okay, so we have hearts. I think, by the way, that this is one of those David Wise soundtracks, so David Wise worked on this one. Okay, so it's jump, and then you hit the button in midair to do a hover. And it's Y to do both your slide and your ground pound. Now, I'll say, I already looked at the settings there for controls. Looks like this is not customizable. You might ask, why would that matter? And I would say, like, well, Kaze lets you choose whether you want the hover to be on the jump button, like this, or on Y, like DKC2 and 3. And I think if you're making a throwback game, it is a good idea to, you know, very specifically pander to people like me who have that muscle memory. I mean, I guess I was just playing Mario Maker, which, that's how the squirrel suit works, right? You hit A and then hit in the air. I just need to think Mario and not Donkey Kong. Okay, let's see now. What the fuck? You could summon? Hold to summon. So, run speed seems a little slow to me. Doesn't look like you have, like... You can, you know, doesn't look like it's a situation where you hold the button. Oh, you can hold down... Wait, no. B is your jump button. For a second, I was thinking Xbox controls. The run speed is a little low. A little slow for my taste. But I guess that makes it accessible. Whatever. There are guys that can only be slid. By doing a ground pound, you will stun people. Interesting.
This could be interesting.
You mean... Is it more interesting than what I already noticed? Is there like a door? I'm hitting up. Nothing's happening. I assume I'm already done here. The secret path was just like a bunch of stuff. Okay, so hey, speaking of like Crash Bandicoot influences, these I'm not hitting button here. It just bounces off. You bounce off the boxes when you land on them, like Crash Bandicoot. There's bonus games. Collect the stars. That's DKC2 style. That's like a classic DKC2 style minigame here. Very nice. What's that, though? Bonus things here. So far, I wish it was like 20% faster, but it is what it says it is. It is a DKC. Fuck. It is like a DKC. It is like a Crash Bandicoot. Yes, it's sort of like a Crash Bandicoot style. Sort of like half Crash Bandicoot, half DKC. This is how I would describe it so far. You use A to pick up objects? I don't like that. DKC would be Y to pick up objects, and like returns would be like the triggers. I feel like A is a weird button for that, but whatever. It's an indie game, to be clear. It's an indie game, but it's sort of inspired by those two. This is like your Winky, except with a fireball attack, which, well, I died there, but suffice it to say. Oh, so you can collect your animal buddies, and then you can, like, get extra versions of them. If you just want to have them, you know, other than when you're supposed to. That's interesting. I'll say, adding a projectile, adding a fireball projectile to Winky from Donkey Kong Country, yeah, that's a big improvement. You have improved the basic high-jumping animal buddy by, like, a good degree, honestly. I wonder if this dude can like, bop on... Yes, bop on dudes who otherwise can't be bopped on. That's pretty nice.
Who designed this store?
Oh, hey.
Impractical.
And, the other gimmick of this game is that, in addition to the DKC parts that are side-scrollery, there are other parts that are more Crash Bandicoot-y. I wonder how much goes into these games like this, right? And how much they mess around with them before going like, okay, well, should the speed be like 20% up from here? Or is this perfect? In this area, it doesn't feel perfect, but when it's zoomed out a little bit like this actually feels pretty fast. Hang on, I can do this. Okay, yeah. Let's... That pixel art behind the thing? That's cool.
Quick! Time's running out!
Ugh. Alright, there's the letters, the Kong letters, the Nico letters in this to keep an eye out for. Kind of wearing its influences on its sleeves with the Nico letters and the boxes that break when you jump on them, especially. But no, hey, I appreciate that in an indie game. Very much. When an indie game just straight up tells you, like, look, we're doing DKC here, that's just helpful. You know what you're looking for, and if you know, like, oh, I like DKC, I like this, okay. That's just a good starting point. I wonder if there's a map. There's probably a map. Let's see the map. Oh, right, we saw the map earlier. It was just, I mean, it's alright. I like the maps better when they're not, like, linear like this. I like them better where they're, like, a big... where it looks like you could go in a direction other than left or right. Like, I like Mario World map. I don't like as much 3D World map. You know what I mean? At a certain point, like, 3D World map stops being a map. I guess actually 3D World isn't like that. 3D Land. The 3D Land map stops being a map. I mean, 3D World map, it's not a map. It's a level select at that point. And this does feel like it's on the level select side of things, but almost more towards map than in the other case. Interesting. You can see the green on my watch And that's not just chroma key.
Rain. Great.
You can see the green of the green screen a little bit, except it's not being chromed out in the reflection. Oh, right, because at this height, green isn't chromed out. But if I raise my watch enough, it will do. Because that's why you can see the green on my shirt. Because I don't chroma key out under a certain height. Because my couch is back there. So there's really no need.
What a day. Looks like I'll have to dry my tail here.
Okay, so it's one click to pick it up, one click, one button to pick it up, another to throw, and specifically it has to be the same button, the A button. Like that's more. There's some differences here as far as like controls and stuff
Such a
that I
big,
think is a bit of a.
dark hole. Let's
Personally,
go in.
I think if you're going to do a throwback game, you should have throwback controls. You know, specifically if you're doing like a DKC, you should make it so that your jump is on B and your thing is on Y, and it is. But you should also make it so that you hold barrels in that same way by running. The roll button should be a run button. Or at the very least a carry object button. If not a strict run button. You can't go fast in this by like doing some rolls and stuff. Oh, you can wall jump also. You can't go fast by just like spamming the rolls. But wait, what? I thought those guys couldn't be defeated by from the backside because of their spikes. Also, did I just like clip through one of them once? There's some weirdness here. Definitely some like jank. Some minor jank though. It's not that much of a deal breaker, I guess. Looks like I landed on the thing before dying. Weird. This could use the innovation that Kaze did, which is that when you fail a bonus game in that, it literally just says like, hey, would you like to try again? I say that's an innovation. More practically, well, really, that's also in Donkey Kong 64. So, you know, I guess Kaze cannot claim to have originated it, but apparently that's a quality of life thing that maybe 20 years later, any game in this ilk could figure out, you know? A thing that a slightly slow handling does is it makes it so that, oh, I wall jumped there is what I did. A slightly slow handling. So can you do like a jump out of a slide? It looks like you can. A little bit of like, well, sometimes it doesn't do it. Not quite as, what the fuck? As permissive as DKC. But it is kind of there. Yeah, you can definitely do a little bit of a roll jump I would call a roll jump where you roll and then jump. I think speedrunners, they call a roll jump something else. And that's like, there's like a bug called a roll jump. I just mean when you jump out of a roll. Oh, this is a... I didn't notice it said beat the enemies. Even though I seen it like 5... It says destroy them all. Bash the baddies, as we call it. In the, we call it bash the baddies. In, Donkey Kong Country. I say we. It is called bash the baddies. Donkey Kong Country. I also call it that. That's what it's called. Okay, cool. I don't know why I expected to be able to jump on the bee. The spikes did not look that pronounced. Thought it was like a blunted bee. Maybe that was silly. This guy looks like the guy you shouldn't be able to jump on. Okay, so those fireworks are checkpoints. So, jot that down. Get up there. Seems like you don't have enough height. Oh, there's the grip grab thing. Still don't seem to have enough height here. Oh, you ground pound these things. Okay, I probably missed something I could ground pound. Probably was the key there earlier. Put that first. Put it before you actually have to. Pro tip, put the tutorial first when making your level. Tutorial goes first. Then, you know, players will recognize, like, oh, ground pound the second time they see it. That's important. That seems like a DK coin. Thing about games that are not super fast, right? Like let's say, okay, the move speed here a little slow. The thing isn't just that, oh, it makes it levels longer, right? It also makes it so that when you die, you can't just, like, run to where you were last. You sort of have to go at a normal speed to where you were last.
What a cute dino. Hungry, buddy?
Okay, so this is like a Yoshi. Weird that they would design gameplay around having to dismount. I feel like just once you have a animal buddy, might as well just keep them. Weird physics.
It's so damp and cold, but so beautiful.
Is it beautiful? It's alright. I've seen more beautiful. You know? Like, look. If your character's gonna say something is beautiful, it should be like showing me a metaphor-style vista. Something of the sort. I understand it's an indie game. Yay. Ugh. I'm not sure, by the way, how much of this game is a decent look. But we'll keep going. Maybe see the first world or something?
Do my eyes deceive me?
Or mongooses, I guess.
My dear friends, we must be shy. Forgive me.
Hey, Wing. Hello.
Everything adventurers like you could need. Potions.
Some new.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you modify your moveset or something? Is this a shop or a level? Do I have to hit a button to go to the shop? Looks like I might have just... Great, load screen. Load times are a bit long on the Nintendo Switch. You might want to consider getting, it's not Xbox, PC. You might want to consider getting another version if you are so concerned. Nikoderiko, platforms. It is on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X. It's on everything. And, not on PC. Not on PC, okay. I'm afraid that makes sense. The PC, you know, it's not a very popular platform for platformers, I guess. There's a lot of like genres that don't make a lot of sense on the PC, or at any rate aren't that popular. Probably like genres where controllers were like you know, required and such that you know, before the age of controllers being on PC being a regular thing, they were a little awkward to put on there. Probably now, everyone could just do whatever and put out their games. In fact, I still kind of think the main platform for Rivals of Aether being PC is a weird coincidence of like, okay, well, we were on Xbox and they kind of screwed us over, and the Switch is kind of underpowered, and the workshop ended up being a lot more important than perhaps everyone thought at first. A platform fighter on PC, it just, you know, I feel like Rivals just gets away with it because, like, okay, well, the workshop is so good, and, you know, they had such bad luck with all the other platforms anyway that, like, yeah, let's start with PC. I don't know. I will say, speaking of PC, a RTS, god damn it, I missed a letter there. That's fine. Let's just move on. I guess I can come back later on my own time and get that letter. I'll say as far as PC games go, or I could die right now and get another chance at it. Let's, you know what, I'll do that right now. Oh, oops, I died. Let's have that, let's see, by the way. These sounds, those are like Wind Waker pause, unpause sounds. Very Wind Wakery. Let's see what happens when you die. Do those... We had the N, right? Let's see if the other ones respawn. Or was the N the one we missed? I'll say, as far as PC games go, there is a PC game that was in beta earlier this year that's coming back on Thursday, back into beta. I'll say I have been considering... I'm not going to do a Tuesday stream because I'm doing this big long stream this week. And also Tuesday is going to be a fucking hell of a day. You know, Tuesday here in America is election day. And dear Lord, I think like everyone else, I'm going to be staring at the news for like... I think I'm going to be staring at the news and being stressed on Tuesday, but I was thinking about doing a Thursday stream and knowing that beta, that game is going back into beta. Battle Aces, a free-to-play RTS where every match is like 5 minutes long, and it's very, very, very streamlined. Knowing that that's going back into beta and I'm going to have another chance to play more than 3 days of it, I think I'd like to do a stream of that on Thursday. It was the end that we didn't collect before. I would like to do a stream of that on Thursday, so look forward to that maybe Thursday. We'll see. I mean, if I'm really tired or something, maybe I won't. Or like, oh, Thursday is a very busy day for anime. It'll be fine. I could probably watch, like, most of the shows I'm watching, honestly, before then. And I'm not even sure how long I'll want to go. We'll see. That's like a thought I have for Thursday. And then next week, maybe Metroid Dread Randomizer. I want to go back to that at some point and have another go at that. These are bouncies. These bounce. That's cool. That's kind of cool. Okay, so it does like the DKC returns thing, where sometimes when you collect all of a group of flying, I'm gonna say lums. I'm gonna say those are lums. When you collect all of a flying group of lums, it does a thing. I'll say that's not my favorite, I'll say that's not my favorite convention, honestly. I kind of like it if it's, like, consistent, and if always doing it will always get you something, but obviously I feel like we've collected some lums before, and we haven't gotten, like, parts out of it every time. In fact, if I do this right here, with this other one that's, like, right next to it, oh, you get, like, a coin. Okay, so it's reasonably consistent so far. I don't know. Who can say? But I wish it was more obvious. That's something I always wish when it comes to systems like that. When it comes to bonuses like that. Hell, like an indicator, a clue that something was there would be nice, even beyond just it being there and something to do. Guys with guns, I feel like, are a weird sort of like a claptrap style enemy where you can't hit them from the from the side, from the front. Okay, there's a little green circle under you to help you land and know where you are. That is smart. I'll say the move speed, I think, makes more sense for this part of the game, where you're, like, moving around 3D style. I still think it could be, like, 20% faster, 10% faster. You know, this game would be perfect for... You know what would be perfect for this game? Like, old style, cheat system. Or specifically, what the fuck? What is this for? I don't know what that was for. An old style cheat system like they had in Banjo-Tooie, where like you put in a code, there's like a Cheeto code, Super Banjo, where it speeds you up considerably. And I think this game could use that. I'll say for what it's worth, Banjo-Kazooie is perfect speed already. But like a faster speed, that is just pretty cool. I will say I've been playing Banjo-Kazooie a little bit since that came back out. I don't know what the fuck, but Canary Mary, she is still fucking... I heard people say it's not that bad. You don't have to tap very fast right now, and I don't know what's up with those people's fingers because I am tapping as much as I can, and you know, and running my like fingers ragged, tapping, and just very quickly getting to the point where she says like, ah, it's too slow, we'll start again. And god damn, I love Banjo-Tooie, but But, like, fucking Canary Mary was a goddamn mistake. One of my least favorite things in games, and also one that I hate having to go through. My understanding also is that in the live arcade version... Okay, so the collectibles don't stay collected after you die. In the Xbox arcade version... there's like a trick, right, where you start tapping slowly, and the thing is that she rubber bands, so if you tap fast, she will tap faster. So you just tap very slowly until the very end. And that did not work for me at all on the N64 version. I don't know if I need to keep trying, or like, oh, start tapping a little bit fast, and then slow down once you're past the first, once you're started. Once you're accelerated up to speed. I wonder if a reason people think this game is like... I was hearing comparisons to Kaze, and this game as being like more ambitious and whatever. And I wonder if part of it is the fact that it's 3D. Kaze, on the other hand, was a 2D game, and, you know, I don't think that's a bad thing. And personally, that's why I would probably say, like, yeah, I would say things like Rivals 2 is not as good as Rivals 1 yet. Or you know, Kaze is, you know, about as good as a 2D platformer in the DKC style comes since, like, Tropical Freeze. Or, like, DKC2 before it. Maybe DKC3. Let's be nice to I love DKC3. Don't get me wrong. But it's no DKC2. And it knows it. I feel like DKC3 is a game with imposter syndrome, right? Where it's like, ooh, well, I know I can't measure up to DKC2, but have some slightly more puzzly gameplay around, like, you know, doing certain things before you can proceed, right? Like, oh, you gotta go find a barrel and use it to hit this buzzer before Ellie can proceed this way. You have to go grab a barrel. And, you know, the DKC in particular... Fuck, what the hell? I hit the button accidentally. Now we're just gonna have to look at a load screen for no reason whatsoever. DKC in particular, DKC3, introduces the idea of respawning barrels. That, like, whenever you throw them and they get lost, they go, poof, I'm back. And that is very specifically to allow for puzzle... platformer gameplay type stuff, right? Cases where you have to destroy this enemy to proceed. Or, hell, even like the coin, the enemy coin that has the DK coins in DKC3. That design is in a big way enabled by all those refreshing steel kegs. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to kill those coins. It'd be impossible. Or unforgiving. I wonder how that happened. I wonder if they made coin and said, like, this kind of sucks. I threw my one barrel in this level, and now I can't just have another go at it. That's kind of ugh. That's kind of a bummer. And they figured, like, okay, well, let's just make it respawning in, like, 90% of cases.
Here's how we can, interrupt the... Wow!
Oh, come on.
There's a wizard.
Yes, young lady.
Well, there's...
Orleus, turn her...
So what?
Is this guy transform people? What's his deal?
But you're here just as I
There's no time to chat.
Silence! It matters no.
They are mongooses. Again, mongooses.
We're on the same side.
Again, I think they should have been taller if they're going to be mongooses. I feel like mongooses should have the proportions of Hobbes, Calvin and Hobbes. And just be, like, weirdly lanky. And maybe even hunched over a little bit. Have, like, sort of a curved spine for gameplay purposes to be the right height for gameplay. They should have, like, tiny legs, too. Tiny little leggies. And maybe when they're, like, riding something, they'd be, like, sort of, like, very visibly curved. Their back, very visibly curved. That makes sense? Okay, camp. Why? Workshop. Okay, let's go into the store and see what's up here. If we're gonna unlock new moves or something, I would like to know. Wait. Okay. So there's... I was looking at this and going like, what the fuck, loot boxes? But, it's art. It's art. It's art that's in there. Figurines. Ancient art. Concept art. And, coins can get you mounts. Okay, so it's not like unlocking new moves. It's not like upgrading your moves. It's not like a perk system. Anything of the sort. It's not like the Wonder, Mario Wonder. It's just cosmetics. And also you can get like an animal buddy in any level that you like if you pay coins. And okay, they cost 3 each. They cost 3 coins each. I could literally buy 3 of them with the 3 levels that we've done. That seems pretty strong. That seems like, at the rate we're going, we could have this, like, chompy guy. Heroes, meet our dinosaur Dino. We could have Dino in any level that we pleased at this rate. I guess if you die, you lose it. I guess that's the trade-off. Give me a chest. It feels really weird to do a loot box in a platformer. Well... Rayman has it. Rayman has it. I guess it's not that uncommon. It's been done. But, I don't know. Also, I guess in Tropical Freeze, you do a gacha machine to get the figurines. A gacha machine... You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna... An Astrobot also as well has a gacha machine in it. Actually, I can name a lot that do. It's weird that it's an actual loot box. That's the only thing that's weird. If it was a gacha machine, it would be less weird. Okay, how about that? How about that? Is that reasonable? Maybe this is very much a semantic thing, but, still, odd to me. Kaze has unlockables as well. I think those are just for gameplay purposes. Or, I forget, are Kaze's cosmetics? Kaze's cosmetics, again, Kaze and the Wild Mask, really good DKC style platformer, indie platformer from like 2 years ago, if you're in the mood for such things. And, you know, maybe you're watching this and wondering if you should get this, and, my answer right now is a firm maybe? But my answer on Kaze is a firm hell yeah. I think that game feels really good, has sharp level design. Mwah. It's 2D, but it looks really nice, and it's really nice looking 2D. I wonder if people look at a 3D game and just think like, oh, I'm more willing to buy that than a 2D game. I feel like that's a weird thing. I feel like 2D games are equally good and equally capable of being wonderful. But, you know, there must be a reason why when like going from Rivals 1 to Rivals 2 that they went 3D instead of 2D. Maybe just on a certain level having all models and 3D environments just is more impressive than the most beautiful sprite work. Guess this is the storyboards. Cool rock. I remember seeing that rock, and those are some mushrooms. Good art, I guess. I don't know. I guess if you have concept art, you can always put it in there. And it is, of course, very neat when Nintendo does it, or like a big high production value game. I don't know that indie games always need to, though. I mean, I say that if Celeste or like my favorite indie games had that sort of unlockable, I'd be into that. Maybe I'm being harsh looking at it going like, well, this game seems pretty okay, so like I'm not super like jazzed to see like the drawings of like how it came to be, but you know, if this were to be someone's favorite game, skeptical of that. I'm sure they would love to see the concept art and have a ball. You think this might be someone's first platformer? Like that's, I feel like if it were to be someone's favorite game, I feel like it would have to be like genre defining to them, you know, like, or like, oh, you know, this is the first one they ever played of this sort. I mean, I say that I haven't played that many. I haven't played that many Crash Bandicoots. I've played one once. I played 1 and 2 on stream like 3 months ago. And I thought it was pretty good, but I haven't gone around and like done more of it. I guess if I'm looking for podcast games, going back to that would be a no-brainer, right? So long as it's still on Game Pass. I need to remember to do things like that and to play Game Pass games. That reminds me, I was thinking earlier, like... Wait, did I just open a door or something? It looked like I destroyed something in this cave, but I guess maybe it was an enemy or something. I was thinking about my games of the year, and I was thinking about, like, doing, like, 2 lists, right? What the fuck? There's, like, a pit inside the door? That's a really weird place for a pit. I was thinking about doing 2 lists, right? One of the eligible games, and one of ineligible games, because, like, there's been a bunch of them this year that are just, like, remakes, like Persona 3, like TTYD, you could put 2E on the list, why not? The Castlevania collection. Those are really good. Some of the best stuff they've released this year, but, like, I do not count remakes as eligible for Game of the Year purposes. It seems that you lose the coins when you die, the coins that you collected, so note that. Also, all your lums, maybe. I prefer lums. I prefer bananas when they're, like, optional and you don't have to get them. That's my preference when it comes to, like, how lums should work. How bananas should work, but whatever. It's fine. It's cool. Kaze does the thing where they're like, where you lose them when you die as well. I am now wondering. I was thinking about that list just for like re-releases, things that were re-released this year. I did try and went through like most of Hollow Knight this year. I wonder if Hollow Knight would be... It's obviously ineligible because it came out in the past, but also it's not re-released. It's just that I finally got into it. Would that be good for that list, or is that just, is that ineligible for the ineligibles? Is that ineligible for the ineligibles on account of it didn't even come out, not even in a re-release form this year? I don't know. I'll think about that. I guess also that's a total can of worms as far as that ineligible list goes, right? At that point, do I include games I replayed? At that point, do I include, like, do I want to, like, spend more time with games that didn't come out this year, like Resident Evil 2 that I played for the first time this year? For what it's worth, I should probably get back to and do more Resident Evil 2. That game seemed really very good. It's just that in this busy year, I have not found time to, like, actually play that in full. Other than the one stream where I tried it for the first time. I'll say if I decide to make that content, I would be picking up from where I left it last time when I did a Game Pass stream where I tried it, like, near the start of the year. I don't know. Maybe that'd be fun off stream. And it's one of those games that couldn't be a podcast game, so it couldn't be a game that I play whilst... Fuck. God damn it. Whilst not paying attention. Like, I'll say 100% right here, right now. This is a podcast game. You're looking for a game to play mindlessly? This is one of those. Kaze, also one of those. No shade to Kaze. Hell, Tropical Freeze is a podcast game. I say that. Tropical Freeze has amazing music. Also made by David Wise. You know, but not like phoning it in. Like, doing like a really quality good job on it. Whoa. Multiple pats here. Or whatever. Get this K. I mean, maybe play through DKC Tropical Freeze once with the music on. Or like twice. You know, as many times as you fancy with the music on. But like, after you do, it makes for a perfectly good podcast game. Is this Destroy Them All? You know, this is not something that the original DKC had, but... Oh, you know what I was gonna say, like an indication of like what kind of thing it is. There's a thing in the upper left corner there that indicates how many dudes you have to kill. I wonder if there's new types of bonus game here. Not to say that the ones that are in DKC aren't enough. Well, you know, it's like, there's Green Banana, there's Find the Thing. There's like 4 originally from the first 2 DKC, the first 2 and 3, the 2 DKCs that have bonus games in that style. But you could do a lot more with it. I can't remember what Kaze did. Oh hey, you swim like a Tropical Freeze style, that's cool. In Kaze, which, by the way, the wild masks in Kaze, or the transformations in Kaze, are the animal buddy equivalents in Kaze. In Kaze, when you swim in water, it sort of works like the log flume, in that whenever you jump in, you go underwater, and then you come back out after jumping in, and end up back on the surface. And also, you can hit a button to dive. Like, almost Ocarina style. Ocarina of Time style. But then you get like, a transformation that makes it Tropical Freeze style. And, basically every water level does that. Which, honestly, I think it's kind of a shame. I think there should be some water levels where you don't actually go underwater. You know, I think sometimes the water should be, like, shallow. And not a place where you actually go and do things. Wow, this feels like forever ago. I guess it feels like forever ago because we had that, also I'm beginning to grow annoyed that, that you have to recollect the KONG. You had to recollect KONG in the original DKC, right? Okay, I'm growing annoyed that you have to recollect the side collectibles. And also, I am low-key curious. Hitboxes are a bit weird. I'm low-key curious, like... Those bonus stages, right? They cannot reset. They can't possibly. If we were to find out, should we check the bonus stage? It's not like there's a stat screen on the pause screen. Tell us like what we have and haven't gotten. Should we check the bonus stage to see if it's already completed? Maybe there'll be a clear indicator from the outside. Let's hope. Let's see now. I definitely want to find out. I know that this is a little repetitive, but I want to find out, and the only way of finding out that I can tell is by doing, or by looking at some menu after it, like completion. I wonder if the roll move works like DKC, where after you hit someone with it, it extends its length. It doesn't look like it does. Anyone making a game like that, you should steal that from the first the first 3 DKCs. Returns does not steal that from the first 2 DKCs, and I'll say that is to its peril. It's not good that it does that. Okay, it's checked off. Good. This does not reset when you die. That would be... I mean, like I said, it would be a problem of big proportions if they did. But, no. Can't be sure with how they've done the rest of it. Let's take this slow. Got like 1 part left, and this is all like so long. Okay. Whew. Okay. Cool. Cool. I wonder how the water works with the animal buddies. I think there are, like, flying animal buddies, and, I think there is a flying animal buddy that might be level specific. I also, it's my understanding that there might be... Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it, but if I were a betting man, I would bet on a water animal buddy, because that's what DKC does in the first 3, and not the latest one. I mean, hey, I'll give this game credit for having more animal buddies than Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze. That is a chronic weakness of those 2 games, not having animal buddies. And this does have, like, not just 1 but 3. That's pretty good, and we've seen 2 of them, so we know what they are. This looks like a boss fight. A boss fight, I feel like, is the perfect place to say, okay, we're good, we got it. Maybe we'll take a peek into the next world. We'll take, like, a look and see if it's a different theme. You know, maybe we'll do the first level of the next world, but... Boss fights gotta mean, like, okay, we've gotten our taste. Maybe even the next level will have, like, There's visible tearing, by the way. If you're wondering if this tearing is on the capture, no, this is on the Switch. The Switch video is tearing. Not good. Not good. I don't think I've ever seen a Switch game... I don't know if I've ever seen a Switch game tear like that before. That was pretty ridiculous. This is a pretty trivial fight. The timing of that was really weird, like... It looked like I should have gotten damaged the first time, but, Looks like the hitbox is pretty generous there, pretty nice. How nice, I don't know, but... Okay, this boss does not seem very hard, very challenging. We'll do it next time. We'll do it this time. Also, you can hold down Y. You can hold down Y to fire. Rather than tapping. Wait, does that guy from the last time still spawn? That's weird. Let's just strafe a little bit and then it'll always miss. He barely did any wave attacks this time. Just because how fast pelting him down went. Well, this is the first boss. This is the first boss. Again with the tearing. I don't really get the vibes here. Why are they just going, bye, boss. Thanks for the fight. What is the... We're the one on the rampage. We're the one breaking his dam. I don't know. I don't know the morality of going in and firing a bunch of globules at a big giant beaver who is just minding his own business being a dude. I guess he did try to pick a fight with us, whatever. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Well, let's just take a peek into these mines real fast, I guess. Looks like it's sort of a mine world that's coming up here. Let me look at the overall world map and see if we can see like what comes after this. The load times are still pretty egregious. It looks like sort of a snow world is up next. Snow world of some kind. And, that sort of looks like corals up there. Maybe some sort of dried riverbed world or something. That'd be creative and fun. I would be willing to bet, though, that's just in between, and there's something that's off screen that we can't see for a fourth world. But, let's play a little bit of this next level just to see the mines. And maybe, hey, maybe there'll be the third or another animal buddy here in the mines. I've heard there is a flying animal buddy as well, like that people have described as literally squawks, which, hey, Kaze also has that, so, you know, I'm not gonna cast any shade. I don't think that's a problem. Squawk's gameplay is good gameplay, and I think it's kind of a shame that you don't see Squawk's gameplay anymore outside of DKC2, 3, and Kaze and the Wild Masks. I think it's kind of a shame that there's not like a flying thing where you flap A to go up, hold down to go down, and it's all about like aiming your projectiles good. I guess Clown Car isn't that dissimilar, except you know, you can jump out of it. Oh, there's like, just a little bit of, like, flying type stuff here. Gliding and hovering in air vents. This is more of a Rayman thing than like a Tropical Freeze or a DKC thing. That said, Kaze does also have this gimmick from the Rayman series, so... What the fuck was that?! I slid. That's janky. This is a platform that you run across, and I slid, and I clipped through. Also weird, you can't slide if it's a certain, like, steepness. I want to see what the fuck. That was some weird shit. I can't reproduce it right now. Anyway, I'll say, first impressions wise, this game seems alright. I'll say that. It seems alright. It seems like a perfectly good Donkey Kong Country Returns type game that also has a little bit of Crash Bandicoot, if you like that. Ooh, minecarts! Hey, let's go, a minecart level. Fuck the... Wait, what? Fuck the wrap up. We just caught minecarts. We gotta do this minecart stage. I love minecarts. Let's see if this is like the hitboxes here are a little awkward. You can duck. Let's see what their minecarts are like. It's pretty minecarty. I missed the thing. I was wondering if it was gonna do the thing where the loop breaks off, but it didn't. That was really short. Okay, cool. This game has minecart levels. And barrel cannons! Like actual barrel cannons that you use, but I didn't press a button to do that, by the way. It was automatic. I wonder if there'll be barrel cannons that are not automatic. That would be good. Kaze also has those, of course, of course. You know what? Of course, in a DKC style game, you're gonna have barrel cannons. I wonder what they're like in the 3D parts. I hope that they show us... I hope that this level shows us that. The minecarts, I do think, like the rest of the game, a tiny bit too slow for my taste, but, you know, it doesn't quite feel out of control. But hey, it is a minecart. Also, if it was faster, it'd be easy to jump over some of these, things. These, fallen platforms. Without, busting your ass on them. Encore, encore. I want to see one more. You know, hell, if this game is going to show us, like, minecarts. I figured that they have to have something good for, like, the first level of the new world, the second world. Does that make sense that they would do that? Let me think. Like, Winky's Walkway introduces Winky. Hothead Bop
Look, if we jump into this
introduces Squitter.
Make the path a little shorter.
Your plan sounds hot.
What's this? There's shortcuts? Okay, looks like there's hidden exits and such and so forth. That sounds good. Let's try Dragon Chase, and then we will end. I say we will end. We will go to the next segment, which, by the way, if you're not, you didn't see the upfront stuff, or you're not looking at the YouTube side that has the description, full itinerary and stuff, the next segment is Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer, which looks like will be just regular style. Loading zones will be randomized, so whenever I go into, like, a doorway, I'll come out somewhere else randomized. And the main challenge, therefore, will be finding my way to all the worlds that I need to go to, finding my way to all the move collecting things. I'll say that a lot has changed recently, last couple of years with DK64 Randomizer, but I still like playing it. Oh, hey, this is totally a Crash Bandicoot classic style of a level. Okay, this is pretty good to go out on, I think. I still do it where I have all the moves be in the move places, and all the golden bananas be in the golden banana places. I think it's more fun to have to check the shops than to have to check every golden banana or whatever. You know, I like the golden bananas just to be like catch as can catch, you know, and the challenge to be more in move acquisition and exploration. Which, you know, I think with loading zones randomized, that makes sense. Whoa, this is like an exploding... They don't respond, though. An exploding... I thought that was a collectible, honestly. But it's like an exploding thing to jump off of. That's cool. It's always good to have. Oh, hey. It's got rocket barrel levels. I think I've heard it also has squawks type stuff, but sure, whatever. You know, this is a thing that's... I guess you could also call it like a Flappy Bird style level. But, I think Rocket Barrels did it first? What came first? Donkey Kong Country Returns or Flappy Bird? Returns was like 08. And Flappy Bird is a iOS game, so it's at very least 08 at the earliest. And I think it was probably like a year or two after. Yeah, I think that I think that Returns did come first and was the one that first did this sort of gameplay. I don't think this feels as tight as Returns for what it's worth, and also I've never really loved these stages. I think they're like my least favorite auto-scroll. My least favorite style of auto-scroller is this sort of auto-scroller, but this is competent. I would describe this game as alright. It's... If I were to rate it in like a 5 out of 5 scale, I probably wouldn't give it a 5 out of 5. I'd probably give it like a solid 4 out of 5, maybe. Maybe that would depend on the length and the amount of like things it keeps on introducing as the game goes on. You know, I could see it as like on the low end, right? I could see it as like a 3 out of 5 minimum. But so far, it's introducing stuff with a lot of frequency. It seems to have a lot more up its sleeve. And the trick of being able to use a partner wherever you like, that does seem neat. We should probably try that before we end. I don't know. It's probably a waste to just pop one at the end of this stage, which is... But let's just peek in to the next level and, like, not go all the way, how about? Not go all the way. But just try out that thing that we didn't try this whole fucking time. It's at least a 3. It's probably a 4. Would be my initial impressions here.
Luck is clearly on my side.
If you mean this dusty chest,
What if it's a treasure?
Me not sleeping, closing eyes against sweat from working hard.
you're right, Nico.
Wait,
You got us.
boss.
But what?
Where reward is, so is more work. Already.
I don't know what that was. Is that an enemy that I'm about to see in the next level? Or is that like a side character that you can interact with? Let's see if we have unlocked like more animal buddies in the mount menu. Wonder when you unlock them. Well, I can unlock another loot chest and get cart melody. Ooh, it's the cart music. I'll say, you know, a lot of developers, indie developers, they get David Wise to make their music for them. And like, yeah, this is confident music. This is perfectly good music. But I would say, in general, when you get David Wise for an indie game, he does phone it in a little bit. He does phone it in a little bit and create what is basically just like This sounds a little bit like Returns. Just a little bit like Returns, but not as good. Not as inspired. Like the Returns you have at home. Which is, like, fine and all, but... You know... Certainly you're not getting something where... people would want to listen to it on Nintendo Music, like, 20 years from now, right? Like, you're getting something that's, like, perfectly good for the background of your video game, and when someone plays a podcast over it, they don't mind so much. You know. There's probably an argument that this is above average as far as, like, indie game music goes. Just because it's competent. Do I say competent weird? Competent? 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 It's competent? Competent, not component. I don't know. Let's try summoning Animal Buddy in a level that doesn't otherwise have an Animal Buddy. Fuck! Immediately, we get a place where you have to use a vine and your Animal Buddy cannot follow. Well, that was a waste. I mean, I kind of didn't intend on, like, actually getting that far into this level, but, like, oh, it's super a waste now. It's even more of a waste than it otherwise would have been. Wow, okay, so that system is, like, not foolproof, and you should probably, like, use it when you think you can... When the level isn't based around things that Animal Buddies can't interact with, I guess. That's a guy that you can pick up and throw after you defeat them. This level's gimmick is clearly the chest and the vines. That's cool and all, but I think it is just about time. Hey, this is a classic. This is some like Vine Valley level 3 stuff. Forest Frenzy. I looked up that level's name during the last stream because someone submitted a level just like this one. This is always a good gimmick. Well, I'll say this is gonna be the last. Ooh, there's like beehives in the background. That's cool. I like this. I like that. That's cool as well, I guess. Kinda hard to jump and get them all, though. That's cool! How do you get up there? Let's see how you get up there. You get that bonus barrel. Oh, maybe by jumping on that guy I killed. Was that guy I killed the jumpable guy? Anyway, that's Nikoderiko, the magical world. First impressions, it's at least a 3 out of 5. It's probably a 4 out of 5. It's pretty okay. It's pretty good. I would like it more if it was like 20% faster and a little bit more snappy as a result of being faster, but it's like fine. I didn't hate it. I didn't dislike it. And I think this might be a perfectly good podcast game to play over the next, until something else comes out that I can play during podcasts. Like, do you think I could do Mario and Luigi during a podcast? It depends if I'm done with Metaphor, but I feel like Mario and Luigi is the kind of game where you don't play it during podcasts, unless you're just grinding or something. There's probably other games that are coming out that are podcastable, like Anton. Well, let me see. I have a list here on my phone, do I not? No, I don't, do I? I deleted that list. Oh, no, I have a GOTY tier list that includes potential games. Anton Blast you could do, Marvel Rivals you could do. Otherwise, no, not really. Nothing here jumps out at being, like, podcastable of, like, remaining games that are yet to come out this year. Anyway, up next, DK64 Randomizer. I will say the sub goal has not been met, and I will end the sub goal now, given that I'm about to load it up. I'm going to throw to a break to get the game up, and when we come back, we will be in that mode. Hopefully everything will be visible and on screen as soon as I switch to that mode, and nice and good. Give me a couple minutes to get the YouTube switched over and get the game running and get the sub goal ended. Like 5 things I have to do. If you're watching the VOD, it'll be immediate. You know, the breaks are cut out. But, Nikoderiko, pretty good. I don't dislike it. It seems like a passable DKC2 style, Crash Bandicoot style game. Perhaps could be a little bit faster. That'd be like my main note. Otherwise, perfectly good. DK64 Randomizer. Let's do it after the break. Whoops. I wanted to get in one last note here before I forget, but one last thought on Nikoderiko, which is that since that's the last time I'm playing the Switch this stream, I'm going to leave it there, and I'll resume in that level next time I pick it up. Okay, now back to break and setting things up. All right. All right, let's see. We can hear the game. It looks like it's very loud. Let me, hello, Proto Man. Let's see. We need to lower that a bit. Okay, when is good? When is good? Is this good? Is this a good volume level? Also, check out background. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I have to do a background now that I have the green screen every time I play a 4x3 game. I have to put something behind me. And, yeah. Sounds good? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so. Here is the setup. Okay, you can see the timer there, which needs to be reset, needs to be stopped. I have it set up so that it pauses and resumes when I go to a break, just in case I need to go to the bathroom or something. This timer is just for us. It's not like anyone else will ever play this seed. So, like, it's all for fun, right? So, I'm okay pausing it when I go, if I need a break or something happens. I don't know if that's traditionally, like, smiled upon, but who cares, right? This is just for us. This is just for a randomizer that no one else will ever play. Anyway, here's the setup for the randomizer that I am going to play right here. Here's the setup. Okay, so its loading zones are randomized. So loading zones. Oh, I should get off the. That reminds me, I should stop the sub goal considering that it was not met. There was a sub goal to do all beaver bother, but that sub goal was not met. So can I disable that from the phone? Can I stop that from the phone? I don't see. What the fuck is like a analytics stream marker clip moderation stuff? No, not one of the quick actions. Hang on, 1 second. Let me just go run to my PC and get that sorted out, and then I'll continue the explanation. For people watching the VOD, it'll be instant. I remembered as soon as I got off my couch and walked over there that I am now looking at my PC screen on my TV, since, you know, the randomizer, you can't do that on hardware for obvious reasons. Reset that timer again. But it's not important. It's all sorted now. We are doing this regular style. There's loading zones are randomized. Golden bananas are shuffled with traps, and that's it. I just like the golden bananas to just be golden bananas, though sometimes there'll be fakes, which will not get us any progress. We need to get 20 golden bananas to finish, and also we'll need to get a good number of moves to allow us to get to Hideout Helm, and otherwise we're not really constrained. other than having to find the worlds, find the Kong helpers. And you can see in my customized tracker there, if you look at my customized tracker, you'll see, like, the things that I am tracking are things like, okay, have I gotten to Forest? Have I gotten this Kong helper, this one? That is some of the stuff that's important to track for my purposes, with loading zones randomized and moves not being in places other than, Kong helpers. At some point, maybe I should try out the randomizer where you have the moves be possibly in, like, the place of, like, golden bananas, but I don't know about that. Certainly it sounds like mixing that with loading zone randomization might be a nightmare, and I kind of like loading zone randomization more than I like just going through levels normal style, with, like, slightly different assortments of items. You know, for me, loading zone randomization is, like, the point, is, like, the main through line that I like in the randomizer. Let's do it. I decided the randomizer said, by the way, that you can start off with some items, and you probably should, or you might run out of checks. So I decided to start up with, like, all the unimportant upgrades, so that everything we get should be good. I think. Mostly. Yes? Yes, there's kind of not a bad thing we can get, I think. Okay, with that explanation done, let's get into it. Like I said, we're starting out with all the Kongs. We're starting off with no moves other than like the upgrades, and the loading zones are randomized. That's the whole point. Let's start going into doorways and seeing what we find. We need 20 golden bananas. We got to Fungi Forest. Also, by the way, we can exit level. Last thing to realize is that this randomizer in the emulator I'm playing in has trouble saving, so it's very important that we do not quit the game, okay? Very important we do not quit the game. But we can exit levels, and that'll take us to the doorway. Oh fuck yes! My God, that's actually really, if y'all don't know loading zone randomization, you don't know how fucking lucky we are. Like, by the way, I said it so that anyone can collect anything to a certain degree, so we can just grab that purple thingamajig. Factory is like the hardest place to get into because there's kind of like there's kind of fewer loading zones than in any other world. So getting into Factory that quickly, like as like the second world we got into, is remarkable. This is remarkable. Tell me that if we exit level, we can just get back in there. No, it's a closed door. We need to get some stuff before we can get back in there. We need a baboon balloon, and we need probably the instrument as well, huh? Okay, well, I guess it's not that we're not that lucky. We're not quite that lucky. But hey, on the other hand, we got into caves. That's a pretty good get too. That's not bad. Caves is not bad to get into. Well, caves is certainly easier than a lot of places. There's a lot of little load zones in the caves. But, you know, we should start getting some moves. You don't think you've ever seen gameplay of this before? It's a platformer, but in the style of a collectathon, and kind of a very weird collectathon at that. There's 5 characters, and they all have a different set of moves. Some of them are very similar, such that, you know, you get an instrument for each one, you get, like, a gun for each one, and they all unlock stuff that is just very similar. In a lot of cases, just like, say, over here, you can see you can see like, oh, here's a, hey, Lord Bowser. Here's a, thank you for the Streamiversary happy wishes. Here's like a guitar door. Here's like a saxophone door. Here's like a triangle door. You can see that there's a pattern there, and, you just gotta get it. There's 4 guys we can get in caves, and I think we can get them all right now. I remember the last time, like 2 years ago, for my extra live stream, my first extra live stream 2 years ago, you know, after my first year of streaming, I did DK64 Randomizer was part of that stream. It was a, it was 4 randomizers where I did like, I don't know if y'all know about, I don't know why I'm collecting bananas. The bosses are not part of this. We're just after moves and golden bananas. And doorways and loading zones. It was a, if you ever heard of Bisshawk's Shuffler, that is a thing where every set time interval, you randomly switch to another game. And I had 4 randomizers in there, and I was switching between them every couple minutes. Every couple minutes, so every like 10 minutes or so, I switched between, every 5-10 minutes, I switched between like, 4 randomizers, and this was one of them. I remember this level had some problems in Bizhawk, which was unfortunate. There were whole sections where it just didn't render right, and I am glad that this one, even if it can't save properly, at the very least, the caves look right. And there's not like rendering issues. I'll say, I sometimes, I think I do have installed what you're supposed to use for this, randomizer, but I don't know, I've always found it had issues with, like, capturing an OBS. It's been kind of weird. Okay, here we go, first store, let's go. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering about, stores, everything's free. I don't want to have to deal with prices. I don't have to, like, remember, like, oh, I gotta get some coins and come back. I gotta get some coins and come back. Like, no, 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 no. I just want, whenever I get to a Kong helper house, I want to mark it off on my thing, on my tracker, which I will do now. And I want to keep it moving. God damn it, I didn't hit the... I didn't start the timer, did I? I forgot to start the timer when I started the game. Aw, crap. It's like been 10-15 minutes. It's been like 10-15 minutes. Whoops. Oh, well. I think that's the first time I have forgot to start a timer at the start of a stream. So yeah, we have all these guys, and we just got the barrel. Is there a way to add time on a, split? On like a... On like live split? If I want this to be more reflective of the actual time? Let me see. Live split. Can I, like, right-click, add time or something? No idea. I can do a split, that doesn't help me. I can open splits, that doesn't help me either. I can do settings, it's just maybe a hotkey for it. I don't know off the top of my head. Let's, not worry about it, how about... Again, the timer's just for fun. The timer's just for fun. Let's just carry on. Let's see what we got. We gotta pay attention. Guitar, okay. That will open some doors for us. But also, there's plenty of other places we can check without those doors, so, you know, not a high priority. I think sometimes the doors are linked up to, like, corresponding matching types of doors, you know, like, this one really has one of everything, huh? Like, for instance, if you open a Diddy Kong specific door, you might end up in another Diddy Kong specific area. Like, a random one. Orangutan. That's pretty good. We'll let us go up slopes. move my chat and stuff around so I can see myself on my preview monitor a little better. It's all good. And always make sure that my crap is updating. What are we getting here? Monkey port! Hey, that's important. Monkey port is part of what lets us get to Helm. So that is essential. We also need 20 golden bananas for Helm as well. So, you know, it's not like we can go do Helm yet. And we also need vines. We need to be able to swing on vines before we can do Helm. Triangle, okay. Great first shop. Great first shop. Had one of everything, and, you know, meaningful moves. I guess every move is meaningful in some ways. The most important moves, if you're wondering, those gotta be Chunky's moves, because Chunky, I believe how it works, I'm not sure if they changed it, but, we do have to fight K. Rool at the end, but we only have we'll only do two random fights, but I think one of them will always be Chunky Kong, unless they change that at some point. So, having, like, all of Chunky Kong's moves is important. Is, like, low-key a requirement for getting to the end of the game. We got the triangle, so let's do that then. Why not while we're here? I'll say we've already gotten some pretty good gets as far as the loading zone randomization goes. I mean, getting into the factory, even if we need certain items to actually get the rest of the way there, is extremely good. Extremely lucky. Bonus game, let's go. Oh hey, it's the one from the end of the game where you bash guys. If we had gotten 5 subs... Fuck. If we had gotten 5 subscribers, or 5 new subscribers, before this thing, this would have been Beaver Bother. They all would have been Beaver Bother. Every bonus level. I know, it's a mercy. I will keep offering... I feel like I will keep offering just Beaver Bother, Oops All Beaver Bother as like an incentive. I don't know. Maybe that's not the kind of thing that people want to show their support for, you know? Maybe my viewers are just too nice, you know? They hear like, oh, you could spend money to make things unpleasant for the streamer? Nah, that's not nice. I want the streamer to have a good time. Which, hey, that's fair, but I don't know, I think it's funny to pay to make the streamer have an unpleasant time. Shit, you don't think that's funny? I think that's always good. We got this. That's the first golden banana. If there was a way to make it so that every banana required Beaver Bother, I think there once was. I don't know what the deal is with it. People who know, if anyone knows DK64 Randomizer in and out, if someone knows in and out, could tell me, like, hey, what happened to that? Is that a feature that got dropped, or did it always just change bonus barrels into Beaver Bother without regard to, like... without making it so that you had to do more bonus barrels than you otherwise would. Maybe they changed that when the nature of this thing changed. I wonder if we will get Beaver Bother regardless of I don't like this one. Regardless of it being... Okay, you know what? This is really slow. And then I missed. Okay, it's slow, but you have to hit ahead of time. You have to hit ahead of time. I see grape, I hit the button. Pineapple, pineapple. Or watermelon. How about we don't do this one? How about we do a difference? I don't like this one. No, I'm good. I'll get them other ways. We only need, I'll say for what.
Welcome to bonus stage.
We only need 20, so we can pick and choose. Let's get the fuck out of here. Also, we got into Galleon with this and the other one. Both of them. We should really get all the moves in the caves while we're here. That should be our #1 priority. I'll say, priority-wise, as we do this randomizer, moves are the #1. That's going to be our constraint on actually finish the game. That's going to be the thing that blocks us more than these 20 golden bananas. Golden bananas we want to pick up as we can, as they are available, as it is convenient. And I will also say, I think that is the most fun way to do the golden bananas. I just think that's just a good time. Can I not even swim? I can't swim. So I can't, like, go beneath the surface and, swim as fast as I would need to go. Or swim faster than I otherwise could on the surface. Lanky is a good swimmer when he can swim. And, swims faster than he doggy paddles. Let's see, there's another shop. Candy is like on the bank here. It's on like one of the others. Well, everyone's on the bank here. Ooh, hey. Universal upgrade. Universal move. Vine swinging. Okay, hey. Like I said earlier, that is essential for Hideout Helm. Like one of the few things that is essential in Hideout Helm, for what it's worth. So, keep an eye on, So yeah, that's a pretty good get. We're getting pretty good luck so far, I'll say. Like, you know, the thing that always worries me with the randomizer here is just getting to the hardest to get places, and, we've already gotten the hardest ones. Kinda. I mean, not even kinda, like, yeah. The only hard place to go that's left is the tutorial area, is like Donkey Kong's house, that whole place. You can't, there's only one loading zone for that area, and it has 4 checks in it. We got the ground pound there, okay, cool. Wait, that's this one, yeah. The one with the crystal coconut is the is the charge move. I can check these doors, but otherwise I would like to exit Crystal Caves and see like see where it takes us. Oh hey, we're to the outside. There's nothing we can really get from that place. We just found out that we don't need to climb the motherfucker, so that is good information to have. We don't need to climb all the way up. In fact, we could consider going down from there. And since we have vine swinging, we can go to the Isles door that's halfway up the mountain. We got into Aztec. I don't have peanut pop gun, so that's not a big concern. Not sure if you can actually quit from there. Feel like it'll be easy to get back here and exit level from there. Wait, is there a splat nearby? I killed the splat, but I don't know where he is, but, whatever. Let's just roll. By the way, it's important not to hit quit game here. Very important not to hit quit game. Okay, let's head down the mountain. Oh, by the way, the enemies are randomized. You can see there, that ghost is not supposed to be there. Random enemies. That's right. Okay, let's see what this load zone has. This is where we would have come from earlier. This is the factory hub. Literally the other door. This is the door that we just came out of. The other side of it. And here is... I don't have Baboon Balloon, so I can't do anything there. But I could exit level and see where it leads. How about... Sure. I got the castle. We got the castle. We basically have gotten everywhere. I just noticed I don't have like a tracker to track like getting to the prologue area. That I guess you'll see like the Cranky Kong on Isles. That's the so long as that's not oh yeah, there's 4 barrels there, but also 1 Cranky Kong. So there's 1 check there in particular. Okay, so not 4 checks, 1 check. Forgot which one is which. Exit level. What the fuck is this? This is inside the Fish Gloomy Galleon?
Welcome to bonus stage.
A lot of bonus stages, I'll say. Getting a lot of bonus stages right now. That's cool. Has there been a golden banana that was just freely available? I think I've seen them. They exist, but so far we're getting lucky. I mean, I don't know we're getting lucky. I think that a lot of these golden bananas that are in like small, self-contained like chambers like this, to make it a challenge, they put a bonus level there. So like if we're just popping through a loading zone and just going like that, then that's what we're gonna deal with. Let's go get these castle ones. In this randomizer, there's always just 100 fucking places you could always check, right? There's always just 1,000 places that you could check. Asking the wrong guy. I know you don't know. There's people who know. I will say I did post a share this stream to the DK64 Randomizer Discord, considering I'm playing the game right now. Only specifically for this this segment though. Didn't share it beforehand. That'd be weird if I wasn't actively playing the randomizer, I think. But I have had people in chat who know more than I do. Used to be there was one guy who was at the time just starting working on the randomizer, and now I believe has contributed like a decent amount to the randomizer, which is cool. Shout out to Seagull. Almost Seagull, was it? It was Almost Seagull. It's been a minute since Almost Seagull was around. I understand. You know, hey. I haven't been doing DK64 Randomizer that often. Or that many randomizers in general. Hey, let's see what's in this door. There's so many doors that we could see, pop into, and find out, like, oh, hey, we're in Japes. Also, we can't return now as a consequence of going through that door. That is a-okay because this level is resplendent. Is resplendent with places to check. This dude's got nothing for Diddy. Let's see, we got one tiny and one chunky. That is good. The gun? Wait, no, that was Mini Monkey. What the hell? I thought it was the gun. Why did I think it was the gun? I mean, maybe I was confused because he's the gun guy. Usually, I'll say, when not playing the randomizer, this guy sells you guns. That is probably something that's worth noting. Loading zone randomization is play. Usually, when you walk through these doors, you just don't go anywhere in the game, you know? When you walk into, like, an igloo, you don't go to a pirate ship. Wait, what was that? Was that... Is that a punch, or is that, I need to pay attention here. That was the punch. Good. I couldn't test it if it was one of the other two things. You know, I always forget that those two are just freely available. And maybe I should always have the Golden Banana count be a little higher than I think it should be, just because there's a couple of bananas that are just fucking gimmies. But I always forget about the gimmies, and as a result set it probably too low. Maybe 25 is a better number than 20, actually. You know, there's those two, and there's also one in the aisles that we didn't get yet. And also, all these, like, blueprints are gonna be really easy, too. This might be a very quick randomizer. I say 30 minutes in. Again, the timer is off. Sorry about that. I could just hide the timer. You know what? There's no point in having an inaccurate timer on screen. No point in having an inaccurate timer on screen. And again, if I wanted like a accurate timer and I don't mind it looking like booty. Hang on 1 second. I got an idea. Let's see now. Just gonna be quick. This is gonna be quick. Game capture. Create new. Don't make it visible yet. Specific window, please. And I want this one. Not that one. This one. And let me just, crop that accordingly. No, wait, it didn't work. It didn't work. I need to remove that. It looks like it, can't capture that using a game capture. It's gonna have to use a window capture then. Okay. It doesn't ask if that one should be visible or not before, making it visible. Does it really? Really should. If I do window capture... Oh, I just didn't uncoggle make it visible. Well, whatever. You saw my Instalink 360 controller panel. That's fine. There's nothing sensitive about that. Don't worry about it. Okay. Parallel launcher. And, I need to crop. 1 second. Let me go to my PC. Desktop. I don't got a keyboard at my my laptop, my couch, so I have to go over here. Excuse the green screen on my shirt. Okay, turn on this window capture and make it bigger and this session. Yes, it would be this session. Don't include the time I spent yesterday. Let's make this the right size. Okay, that's accurate. It's a little bit bootsy, but I think it might be what they call better than nothing. Let me put that where it needs to go. You know, in terms of OBS stuff. Should be right there. Keeps getting folded into groups it doesn't belong into. There it goes. Okay. Look good? Look good. Okay, back to the couch. This is a bit bootsy, but it'll do. Also, I need to make sure that doesn't, oh, what the hell? It, doesn't do whatever it's doing right now, which is get all weird and screwy. There it goes. It's fine. That's more maybe a Windows thing. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put this, tracker here. And, okay, we're ready. Where are we? We're in the Isles. We're about to meet up with Cranky Kong and get his moves. Right. Japes Cranky. We have gotten into every world, and we've barely been looking into any doors yet. Got the Chimpy Charge. Which, you know, I guess says, like, how long it can take to look into a few places. I'll say this timer also includes, like, the time it took to launch the game and do some break stuff, but it's closer than the previous timer was. I can zoom in also a little bit on me. Alright, let's do it. What was that? I need to pay more attention while I'm getting stuff. Okay, here's the thing that's what we got. They're in a different order than they are on my tracker. That's fine. That's allowed. Oh, they're like mine are like across. Theirs are like vertical. You know, my tracker's a little bit customized. Maybe most trackers are the other way. I don't have the coconut gun, so there's doors I cannot open here. I did the Japes gun guy, right? Yes, I did Funky Kong. So I think... Oh, also the crown is in the tracker. I should have removed that. That's not relevant to this playthrough, not relevant to this seed. I don't need those. So we can leave here if we want. Yes, we can. I think we do want. You know, right now, the more places we can check, the better. The only thing is that we should probably also make sure that we're opening up these checkpoints because, like, this will allow us to, you know, get around these worlds fast and get to the places we need to go. The castle, okay. Already been in the castle, so that's fine. I would like to go up that slope and, oh wait, is that door's closed? That door's closed, okay. Doors that I can go in right now in japes, I can't think of any. So let's exit level and go back to castle here. They did make it so that, these switches are like randomized by world, right? Like the order of them is. So we can do this. I assume I'm trying to make my face. Trying to make Donkey Kong's face here. Okay, nearly there. Hey! Oh, also, I've been not tracking the banana count. We're at 5. Sorry. Forgot about that. More focused on moves and such. And so forth. We had the big punch, so we can go through here, right? That means we can kick this guy's ass. It's a pretty good room. Yeah. It's important to have that be tracked just because, you know, we can tell, like, okay, well, we need 20. We know, like, how far we are towards that. And also every blueprint is becomes a golden banana as well, so, you know, converts too. So we have 8 and we need, like, not that many more. I'll say, like, I could do a randomizer of DK64 in, like, an hour or two if it has a setup like this, like I like. You know, it doesn't have to be a super long thing. The only question is, like, how long it takes to get to all the good bits, all the places we need to go, and get all the moves we need. Caves is a little bit challenging in that respect, insofar as a lot of its moves are in little areas like this, but not this one in particular. So even though we have access to, or caves, castle. Even though we have access to castle through, I want to get back into the castle. Even though we have access to castle, we only have access to the one Kong helper at this top of the castle. The rest of them are like somewhere else. How's it going so far? It's going good. We basically got everywhere we need to be, other than one check. Well, that's not true. There's multiple other checks that we need to do. Oh, your friend was here? Fantastic. In the chat. Gotcha. That's always nice to see people. Mario Maker 2 was good. Yeah, made some real meaningful progress on that. Got some good ideas kicking. I will slowly develop that out over time. Hopefully. Fuck. Well, I can pop into this door while I'm here. I haven't popped into this door yet. This is just a pass-through, but that's fine. I can pass through it. by the way, is Bandicoot like Donkey Kong but in 3D? No. The game in question I was playing between Mario Maker and this was like a indie game that was sort of inspired by both, sort of like a hybrid. It had sections that were like a Donkey Kong country style platformer, and it had other sections that were like 3D like not Conquer, like Bandicoot, like Crash Bandicoot. It was okay. Not like the best or sharpest or, you know, fastest platformer, but it's fun enough. Might continue. I suspect I will continue playing it off stream. Off stream. Is this can you get this by jumping? Good. Yes, you can. Okay, cool. I feel like the intended route might be to kill those bees. Do you notice that the bananas in this game are also in Donkey Kong? Yes, this is Donkey Kong. This is Donkey Kong 64. Oh, that guy, if he captures me, it's bad news. I should, slowly edge away. What was this level again? You know, we haven't been to, Forest. Wait. Oh, I guess... Wait, what? I thought we got the factory earlier, and this door led somewhere else. What the hell? How did that happen? I thought we were here in this conveyor belt room. Oh, right, no. If we exit factory, we go somewhere else. But if we go through the door, we end up in Fungi Forest. Okay, right, yes. Also, it occurs to me we can get the factory, but not by exiting level, but by dying. That'll put us at the start of the world, which will basically let us go to factory even without the requisite moves. It kind of reminds you of Mario Odyssey. Don't, I'll say, like, it is not that tier of game. It is much more about, like, just... No shade to people who like this game or love it, and I'll say, like, I think it's alright, but it's definitely not on that level. It's more of a very good game. And one that I think is really helped by the randomization and the fact that I played so much of it as a kid that, like, I know it well enough to navigate around and, yeah. And like, basically this randomizer takes this game and turns it into a new game. One that leverages my experience with the original game and turns it into more of a scavenger hunt. Not that the original game wasn't a scavenger hunt, it was just the same scavenger hunt every time. You know what I mean? And of course, you can configure it in all different ways. Like, I got here the loading zone randomization. There's a lot of people who don't play it that way as well, I'm sure. I say I'm sure, I know. Some other people I follow, they do it a completely different way, where, it's more about, like, going level by level and, doing a thing. Did you like scavenger hunts as a kid? You mean like in real life? I don't know that I ever did that many. Like, Easter, I guess. Easter, I guess, is a scavenger hunt, but... You can't stay for long, you might be back. Goodbye and good luck. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Proto Man, I appreciate it. I'll say, by the way, after we do the randomizer, the next thing up will be Space Station Silicon Valley. Not as, like, a big concerted thing, just, like, as long as I feel like playing. You know? It'll be somewhat looser and more disorganized than the previous segments. You know? Yeah, I can't think of any time I did a scavenger hunt, quote unquote. Let's see what's inside this door. Okay, it's castle. Do N64 games have lag like online multiplayer in Mario Maker 2? Yeah, there is a bit of lag when you play N64 games online, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, quite a bit of lag, unfortunately. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay, this is a maze, and I think it might kill us if we take too long. Also, I think I was turned around there, and the way that I thought was supposed to be forward isn't so much forward. If I die, where do I end up? I wonder. Yep. What? What's... Oh, yeah! This guy was always very scary as a kid. And as an adult, you know, he's no joke either. Oh, I guess he doesn't... He doesn't, like, kill you dead instantly. Which I think is gonna give us enough time to, Oh, Oh, this isn't it. This isn't the end. Just kinda looked like it. I think I got turned around again. Am I still scared of it as an adult? Not really. More annoyed as an adult. I more find this a little bit of a annoyance. Also, I feel like every time I get shot, my camera gets turned around, and that is making it harder to orient myself. I found the exits. I was able to get out, so that's nice. Let's not go in there again. Is the character in the game scared? No, they're very brave, except for Chunky Kong. Chunky Kong is always scared. That's his gimmick. That's his, personality trait. Otherwise, they are courageous as can be. I don't have the monkey, the Diddy Kong spring move, so I don't know why I'm jumping up there. I would like to return to Isles and start looking at some other doors. You know what? We went into this first door and sort of went into a bunch of other doors based on that. We never went into this door over here, which also comes with a free golden banana. We're in Aztec proper now, so that's good. I guess any door can connect to anything, considering that that connected to like a one of those doors. Why have you not heard of all these characters? I don't know. They stopped appearing after this game, for the most part. Several of them are in Diddy Kong Racing on the Nintendo DS. Diddy Kong Racing DS, the port of that game. But, I don't think they all are. Tiny Kong is, but I don't... Is Lanky and Chunky Kong in that game? I don't remember. I know, why am I asked? If anyone knows in chat, feel free to say. Yeah, I know I should call you Luigi Harajistain, but I like reading full names sometimes. It's fine. Takes a bit longer, but it's more uniquely identifiable. I don't think I usually do. I think I usually say Haraja Luigi Stain or Haraja or something. I don't know. You were saying that early, the retro soundtrack. I will say, for what it is worth, Sniper Scope. I'll say, for what it is worth, you're talking about the starting soon break music, right? For what it's worth, Bastion, it came out in like 2013, 2012 maybe. I don't know that it will ever count as a retro game. And that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Don't worry about that. I don't think any Nintendo 64 game will ever be, or sorry, any Xbox Live Arcade game will ever be quote-unquote retro. But I'm sure like in 10, 20 years, it'll be even harder to say that sort of thing, right? Right? That might be true. Weird animations on that bug. I don't know the name of the track, but it is from Bastion. From, the starting soon music is from Bastion, which is the first game that, the developer of Hades put out way back in the day. The first game that they put out way back in the day. Did I get the funky? I feel like I got the funky here in Aztec. And, what was that? I didn't see what it was, sorry. You're probably right that this is retro, though, as far as this game and its music goes. Okay, I got this, Oh, I just got the ability to throw barrels. That's not too important, unless there's, like, a specific bonus barrel that we get. You're saving this stream to your watch later folder because, you want to see it all and, congratulate on the, I assume you want to see it all, is the idea. Because to congratulate you on streaming career. I would say hobby? I don't know if career is the right word for, my, streaming record for what it's worth. Just on account of, it's not like a full-time disposition, nor does it make, like, that much money. Like, there's some ad revenue from, like, Twitch, some on the order of cents, dollars and cents, and there's some money from subscriptions on Twitch as well, also in the realm of like a couple dollars a month. But you know, I have a day job, so that's fine, and it pays well enough, so that's fine as well. I like doing the stream like a couple times a week. It'd be a lot more work if it was I mean, I think, like, a thing people say, right, as far as streaming goes, is that the big super mega successes, they, like, stream more often than not, right? They stream, like, every day if possible. I can't swim, so I can't get to the free banana for me. Okay. Well. This is like one of the few exceptions as far as the loading zone randomization goes, by the way. This room, because it has like a Kong in it, and also the other place that has a Kong in it as well. Those are exceptions. Also, the seat is set up so that some doors are opened by default, which makes it so that these worlds are more navigable from the jump. And less ass pain as a result. Maybe that's really not necessary. Maybe maybe it's overkill to enable that. I don't know. That's, not a question to bring up right now. That's not a question for right now. We got Baboon Blast. Very good. That lets us do the bonus games, the bonus areas as DK. Very nice. And I think with that, we've gotten all the Aztec ones that we can get right now. If I'm not mistaken, as far as moves. Hot or cold? Cold. With cold, you can always like you know, bundle up. You can always grab a blanket, and I do enjoy like getting under a blanket. You know, hell, if it's really cold, you know, that's almost a treat. You know, you get under like 12 blankets and get like as snug as humanly possible. Whereas like if it's too hot, what the fuck? You know, your only option is to wear less clothes, and there's a limit to that. There's a limit to that. Let's exit level here. Exit to aisles, right. Yes. Confused why it spawned me there. Is it saying that the... I guess that's how I got in. I got in using exit level. So the exit of the level hooks up to the other... The exit of the level hooks up to that random door. Okay. I mean, I guess... If you're talking like if I'd rather face like snow or fucking hot as balls weather, I guess hot as balls. If you're talking about the weather, that's different from that's a different question, I think. Just because with the weather, you can go inside and you can avoid it, right? You can only just pop out for a minute, and as just like a point of fact. If it's really cold and like icy, you can't go nowhere. If it's like really hot, that's fine, so long as you get into air conditioning stat, you know? That's like yeah. Where you live is really hot in Texas. Where I live is also really hot in Texas. It's pretty hot. I was watching a video the other day about how like DFW is big and stuff. I mean, I knew it was big. I knew we're like I know Dallas-Fort Worth is like second only to, or is like third only to like or fourth. I think it's fourth. Is right behind California or Chicago, as well as, you know, California and New York. Those major cities as far as population, metropolitan areas go. But, you know, it's rapidly growing and crap. It's, I don't really understand, like, the whole dynamics of why that is, but I don't know, I like being here. I like living here, so I guess it makes sense that other people would. And, I guess there's a lot of companies as well. Makes sense. I guess as someone who has never had to quote-unquote move for employment, and probably never will, considering it's a fucking area where people move to. I have never known like what that is like. Unless you count when I was a kid and my parents moved here, and that was like when I was 5, so this music seems very loud. You met another streamer 2 weeks ago who also lives in Texas? Nice. I'll say with this one, I can't do the glide yet. Shit. So that, because, you know, randomizer and all, so I'm really dependent on just jumping, lining it up, and just doing a mid-air bit of fuckery to try to get in, and yes, Good, okay. And as you can see, it's a little bit screwy. The hitboxes, maybe not the hitboxes, but you know, my luck concerning them, given them. Good shit. Do you find the tight timers annoying or motivating? I don't really think about them that much. If it's like a speedrun level, that's kind of fun. If there's like a challenge to it, if it feels like luck or just comes down to luck whether I get it or not, that would be annoying. That would be on the annoying side, yeah. Okay, we did the house, we did the house here. Let's just continue going through all the, let's just continue going through these overworld doors just to know where they lead, and also to hey, free golden. No wait, I don't have that one. Just to know where they lead and to get them out of the way. I mean, technically, we don't need anything. I don't know that there's anything we currently need. I mean, I think we need the 2 moves from Chunky Kong. 2 of the moves from Chunky Kong that are left. And that might be it as far as quote-unquote essentials go. And we do have access to, like, every world. You're studying stuff? That's nice. Various sorts of sciences. Never was much for study myself. But I did, you know, go through college 11 years ago. Okay. That's a way into forest. Let's see the other one there. How was college? It was 11 years ago. I barely remember it. It was nice. It was nice to have all that fucking free time. Like, geez, man. Back then, you just have, like, ungodly amounts of free time. You just do whatever you want, right? Like, your day starts. Oftentimes, you don't have a class until, like, 10. Sometimes you don't have any classes on Friday. You know, that's when you know you figured out college, right? When you figure out, like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When you say to yourself, hey, wait, I don't have to have a class on Friday. I could just have some Monday, Wednesday classes. Oh, can I even get over there? I bet I can. I just need to jump better than I just did. When you realize you don't need to have, like, you can just have Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, Thursday, and you specifically get a schedule for a semester that has no Friday class. It is just lovely. 3-day weekends every weekend. And also on top of that, like, you know, just 4 hours between every class that, fuck, is just nothing time. It's just for you. I would, maybe this is just me as a thing I would do when I have, like, 2 hours to spend, 2 hours to spare at college, but I would take my laptop, right, and I would find a nice couch at the thing. I'd plug in my laptop, and I would just, like, set up for, like, a couple hours there. Fucking fuck. I would just set my laptop up and lounge for, like, long as I could until it was time to time to roll, you know, time to go to class. You don't have any... You have classes on Friday, but not as many as Wednesday? Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes a class can be on one day. It's weird. It was weird, I guess, at the time, getting used to, like, classes being whenever you want, but, you know, since then, I've more than accustomed... I got more than accustomed to it, and then, you know, you get out into the workforce, and you just gotta do work every day. It's I'll say, like, I wouldn't say, like, as far as socially or video games or, you know, life, that college was quote-unquote, or high school was quote-unquote, a best of times. It was like a best of time, but as far as, like, free time goes, it is unparalleled. Oh, shit! Oh, shit, this is a good get. I mean, first off, I think that we have now enough, well, no, that's not true. We have, 5 of those and 10 of those. We have to get 5 more things before we can end. I suppose if I wanted to, like, make it hard on myself and make it so that it was, that this isn't so easy due to those free golden bananas, I could say, like, oh, not counting blueprints. Let's not count blueprints towards the 20. But, there's no reason to make this any longer than it should be. The reason why it's lucky is because, this is where one of the castle guys is. Orange throwing. We got grenades, basically. Cool, good, okay. Any advice for studying tips for exams? Oh, I had a whole fucking system back in college. I had a whole fucking system for studying. Here's what I would do. Okay, so here's the study process I used back in college, like 11 years ago. So I would comb through the book, right, or the study material, right? I'll say, for what it's worth, as a student, I had like certain strengths and weaknesses. Specifically, I was really good at math and the practical stuff. Computer science, all that crap. You know, I was a software engineer major. All that crap came natural to me. I didn't need to study or really practice that much beyond do the assignments, right? So, my study process was more geared to fix the other issue that I had, which is that there are a lot of classes where that doesn't work. Where it's not so much based on practical stuff, so much as memorization. And, here's the process. Okay. This is a weird place to be. Don't know it really helps us, but hey, another door. That's good. The process is this. It's the... where we just were? Wait, what? This is a loop. This is a loop. This is where we just were. We went through that door over there. What the hell? Okay, whatever. You found physics or chemistry hard? Not really. Not really. Practical stuff, I found easy. Here was the process that I used. Here was the process that I used to address my weak points back in college 11 years ago, 15 to 11 years ago, which were, while I was really good at, like, math and science and stuff, and computer science, really naturally, not without really trying or really, you know, spending extra time beyond doing assignments, I had trouble with, like, memorization-based stuff. So what I ended up doing was that I would comb through the material, like the book, and make, like, an outline. Make, like, an outline of, like, everything in the chapters, right? And specifically, I would leave, like, definitions blank. I would leave blanks in there. I would read through and, like, pick out, like, basically an outline that didn't include any relevant information, or otherwise had, like, multiple choice questions that, were needed to fill out, right? Then I would go play video games for around 2 hours or so. You know, I would do that for a while. Just let myself sort of forget about the assignment, forget about the study. Then I would come back, and I would go through that outline with all the blanks, and I would fill in as many as I could. Then I would grade that, and I would look at the result and go like, okay, so I didn't remember this, I didn't remember this, I remembered all this crap, like, without even trying, so can't ignore that. Basically, this gave me a good outline of, like, what I needed to work on and what I had down pat. And from there, I would just, like, really intensively study what few things were identified. You know, I would mark them in red if it's like, okay, I forgot this entirely. I'd mark it in like a pink color if it's like, oh, I misremembered this. That's like really a dangerous spot there, misremembering stuff. And through that process, I was able to do pretty well in exams and stuff in college most of the time. I will say there's issues with this process. It doesn't really scale very well. If the material gets longer and longer, the amount of time combing through and making the outline just gets more and more intensive. If you have a lot of them in like a short time, like, you know, an exam season, for instance, it's really hard to like schedule that many it's hard to schedule the process that many times. You know, at a certain point, it's like, okay, how about instead of playing video games, you do another chapter? And, well, that's like a good idea and stuff. It's kind of sad because it's more fun if it's, you know, it makes me feel better, like, in my head if I, you know, don't have to do anything for a bit. Breaks help me a lot, I think, in terms of the mental health aspect of that. It certainly has problems, and, you know, like I said, it was a process designed to help me with what I had trouble with. So, like, practical math stuff, I had no problem with that whatsoever. I got a perfect score on the math section of the SATs, and I didn't even study for that. I got that down pat, you know? So like, it didn't need to address that stuff, like, at all, practically. I just had to do the assignments and keep up. You're saying I'm so intelligent, you wish you met someone like me in college to help out? 1600? No. I scored, like, 800, 600, 600. That would be, 2000. 2000 on the SATs. I did pretty okay in the other sections as well. I mean, 600, 600, those are good scores too. Yeah, right? I basically got into, you know, I basically got a little bit of a scholarship just off that itself. Which was, you know, a few thousand every year. Not that much, but, what are we doing here? I don't know. I'll humor this, ice tomato. Oh, this is Splatoon. I follow this guy around and take everything he takes, and that should put me well in the lead. Unless I miss too many times. I did quite well in schooling in the STEM. Fuck. Okay, if you miss, it's really bad. In the STEM classes, the STEM courses especially. And did all right everywhere else. University is better than high school? Probably depends on the person, you know? I feel like with high school, you definitely have like, you know, you have like set classes, right? And you have like more of the same people all the time. And you definitely get like more of a rapport amongst like an individual class, and you might, you know, see them more or less all the time for the next like 3 years. Whereas like in college, it's a lot more catch as can't catch, you know? You might recognize someone and be like, oh hey, you're in like 3 of my classes. And then after college, you'll never, you know, it's much harder to make casual friends again. You know, just, you know, they're just coworkers and like, I don't know. If you like become like streaming friends with someone through like Twitch. That's a thing. It's like different as an adult, you know, as far as like that stuff goes. I don't know that I'd necessarily say, like, one is better or worse, but... whatever. We got the Cranky Kong from Castle. Good. I wonder if we'll see Beaver Bother before the end here.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Big Bug Bash is, like, close to Beaver Bother, but it's no Beaver Bother. I'll say there's gonna be 4 bonus games in, Hideout Helm, and I'm very curious if one of them is Beaver Bother. Regardless of if we do another minigame after this, which we might not do, I think we might have enough bananas to do... we might have enough golden bananas now. You have a friend that's in all your classes, except biology? Gotcha. That happens. I mean, with a friend, you can absolutely coordinate and be like, what classes are you taking? And then that makes it easy. That makes it easy to, you know, get a lot of the same classes. Cool, so the mushroom is what gets us into here. We'll see what we can do here right now. We can't swim yet. We still can't swim, so, like... We can't raise the water level. And I think that'll prevent us from getting at least one of the Kong helpers here. This one just has jack shit. This one is sold out. We haven't even been here before, and, just nothing. Well, we can't do... You know what? I think we might be good, though, because aren't the Kong helpers on the water here? What did you major in? Software engineering. Graduated in 2013. Like I said, it was 10 years ago. 11 years ago now. I guess every Streamiversary will be 1 year later. One more year. Soon 10 won't be the thing. It'll be all, I'll say, like 15 years ago. Time flies. You're majoring in biology? Cool, Super Duper Simian Slam. That'll be this one. Galleon. There's one location here where you might not be able to get it if you have, like... If you have the shops, like, being randomized amongst themselves, then Snide requires you to raise the water level, but the other two do not, so... We'll be able to just grab them, and then probably leave, because this is a water level and we can't swim. I mean, we can doggy paddle. It's not like we drown or nothing. Imagine if we drowned. That would be a cool upgrade in, like, a Metroidvania-style 3D game. Where, like, oh, you know, you jump in the water and then you fucking drown. And then eventually, like, oh, here's a swimming upgrade. And suddenly all those pits are, like, let you go underwater and swim around, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that would be too much. Maybe, like if Psychonauts, which famously has, like, water being a death trap. If Psychonauts suddenly said, like, okay, all water now is not a death trap anymore, what would that mean for, like, would you backtrack to all those levels and go for a swim? You might. I mean, with Psychonauts 2, I was definitely enamored with it to the point where I was definitely going back in there and playing some more, even though there was literally nothing to see. Do I have the jetpack yet? I do not. Let me just check that real fast. Yeah, no jetpack. Tracker is all correct. Double check that. Oh, I thought she said instrument. I didn't get an instrument, though. I got the weapon. I thought they changed the dialogue so that it matches what they actually give you, but maybe they stopped doing that or rolled that back. I remember because there was a moment where, like, if Funky Kong hands you the triangle, he says "ding ding losers," which is kind of a funny thing to say. Kind of a funny thing to say, clearly. Ding ding losers. Let's go. I think a water level can be fun, but generally no. Water levels are infamous for a reason, unfortunately. Infamous for a reason. And they come by their infamy very fairly by being slow, monotonous, and unable to be sped up a lot of the time. I do think, like, Rayman, the Rayman style of water level, also shared by, yeah, I remember Shiny Hunter. I remember that, viewer. Your friend, yeah? Gotcha. I think that the Rayman style of water level is pretty cool. Also done by Tropical Freeze, Kaze, and I think that Nikoderiko game that we were playing earlier. I switched the game on Twitch, right? Let me double check that. Yes, I did. Okay, good. If I had forgotten, that would be worrisome. Did I switch the game on the YouTube side other than changing the title? That's a good question. Let me make sure. Let me go to that and make sure. No, I didn't. Whoopsie. That's fine. That's fine. Let me change that right now. I did change the thumbnail and the name. I just didn't change the game title, which I don't know how that affects, like, discoverability. But it probably does, so I probably should make sure that is right. My new style, by the way, with the YouTube and streams like this, where there's, like, multiple games and stuff, which I'll say I haven't done as many of since I started streaming to YouTube as well, but the new style is definitely to, like, have the current game be, like, most of the thumbnail, and then have, like, the next game be part of the thumbnail, so it's clear, like, okay, we're doing this, and next up will be that. You know, I think that's just a good way of doing thumbnails. And making it so that it updates. The only thing about that is that it's, I have to take a break between the segments to, like, switch all that out. Because it would be, like, a little bit of a hassle to walk over there and do it all live, you know. Which is fine. Taking breaks is a good idea. Truth be told. Okay, we just got the other move in Forest, and like I said earlier, I think we're pretty much good. I'm not mistaken. We did get the Gallon move in there. As far as checks go right now, we just have factories checks and the one castle that requires a different loading zone to find, and also the loading zone, there's another one that requires a specific loading zone for Isles. I think we basically got everything we can get. We should check out factory, and to do that, I still don't have what I need to like, get into the back door here, but I can just, like, die here, and if I die here, I will respawn. I will respawn. I will respawn at the entrance of this world. Also, I will try to get this this golden banana while I'm here. Oh wait, I can become invincible. I have that fucking move. I have this move. Why was I damage boosting? Well, actually, I do need to die, and I do need to die. I do need to die here, so it is good that I took all that damage. Intended. Yes. Actually true. It was truly intended. And by dying, I get to factory, which is actually kind of hard to get to the point where there have been randomizer runs where I was just like 2-3 hours in and not found factory yet, because there's, of the worlds, it has the least loading zones that lead into it, I think. We were really lucky to find it like as one of our first things. Though, you know, I didn't, like, go in until now. Yes, that is just something that, like, you know, makes sense to me. We have so many golden bananas and so many blueprints. I think we're fixed good. I believe we are officially fixed good as far as blueprints go. I think we do need Invisible Monkey to get into Helm, though. Because... in fact, I'm going to ignore that guy because I'm pretty sure we have enough. I think we need blueprints to get into Helm. Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong? Which is your favorite? Oh, that's not even close. It's gotta be Diddy Kong, because Diddy Kong is faster. Ask any speedrunner, they'd tell you the same thing. Ask any casual player, they'd tell you the same thing also. They would also tell you that. It is pretty much universally agreed upon that, Diddy Kong is just who you want to play as in Donkey Kong Country. And, you know, in DKC2, they're more even, right? They're more even between like, Chunky, or between, like, Dixie and Diddy. You know, one is slightly faster, arguably. The other has the hover move, which is invaluable. I mean, I guess if you ask a casual person, they'd say Dixie Kong is way better. I think there's, like, a indiscernible speed difference between the two of them, which makes it so that people do like to play as Diddy Kong in some cases in DKC2. I think they could be balanced better, if I'm being honest. I say that, but it is still my favorite game. One of my 2 favorite games of all time. Facepad. We just got the Diddy, that move. Why can't you see Twitch messages on YouTube chat, by the way? The reason why is because Twitch has a policy that says, that you're not allowed to have cross-service chat. You're not allowed to merge the chat. They made this policy when they started making it okay for people to cross-stream, like, literally just over a year ago. Which is, by the way, when I started streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, though YouTube VODs existed before that point. YouTube was always a place for VODs, and more recently it's been a thing. Your friend gets away with it. Your friend does that. It's more of a thing where they get away with it, though. I personally just don't want to be in violation. I don't want to be in violation, I want to be in compliance, and I am in compliance with all of Twitch's policies on the matter. If that ever changes and Twitch doesn't, like, publish it big style, yeah, no, I'll, let me know and I will find a bot, I will do the thing, but that will be dependent on policy changes. And I don't know if they're gonna do that. I'm very uncertain about that whole deal. Let's see now, didn't get the hover. We got saxophone slam. Still missing these ones, and we still can't swim. Okay, cool. You use Restream. You can never fully merge everything. Like I said, it's against Twitch policy to do so, but if you get away with it, hey, more power to you. You know, I wouldn't rat anyone out, that's for sure. I'm just saying, it's against policy, and I would not, I would not fuck around with that myself. Probably I don't need to be that scared. You know, I'm not that big. A lot of smaller and bigger people are getting away with it all the time. But, I'm fine without. Hey, a bonus game. Let's see what that bonus game is. I kinda just wanna see if we can find Beaver Bother.
Welcome to bonus stage.
This one again. Yes, that is their policy, as inane as it is. You're allowed to use Restream. You're allowed to restream. I'll say, by the way, their policy, Twitch's policy, only affected affiliates and partners previously. So, like, if you weren't either of those, which, you know, you might not be, you were not affected previously. I think currently it is for everyone, their policies on restreaming. But they're, you know, they allow restreaming, so it's not as bad as it once, as the original policies that they had on the books were. Let's see, to get to the last, to get to Funky's here. I don't even need this. I don't even need that. I mean, right now the count seems to be that we have, let me see. How many blueprints do we really have? We have 8, so I have miscounted at some point. And, I don't know who has what, but, we definitely have enough. We have more than enough to finish the game with. With 20 gold bananas being the point. Is there another sequel of Glover? No, there's not. There's not. There was going to be. It got canceled back in the N64 era. And also, like, the return of Glover is kind of a weird thing if you think about it, because it was generally not really that well fondly liked back in the day. Very much critically panned, not terribly successful commercially, I imagine. But, you know, there's enough nostalgia for it somehow that people have, you know, when the rights went up, people bought them. I got the Gorilla Grab. I need invisibility for... I need invisibility, and I just checked the last one that's easy. So that leaves 2 last places we can find. Okay. Thoughts on self-promo? I'll say it's something to take it easy on, in general. You know, there are streamers I know that are big on, like, allowing it. I would say that, you know, my answer would be, yeah, if don't do it, like, too heavily. Sometimes if I bring it up, or if it's like a raid, you know, there's contexts in which it will come up and it'll be obvious to talk about. But, like, I do generally want to keep things on track is the only thing. You know, I do believe that it's important to support, you know, other streamers and stuff. Do I allow it generally? I wouldn't encourage it generally, but, you know, it's not like I'm going to blow a gasket if it were to happen, you know? I'm just gonna be like, okay, you know, do it within reason. And don't get carried away. Kinda looks like... Huh. So. Yeah, so, So, where we are right now is there's 2, if I'm not mistaken, which I believe I've been tracking everything pretty closely. If I'm not mistaken, there's 2 checks left in the game. Both of them are in their own load zones. Both of them are in their own loading zones. I can get that, but there's no point to it. So right now what we need to do is just check as many different load zones as we can. I exit level. Where do I go from here? Okay, I go here. Beautiful. That's kind of where I wanted to go. So I'd like to try out these other doors. Like I said up top, even with the luck as good as we got there, the limiting factor was never, it turns out, the golden bananas. But was in fact the fact that there is still 2 loading zones we need to find to get 2 more checks, and then get the ability to turn invisible, which will allow us to get the last thing, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we need invisibility. Ugh. You have to go have dinner? Have a good one. I am just realizing I'm trapped in here because I can't swim, so I can't initiate a swim, so I can't get out that door. Also reminds me there is a load zone underwater that I can't get at in the overworld. That's fine as well, though. What are you gonna do? I still don't have a lot of moves. In fact, I don't have multiple moves from multiple people. How is this possible? If there's 2 things to check, how can there be... a little confused there. I'm confused in multiple ways because there was a single one of those guys in like one of the checks had nothing in Galleon. So how can that be? Ugh. Okay, let's think for a second. Let's find some doors that we haven't done before. This area doesn't have any doors. This area, I can't get up onto the roof yet, but I can do for Diddy Kong. I can do that Diddy Kong door. So I need it to be night so I can do some stuff at night. And then I need to get into that door. This is perhaps the most frustrating part of loading zone rank. I say the most tedious part, which is that, like, oh, after you've gotten as many gold bananas as you need, but you still don't have the one last move, and wouldn't you know it's in the one last location. There's just no 2 ways about it. You just gotta go the distance. You just gotta go check every door that you can think of. And that's what we're doing here. We're checking doors. Okay, this is not it. This is caves. We've already been here before, too. This is also not it. But there are some stuff in Castle we haven't done yet. There's multiple there's things. One of which is this load zone here. It opens a door when you do this barrel blast sequence. So let's do a barrel blast sequence. Hey. I think if we hadn't had to do this, we haven't. All the other barrel blasts are for door or for like, are for golden bananas, and we're fixed good on those. So. Aim better. Here we gotta hit all these, rings. I think there might be just the one left, the one that we missed earlier. We missed it again. Okay. Fuck! Itchy trigger there. It's okay, it's fine. Just relax. And during this time, why don't I think of other places in this level I can look? There's a lot of doors where you ground pound on a switch and you go inside a door in this level where you go inside. All of those could have something. We did the 2 back and forward gates. We did those. So those 2 are good. Both the one on the back and the one on the front, right? Did the both of them. There's 2. Right? I think so. That's right. That one just looks like the ring is lower than the barrel is. Tricky, it's tricky. Damn it. I'll say I did not have that much to eat before the stream. I had some breakfast, and I should have had some lunch, but I didn't do. But also the breakfast was really close to lunch. I will say I still have right here next to me. I still have a whole bunch of Halloween candy. So, you know, I might help myself to some of that. Had trick-or-treaters the first time this year. For first time ever. Apparently, since this apartment has its doors on the outside, some people trick-or-treat here. Didn't know that there was any apartment where people would be trick-or-treating, but, so be it. I got some, peppermint patties. Ooh, those are good. I also got some Doves. I figured that these were the best, like, pure chocolate candy. I usually like my Doves, refrigerated so they're cold. But they're pretty good, room temperature, too. I also buried, like, 5 Linders in there. Just to be like, you know, I thought it would be fun if, like, below all the regular-ass candy, there was some fancy-ass candy. Just like a couple. And, most of those remained after. And, apparently I've eaten all of them that are in the bowl themselves. I have, like, the rest of a bag. $5 gets you a lot of, Linders. You know? Why is that so hard? $5 gets you a lot of linders. So I have, like, most of a bag, like, over there. On my, you know... on, like, a piece of furniture in my apartment. On a table. There we go. I mean, it has, like, a cabinet underneath it, but, you know, it's like a table cabinet type thing against a wall. Categorizing furniture, that's not a... There we go. Too soon, too soon. I wish these mini games were randomized, so that when you like went into one in the say you went up into this one, right? It'd be cool if it was possible to be this one, but also if it could be like the one from It'd be cool if it was possible to be the one from, like, World 1 or something. You know, the easiest one. I think that'd be cool. Why not? Or the one with the brambles from Funky Forest. God damn it. Watch this be for nothing. Watch this be for nothing. You have to hit it really early. I should do it on the way back. What do I want this to be? Well, obviously, there's two load zones that have there's two areas that have like Kong helpers. There's also inside the inside the mushroom. There's a lot of stuff inside the mushroom. And if I could get to the top of the mushroom, that would also give me access to a lot of doors. Let's see. Nothing. This is what they call a dead end. This doesn't lead anywhere. There's not like a monkey port in here, is there? Oh, there is. Hang on. Okay, still a dead end. That's, this is not a place. Not a useful place. That said, hey, getting me back outside near another check. Kinda convenient. I believe this is another dead end. Yeah, this is just the boat. This is just inside the boat. There's only one entrance and exit to all these boat areas. I got more peppermint patties than I got, like, Dove chocolates, by the way. I figured that since they're so big. I figured that like, peppermint patties and Doves, those are two reasonably premium chocolates that people might enjoy, that the kids might enjoy. I don't know. Kids like those. I like those. And, that's good enough reason to pick it, I figure. Ballroom. Well, hang on. I'm gonna open up this candy, so I don't get knocked off here. But this is a good place. This is really good. With this location... Maybe really good is a stretch, but at any rate... This gives us access to a new, location, which is this, this door. Which, in turn, gives us access to a new location, which is this door. Which, in turn, puts us into a dead end. Okay, no good at all, no good at all. Ah, well. Could've led somewhere, could've led somewhere. Without the ability to swim, which just to confirm I still don't have, right? Without the ability to swim, I'm not sure, I can make it over to that boat. Oh, maybe I could if I glid, if I had glided. Now I can't get back. Does the boat have a loading zone in it? I don't know. I don't remember. I think it might just be a golden banana there. Okay. Where the fuck else? Where the fuck else can we go? Top of the mushroom, inside the mushroom would both be great places to go. If we had the ability to fly, which again we don't. If we had the ability to Diddy Kong fly, we could get up the top of the mushroom and do stuff that way. We don't, so... So... What can we do? Wait, can we climb up here? Oh, hang on. With this, we don't need to use the warp pad. We don't need to do that. We can just get up here this way. Okay, shit. And since we have the ability to, like, switch Kongs at whim, we can do all this crap. Okay. That's nothing. That's a dead end. But what about this one? I think this one is also a dead end. I'm not sure. Yeah, this end is dead. I think the other end is... I think that's a dead end. I think that's a... Well, we can check. We can check. Weird that you respawn there rather than at the exit. I guess that's a clue that this area is, like, special and weird. Dead end. Exit level. Okay, let's think for a second. Let's go down from the top of the tower. Look for any doors that we didn't go through yet. Did we go through this one? can't remember if we went through this one, but we might have done. Yeah, we did that, Chiggy. Definitely did, I think, the first one that you see, where you hit a switch and then you go to a slightly farther area to do it. We did this switch. We did this one. I'm gonna run right by it. I'll say, by the way, of the two loading zones we need, of the two areas we need to get to, the one in DK Isles is harder to get to. It has like a single solitary place that it can be, or rather, it's connected to one loading zone. It can only be one place. The other one, I believe, the one in Castle, has 3 loading zones that connect to it, 3 exits and entrances. So, so it can be multiple places. It can be multiple things. There's the one in the water down there. There's the one around back. Is there like a third doorway or something? Or do we do all the doorways? Okay. With what we have right now, we can do Jungle Japes. We can do the molehill there. There's actually a lot we can do in Jungle Japes right now. Considering that we have coconuts, we have Diddy Kong, we have the ability to shrink. I can't recall 100% how you get back into Jungle Jays, but there's enough loading zones where it shouldn't be that hard. Maybe it was this door right over here. Or the door around back, I forget. Why does this game have the same music as Mario? It's composed by the same guy, Grant Kirkhope. It's different music, though. It isn't the exact same. Quite. Well, I bet Fungi Forest has the answer. I bet we exit to Isles from here. I bet we exit 2 aisles from here. Oh, we should do exit level, not exit to aisles. Haha. I forgot which one it is. And... woods. Really not remembering like how I got to Japes, but it really wasn't that hard. Got there pretty early, so it must be somewhat easy. Just relax and find our way there. Oh, was it exiting level from here? Might have been exiting level from here. Nah, but that guy's back here. Back to castle. Going through... I bet you one of those, like, there's still plenty of places we haven't checked yet. Let's try these other igloos, for instance. I think we only tried, like, one of them. Same composer, and also same company, making these two games. I mean, I would agree that it'd be cool if... God damn it. Locking me in here. Exit level. This will be faster than, beating the thing. I would agree it would be cool if this level, if this game sounded more like Grant Kirkhope, right? If it had been composed by Grant Kirkhope. I think that'd be cool if, like, the two series had, like, distinct composers and distinct, like, styles, but still good music, I don't know. Sort of an existential question. Why they have so much in common. Okay, this is another one of those dead ends. There's no exits here other than the one that we came in on. Ugh. I think I did the triangle one before. Where the fuck is this trash can? To think where that trash can is. Is that a good place to bop out? I mean, I think I tried the triangle before, so this is as good a place as any to exit level, I think. Oh no, that would be I remember being here before. This is one of the places I've visited a lot. This is Creepy Castle? Oh, that'd be the pail that is next to the greenhouse then. This was also Castle, right? Also Castle. I'm sure there's not like a second door on the underside here. Well, I know there's at least one, and I can't remember where it leads, so let's go there. I always, on some level, assume this is going to be pretty straightforward. Oh, hey, there's a door that I haven't been in before. Okay, new door, new door. I found a new door. Oh, oh, oh! This is it! This is where, the castle Candy Kong store is. What are you selling? No! No Chunky Kong! How can that be? I am very confused now. Do we not need the invisible monkey to get through Helm? Or do we just not have the... Weird. That not every move is, seems to be attainable. I mean, certainly there's, like, multiple moves from characters that are missing. And I think I've accounted for all the Kong helpers except for a couple. They didn't give Snide moves to give out, did they? If they changed Snide so that he has moves to give out, that would... I have not accounted for that at all. And also, I don't think they do that. Oh, wow. We had some bad luck there. two of the doors in this area lead to each other. So literally that one loading zone was the only one that could have gotten us to here. Huh. What do you know? Well, it's not like it was a very helpful check anyway. That's very strange, especially because there were Cranky Kongs that didn't give us jack shit. Who had nothing. So what's the deal there? I guess when we get to hobbies, I really should talk to the ghosts and see if there's like hints and stuff. I really have not played that much of the randomizer since the hints became more of a big thing. Okay, good. Hey, this is how we get to here. Let me check by this fucker, make sure he doesn't have moves. He doesn't. But also, you know what? We can turn in our shit. Ugh. Oh wow, you still can't skip. You can't skip this, even in the randomizer. Huh. Would have thought that'd be a simple quality of life thing they do. Let me just go ahead and change all those blueprints into bananas. Okay. Need to Donkey or Diddy has some, I don't know which. I think Diddy Kong might have one as well. But doesn't really super matter because we have enough to we have the amount that I have put as the number. So we could finish this if we had the moves required to finish this. Did I just like not get all the moves from a certain like Kong helper? If that's the case, and that's why there's like multiple moves missing from, you know, honestly I don't know if that could even account for it because I'm missing swimming, I'm missing swimming, and I'm missing like multiple Chunky Kong moves. So I would have to have missed. I would have to miss stuff from. I would have to miss like a bunch from 2 that I actually checked. But like, I'm pretty sure they should all be. Oh! I did miss one. Okay. Come on, invisibility. Oh, he said potion. He said potion. Pineapple launcher! Oh. Okay, so I did mess up there and left there before emptying that fella out. But did that happen anywhere else? I don't know. More places to check. We got more places to check. Right there. That boulder. I wonder if the tutorial barrels can have moves in them. Because they do have moves in them. Here we are! The last place where there's a Kong helper. Perfect. Okay. That's, I didn't know how long it would take to find that. And I'm glad it didn't take more than 3 hours. It only took more than 2 hours. Ah, it's a general upgrade. It's the ability to swim. So... let me see. I saw... did I forget to do one of the galleon people, maybe? Did I just do one of the galleon people and just left from there? Let me see. I definitely saw the 2 people in... I definitely saw everyone in Castle. I definitely remember doing everyone in Caves. Forest. I definitely did both of the forest locations, I think. Factory, it's pretty straightforward. 2 of them are in one place, and I definitely did the last one as well. Factory, that's what I meant. Definitely did Aztec and Japes. We just checked. Oh no. Well, at this point, loading zones won't help us. So that's fun. You can mark aisles off. Also, just double check that, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's are missing. Let me see. Checks. There's a menu that'll be helpful. Kong cages. Is there no marker for, like, moves or Kong helpers? Because those could also have moves in it. Weird that that's not tracked. Crown pads, golden bananas, melon crates, dirt patches. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything that would tell me, like, which areas I actually properly cleaned out, because I think let's check, how can this be? Let's check the water level. Which is not that hard to get to. For what it is worth. Also, we can swim now, so hey, that's something. Presumably, whatever one we missed is a whole one. Not like half of one. And thus has like a full lineup of stuff. Did we not do one of the ones over here? That's what I'm thinking right now. Not over here, the other way. There's literally signs pointing like, hey, White House, lighthouse over there. Still, I get, all turned around. I thought I did this one. Yeah, this one's sold out, and the other one, the Funky Kong. Also sold out. I definitely did everything in Japes. I definitely saw Cranky Kong in Aztec. Definitely double-checked Am I sure I did Aztec Candy Kong? Not like 1000%. That'd be the next one I would say I'm like in doubt of. It's like the simplest door to go into. Let's see what the exit of this is. Maybe it's Aztec. Alright, no, it's here. Best way to get to Aztec. Best way to get to Aztec. Well, I can go to the lighthouse and go in that door. I don't know. Also, I can raise the water now. There's some underwater stuff with the mermaid place. I could go in there. At this point, if I'm not mistaken, it has to be something that I thought I checked and did not. So does it even make sense to like manually just be checking everything, or just... It might not be a bad idea to just pull up the spoiler... A spoiler log. Do I have a spoiler log? I don't know that I saved a spoiler log when I generated this seed the other day. I don't think I saved one. Okay, there we are. Exit level. You know, Candy is all the way on the other side of the level. Maybe I didn't go over to Candy. Maybe I got part of the way there and was like, I don't know. I think when I died, though, I took that opportunity to go see Candy. And if I did... What? Fucking... What could it be? Okay. Again, it's not like sneak is in play. That dude cannot have anything. And what the fuck did Are you kidding me, myself? I unlocked the teleport pad and teleported away? Wow, that was... What the hell? I can't believe I did that, but... Shit. We probably could have... I say probably. We definitely would have finished this like an hour previously if I had, fucking checked that shit. I'm sure, like, you can look at that moment... And if anyone was paying attention, they would have been screaming at the time. Fuck. These randomizers are so confusing to me. Yeah, especially with the loading zones being all mixed up and all. They are just hard as can be. Hey, we got the last moves in the game. We have everything. Everything we need to finish. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! How you doing, Trainer Derek? Yeah, I'm probably not going to use it for much either, considering that, I got everything I need to finish. We gotta go to Hideout Helm now. I'm going to, exit to aisles. And let me just do a quick save state to be safe. I'll say with my current setup, the randomizer does not actually save properly, so I need to make sure to not quit, or else I would lose my progress. I say this because I'm playing on the one I like to, rather than the one that works right. You just tried Shadow Generations? I tried it as well. Oh hey, there's a load zone we didn't try. Where do you think this leads? Does it lead somewhere good? What do you want to bet? Hang on. Let's just check this real fast. Good or bad location? It leads to inside the mushroom. That's good. That's really good. Actually, I forgot that was over there. How you liking it? I bought it myself. I think it's okay. I don't know. I will say though, if I had to compare Sonic Generations and Nikoderiko, I'd probably rather play Nikoderiko, which is like an indie DKC-like game that is a bit slow compared to like proper DKC or thereabouts. You replayed base Generations first, and Shadow is way more fun. I believe that. It has like an overworld and the ability to stop time, which is kind of neat. That's kind of neat in that, how you can stop time. Yeah, so you need to be able to turn invisible to use these vines, so that's why we couldn't get here before getting Gorilla gone. You'll also see I needed to get 20 golden bananas, which wasn't very many, turns out. We got, like 20 minutes to do not that many, let me... We got 20 minutes. It's set to have, two phases of the thing. So it's not gonna be full length or nothing, but we will have to do 4 random mini games, 4 random bonus games. I am very curious. Where's the way up? I am very curious. What's the timer? That's the amount of time that we have before we game over. On the bottom. I guess it was good that we got this move too. I forgot that the there might be an option to like speed up Hideout Helm by like making it so that you start at the room with the mini games. Because I don't remember doing this on the last couple times I played the randomizer, and also that this would mean a lot more was required to beat it if that was always the thing. Maybe I sped it up. That's crazy. Yeah, it's part of Donkey Kong 64. This is like the penultimate thing in DK64 before the final boss fight. I swear that I must have... there must be an option to, like, start after all that crap, because I don't remember having to have Gorilla Grab before. What's this? What's the second timer? What's going on? What the hell? What am I being timed on? Do I need to get into a door? Which door? 1 and 2 seem to be closed. What? There's a star in the air? There's multiple stars in the air. I need to be... Man, this is, you would never figure this shit out? Yeah. I think it's just like one challenge for each of the Kongs. One challenge for each of the Kongs here. Good that the coconuts are infinite, though. Why are the coconuts infinite? I guess because there's not coconuts to collect here. Okay, that opens up the first one of these. You're so ass with the jetpack too, yeah. If you played this game and you don't know this part, I take it you never finished it? Tell you the truth, me neither. I could never get past DK Arcade back on the original N64 version. Wait, weren't there supposed to be minigames? What happened to the minigames? I thought there were gonna be minigames. Oh, maybe like 2 of them have minigames and the rest of them are just free. Okay, that's how it works. It's not that they are just like all open from the start, or you don't have to like go in and you have to claim them. How come you have to punch all these gates down? Doesn't... Seems like it's a weird, like, process. I mean, this game is long as hell. It's completely fair to not have finished it. Okay, here we go. Here's... I'll say that we have to do 4 minigames here.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Fuck me, I hate this. I hate this one. Okay. Not that fast, but it, moves slowly enough where it sort of psychs me out. There we go. We got, 10 seconds. Ah! Yeah. You'd always get stuck around the cave or the water level? Sure, okay. That makes sense. I guess if we had gotten more Kasplats, we'd have a lot more time.
Welcome to
Oh my god! Again! Are you fucking kidding me right now? Do we have enough time? Not like that, no. Oof. I'd rather have Beaver Bother. I'd rather have had Beaver Bother.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I was hoping to see Beaver Bother. The laugh sort of psyched me out there. Damn it! Oh. This one takes so long, too.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Like, best case scenario, it's like 30 seconds. Oh. Fuck! Okay, gotta do it all on the first try here. Yeah! Ah, that's so close. Okay, we have 8 minutes and we got 2 more mini games that we will have to do. They could be anything. They could be bad ones. Though I have set it so that it doesn't allow the hardest versions of them, if that helps. I'm gonna hope for training minigame. I'm gonna hope for training bullshit. Is the third one on the ground floor or something? What's the deal? Where's the third one? Where's the third one? Let me become Diddy Kong and fly around and find it. Okay. Alright, this is more minigame. 7 minutes, let's go. Maybe I should have just grabbed every blueprint I could, rather than at a certain point saying like, oh, we got enough, let's just keep going. Then I would have more time. If I had gotten more blueprints.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Okay. This one's not bad. This one's not bad. Easy, easy. This one's fun. I like this one. I'm glad that it came up. Hit the buzzer. Good clipping. Good looking out. I'll clip some stuff myself eventually of this stream, I am sure. Though, who knows, I'm really behind on clips. I clip things like a year after at this point. Okay, this is like an actual one that would be one of these games. What the hell? This is like Tony Hawk. This is combo system. There's kind of not enough to really maintain big, long combos here. Ugh. Okay. Cool, we have 5 minutes to get the last 2, and I'll say, the way that it works is that, this is set up such that I only need to do 2 of those rooms. The rest of them are freebies. Oh, hey, the door opened and the timer ended. Okay, cool. I guess... I guess you don't have to just literally go grab them if they're just already there out in the open. Okay, cool. Oh. The combo for Windows was real stingy. Yeah, and the amount of beavers that were appearing was not up to snuff. That was not beaver bother, but I was bothered by those beavers. I wish we saw beaver bother, even though we didn't get the incentive. There was an incentive earlier to make all the mini games, all the bonus games, beaver bother. You know, oops all beaver bother, as it's sometimes called. And didn't meet that incentive. Maybe another time, maybe another time. Good lord. Yeah, that's why I'll say, like, you know, it would be just every bonus game, not just, you know, I wouldn't have to deal with it a lot, necessarily, but it was 5 subs. I put it at 5 subs for that. Do those automatically turn in? I forget. Let me see if K. Rool is there. Nope, I gotta go turn in. You can set it up to auto turn in, but I didn't. Ooh. Well, let's see what phases of K. Rool we gotta do. It's set to do 2 randomly, I think, right? Yeah, so we got Lanky Kong, and I think we might get Chunky Kong as well, is how it works. I forgot that these rounds have timers too. I guess punch them in order. Okay, come on, give me that banana. Good thing we can throw. How's the volume, by the way? The volume good even in this fight? Okay. Need to put it like, not there. Good? Okay. Where'd my banana peel go? Oh, there it is. It's in the middle. Okay, I gotta be more precise than that. Okay. We should bring K. Lumsy back? They should. That'd be a fun... That'd be fun. This timer is rather low. We gotta hustle a little bit. Yes, it sure is a boss fight. I could have gone with 1 phase and no one would have complained. the last phase is perhaps the least bad, too, so... Whatever, though. Oh. It's fine, we'll just go pick up this one. Let's start with this one first. Motherfucker. Okay. I wasn't on the pad. Here we go. That's good enough, right? Okay, good. Also, he turned around and got into it. Oh, we have 4 seconds left. Okay, let's do it again. Fuck. Boss fight. Where are the things? Oh, they take a second to come out. The Frankie pep talk. I was just so... I'll be honest, I was just so out of it, I didn't even read that. I'm sorry. I should have done. That was for me to pick up my spirits and get me back in the fight. I felt really defeated there. Because I was really defeated there. Where is Wild? That's true. Fall on it, please. There you go. I was worried he might be able to get around it if he, like, took a circuitous path. Do I still have... I took a lot of damage during that first fight. I still have all that damage? That's not fair. The fuck? Really? Why does it work like that? I mean, I guess the idea is that you repeat the round, and versus like starting the fight over altogether. But I only have this is my first round, so it doesn't really make sense. The beta ends soon. Did you mean to say that in a different chat? Is Dan streaming something right now? I think you might have the wrong chat, Rock Party. Is Dan streaming right now? Unless you're like doing like a swing at DK64 for being like about being like messy. Dan Tack? I don't get that reference. Wrong chat? Okay. Different Dan, then. Different Dan. You have multiple Dans in your life. I see. I guess I also have multiple Dans in my life. As far as, like, media people named Dan. There's Dan Reichert. There's a comic writer, a webcomic writer whose name is Dan, I know. There's Danny O'Dwyer, I guess. There's like some YouTubers named Dan as well, right? There's like a bunch of Dans, I guess. different Dan from Game Informer. Even multiple Dans from Game Informer. Eh. Isn't there a YouTuber whose name is Dan? Is Folding Ideas' name is Dan? I didn't dress up for Halloween, but I had some trick-or-treaters who came over for Halloween, and I had to, like, rush to get some chocolates and candies to give them. And by the time I got the... By the time I got the candies, the rush was mostly over, but I gave out some candy. And also some, like, leftover candy from Japan before I went and got some. Okay, this is the last round, and it's DK. Yes, this is it. This is gonna be the final round. There should be 2 rounds. There should be 2 rounds here. I don't know what the deal is with this round. I don't remember it very well. Is it scummy to save state right now? I'm gonna do it, and then we'll think about if we need it. You know what? This doesn't look hard. This doesn't look hard. Just jump over the things, jump into the barrels. I feel like this is... Oh, you gotta wait until he showboats. Okay. I feel like this is the one... I think this is the one... Did the Pikmin not go off? The Pikmin go off there? Let me see. Lost the connection there. Okay. That ought to do it. Hang on, let me make you right. Let me make you whole. There we go. Let's see. Here we go. Where's the noise? Where's the noise? Okay, that's screwy. I'll fix that. I'll fix that later. Let's play this game now, okay? How about we do that? Yes. Okay, okay. Oh, that's a phase. Timing there is pretty precise. Okay. Gotta be fast on it. What the fuck? How quick is the vulnerability there? Okay, you know what? Maybe I have to wait for, like, multiple to go by. 1, 2... Or time it really, really well, like that. What is Lanky said? Hawk to a... Okay, here we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gotta count to 6 on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there we go. Except he wasn't. What? Thank you for doing it. There was supposed to be just... There was supposed to be just 2 rounds, right? Was it set to 3? That's not right. Well, I'll fight him. But I thought there was supposed to be only 2 rounds. Did I set it to 3? We will make do. We will make do. I could have sworn it was set to 2 rounds of K. Rool. Oh, there it is. Let me do another thing. Yeah, I don't know, someone hacked it or something. That's possible. Let me just do a save-a-rooney there, just to be on the safe side. He's home. Should be homing, so they should like home into the thing. All right. Do a second one there. You wouldn't be able to do this part? Yeah, it's scary. And things are getting pretty goddamn close. God damn it. Let's try that again. Do over here. I'm not fighting that whole fucking boss fight again. Come on. I swear I said 2. I swear I set this up to 2. This is nonsense that I'm even getting this many rounds. I should have set it to fucking 1 and had it be Chunky Kong. I can do Chunky Kong. You love everything about the game except for playing it. 100% fair. I think that is a very fair sentiment, and one that is shared by a lot of Donkey Kong fans. Fans of Rare, fans of the whole thing. Come on. That time we did worse. This homing ammo is less useful than the regular ammo. Also, it doesn't home on the actual thing that we want to home it in on. So that's fucking great. Do over. Audible. Let's go. We're starting with like half health, so that's not ideal here, but whatever. What we got for this round. That was the even worse. This boss fight, man. Okay. Stuck in the thing, stuck in the thing, stuck in the thing. This is boss rounds, that's right. Maybe I misread the thing. Maybe it was like, not boss K-Rool rounds you need to do, but boss rounds already completed or something. You know, maybe it was backwards and I have to do 3. That's bad. It should be how many you have to do, not how many are pre-completed. I think any randomizer that words it the other way just has it backwards. And I've often been confused by randomizers that phrase it like that, you know, like, oh, medallions required would make sense to me. Medallions already collected, that's backwards to me. I think that Ocarina of Time Randomizer in particular is one I think about that has that dichotomy that is just confusing. Oh, it's aiming, they're homing into, his dumbass. Worse than useless. Actively getting in the way there. That glove is dumb, that's right. Of the gloves that I have, had contact with recently, you know, last week I finished playing Glover. This is the most frustrating one. This is the most frustrating glove. And the glove that I love the least. I do not love this glove. Okay, here we go. Go over here. Line it up. Oh, when you fall, you, like, get pushed a little bit. Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad. Oh. Oh, come on. I saw peanuts popping on the side of that fucker. I saw peanuts popping on the side of that fucker there. God, this boss fight might have sucked also. This boss fight must have been terrible to actually do, like, before the advent of save states and such. Like, Jesus. Imagine, you know, this, but after you fail, you have to start over again from the jump. I mean, I think Tiny's and, like, I think this one might be the hardest one, and, like, maybe Lanky a second. Come on now. There's 2. You sort of have to be going up at the right time and down at the right time. I did handle Lankies, that's true. Honestly, the other ones aren't, like, that hard. It's just that I don't want to repeat them. You know, I feel like once beating those is enough for me. Come on. There's like a cooldown for when you can shoot, so... And you can't see the fucking where you're shooting. I mean, I'd hover, but that's not helping either. Hovering just, you don't have the time to hover before the fucking boxing glove is on your ass. If you want to snipe it from afar, it's like you're shooting blind. I'll tell you, I don't like Tiny Kongs either. That much, honestly. Somehow I hit it from the other side. Oh my god. The first time was the closest time. Can't believe that that's how this has to be. That was a pretty quick round. You know what? Let's just, that was a perfect round. I'm gonna save that. He fucking got me with the fucking light. I got hit by the light. All right, there's one. I have a feeling this is it. This looks like it. In fact, fuck it. I'm just gonna... This is good enough. This is a good enough starting point. Just gonna make a save there. I lost 1 health up to this point. That's more than good enough. Wow, what the fuck? That was nearly perfect, but hey, again, I think. All right. That's round 3. How many rounds do I have to do, really? I swear I put it at fucking 2 rounds. I didn't put all... I guess it was set to 4. Why is it set to 4? I assume that this is the last round. Why were there 4 rounds? I swear there was supposed to be... There was supposed to be like, I don't know... 2. This should be the final. This should be the final. My understanding is that DK64 Randomizer always ends on Chunky. Always ends on Chunky. So if you set it to 1, it'll always be Chunky. And Chunky's pretty easy, so it's not a bad idea, honestly. Pro tip, you can make it so that all you have to do is... You can make it so all you have to do is this fight. Timing there is weird. Really? I was fucking like... Fucking kidding me, this guy? There we go. Last hit in DKC2 that always gets you. Yeah, that first K. Rool fight in DKC2 it can be hard. It's one of the very, very stressful boss fight, that one. This one is weird. You have to delay it a bit. That ought to be it. What the fuck? Why do I have to do all of them? I swear I never have said it to be all Kongs. Some fucked up shit. Some fucked up shit. This is not how I configure my seeds. Give me my barrel. Okay, you know what? This one isn't hard. It's just annoying. Just you gotta dodge shit and, you know, be good. Are you fucking me right now? Okay. I can just hang out here. Take it easy so I can come over here. It's weird how this restricts you in, like, left-right movements, when the game previously has never done that before. Like, you're sort of moving on a 2D, on a 2D business here. Proto Man, you're back. Am I winning? Yeah, kinda. I will say I did use some save states because it got pretty fucked up. I'm pretty sure I set this to only have 2 phases of K. Rool, but all of the phases of K. Rool have been here. And this is the last one. And, I could not be more annoyed. I do not like fighting all these fucking K. Rool phases. They're unpleasant to me. Donkey Kong's one is okay. But otherwise, well, I'd rather not fight him. Oh, come on now. Did the same one twice there. Oh. Okay. Yay, we won. It was supposed to be 2 phases. I don't think I've ever done, in a randomizer, the Donkey Kong phase of this fight, even. So, like, I've never done all the fucking things. I definitely fucked up the configuration here in a few respects, clearly. And also I missed, one of the Kong helpers, specifically the one that would give me the moves I needed. So, not the best as far as time goes. That took, like, over 3 hours. This one's dedicated to Rare Fan Doja Cat. That was a thing that happened and that I talked about on Friday, yes. 2DS, 2DOS, Almost Seagull, Balam. Almost Seagull sometimes has watched this channel before. I think another one of those developers has rated before, too. But, you know. But, hey. When I was doing, like, the randomizer or something. Before, in the past. Okay. Is this custom? Is this how it was in the original game? I don't know. You know what? I don't know the credits of DK64. What they look like vanilla style. This could all be custom, as far as I know. It didn't do the cutscene this time, where Funky Kong comes out with the boot. Didn't do that cutscene after the phases were randomized there. That's interesting. I bet this is all vanilla. I bet this credits is exactly as it was. That was a fairly normal randomizer run. We had some good luck. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Did the alert go okay? Work? Good. Okay. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Big time. Oh, I just noticed that that this cuts off the 3 on the timer. Whoops. I fucked that up too. I guess I did it like pretty early on before there was an hours digit. Hang on, I'll fix that real fast and then you'll see the time. There we go. I fucked it up earlier because I had I was using the thing I had set up for timers, but I started it like 10 minutes late, so I figured like, let's just use the in-game timer on the parallel launcher. And turns out I cropped that too much. Too much crop. 3 hours, 23 minutes. That's the final time. Around about. A little less than. Probably 5-8 minutes less, considering that, you know, menus and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to the couch. Oh! Well then. That is DK64 Randomizer. We did not see any beaver bother whatsoever, but what else is new? That is not a surprise, I think. What are the odds that we would get beaver bother, honestly? Like 1 in 20 or something per barrel, and we didn't check enough, I guess. I don't know. Well, I'm happy, I'm satisfied, I am tired, but not that tired, because the stream will continue. The next segment is up next. What is the next segment, you ask? Yeah, that's right, it won't save. That's fine. That's fine. We didn't get I've never seen a sporadic crash on this dealy-do. But as you can see, my file is gone. It's fine, it's good, we know we did it. Oh, also, I didn't check off the Helm key when I got it. I didn't think it was that important, honestly. Next up, I'm gonna play another video game. We have recorded evidence, that's right. I did save state a lot, in fairness, so it wasn't like clean or nothing, but I would not have configured that boss to have all 5 phases. Something got screwed up in configuration. I think it is fair game. I would have just had 2 if I had my choice in the matter. Anyway, next up is Space Station Silicon Valley. There's no high concept to it. Just, I'm gonna play some Space Station Silicon Valley until I'm tired. It is 9 o'clock right now. We'll go for a couple hours of we'll play Space Station Silicon Valley for a bit. And yeah, everyone's used save states before. Oh, for sure. I'm just saying, you know, if you're caring about the time, it's whatever. Anyway, let's I'm gonna throw to a break. I'm gonna change the YouTube thumbnail one last time. I'm gonna change the game on both sides, and maybe I'll grab like a pretzel rod or something. I haven't eaten since breakfast. Hello, y'all. How's it going? Back from the break, and now it is time for the last game of the night. That is to say, Space Station Silicon Valley, and let me unpause that so it can get going and give us like a prologue here. If you don't know Space Station Silicon Valley, It was made by Take-Two Interactive, that's the publisher, and it was developed by a little company called DMA. DMA, what happened to DMA, you ask? Well, they're not called that anymore. They got a new name sometime after this came out. They're now called Rockstar. They're now called Rockstar, and this is like their first game ever. I guess it's not going to give us the prologue since I already watched it whilst doing some tests and stuff initially. Maybe it will if I give it a minute. But, or maybe if I start a new file? Let's go, let's do it. Hey, so here's the plot. After some amount of time, a space station has returned, that's full of robots and stuff, has returned to Earth after being missing for like 1,000 years or something. So Earth sends out these two knuckleheads to take care of it, and they're like playing with the radio or something when they should be driving. And well, take a look at what's gonna happen here. See, like they're heading to Silicon Valley, space station, Silicon Valley. That's hit music for groovy cats. You just don't dig it. Is the robot supposed to be... I never thought about this, but is the robot supposed to be like, No, I don't know. I was wondering, like, Oh, that guy's name is Dan as well. The human in this situation. We're the robots. We're the robot. We're about to crash. How's the audio, by the way? How's the audio? Let me also look at the MISC audio capture. That wasn't working. Can y'all not hear this when I throw Pikmin at myself? Weird. I don't hear it either. Touch quiet? Touch quiet, okay. Let me look. So we crashed, right? And our robot body got jettisoned into space. I'll fix that later. You know what? I'll fix it later. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. By all accounts, the Pikmin audio should be working. Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird. I'll look at it later. Okay, you want more audio? Let's wait until we hear some music. So we got smashed, and now we're a microchip running around, and what we can do is we can kill things and take their bodies, and we gotta do, like, various missions in the world here, okay? Does that all make sense? They're listening to the radio in there. And he's gonna make it play diegetically now. There we go. Now we got diegetic music that our robot is hearing as well. Let me do a quick test. Little more volume. How's that? How's that? Is that good enough? Is that loud enough, or do you want it to be a little louder? I feel like a little louder is what y'all looking for. This seems fine to me. How do you like it? Does this sound good? So we got some energy, so that's mission number 1. Mission number 2 is we gotta get a sheep. By the way, like, realistically, sounds good enough to you? Every time you possess an animal, you like a breakdown of what's their deal. Like, you know, they're a sheep, They're from Europe. They got skill A, skill B. That's your A button and your B button. Their properties, various properties. And, yeah. You do your missions, and then the exit gets opened. Here's the dog. Dog is from Europe. It jumps and it bites. It has excellent water resistance. Mass is medium, armor is light, strength is medium, average traction, fall distance medium. Guess it means it can fall a medium distance. Production? What the fuck is production? Guess like how many there are? Before we leave this level though, and I'll say by the way, I have no huge plans here. I don't plan on like playing like the whole game or something right now. And in fact, there's a lot of this game that is like really frustratingly difficult, such that I wouldn't do. I'm gonna kill all these sheep because there's a thing. And I'm not sure like which one it is. Evo, I like sheep! Stop deactivating them. Oh, but there's a bonus though. I need to find the sheep that is in love with my dog here. I need to find the sheep that is in love with this dog. And there's also these collectibles I guess you could get. I've never like been like the most interested in like 100% doing that. Okay, I forget. I wonder if we got this sheep, because I don't see any other sheep. But also, I thought that if you kill the sheep, it's like, oh, why? Why, Robert? Why are you doing this to me? Well, maybe it doesn't do that. I don't know. Well, here's the point. Here's what I'm driving at. If you take the sheep, and you put them right here, the sheep that is the lover sheep. Okay, you take the lover sheep, right? I hope this is the lover sheep. See you later, Proto Man. You take the lover sheep, right? You put it right here, right next to the exhaust. And you bark at your guy, that makes the engine go off, and if you got the right sheep, it becomes a collectible. I don't think we have the right sheep. That was not the right sheep. Where is the right sheep? You lose health when you're not in a robot, so you want to be in a body at all times. It's kind of cool. Each body has strengths and weaknesses, you know? Okay, let's try this one. We won't get, like, super collectible focused here. I just want to demonstrate that it's a thing. See? See? Look, there it is. There's our collectible. It's a heart made of gold. On account of, we took this dog's love and we burned them to a crisp. I think a lot of them are not so weird. Oh, you know what I'll say? Also, one of the collectibles is, like, bugged and cannot be collected. So, like, literally cannot, you literally cannot collect all the things. Literally impossible. Alright. Get sheep in the thing, get a mouse with the wheels. Okay. This is all pretty straightforward. I'll say right now why I wouldn't do this as like a full playthrough or nothing. Difficulty curve. There are some major issues with this game in difficulty that rear their head like towards the back half of the first world, to the point where, you know, to the point where it's where it gets like frustratingly difficult, where like the back half of the world is like borderline impossible. At least I would call it that. I don't know, maybe y'all would be nice, or maybe some people are like, it's not that bad. It's just really goddamn hard, and it doesn't give you that much chances, and sometimes you can just screw up a mission like that. And besides, you have to figure out how to do the missions, which are a whole hassle in and of themselves. But like, fortunately, once you get like halfway through the world, it unlocks the second world, and you know, we can just bounce over there, and World 2 is actually very reasonable. World 3 gets pretty hectic again. World 3 is definitely a harder world that is like scary from the jump. But World 2 is chill, and is so throughout. Alright, I've secured some sheep. So I will now get a sheep body for myself. These sheep, they're not very smart. They could just jump out of this pen because they can jump, but they don't. It's funny, the draw distance here. I think I got it rendering in a resolution it wouldn't have been able to do on the N64. Things above a certain distance become like indistinct blurs, I suppose. This dog is being very aggressive on me. That's not good. This might be for a collectible. Whatever, it's strictly speaking optional. I should probably get my dog back and kill that other dog, so that this place is safe. Safe for me. Oh, come on now. Back off, buddy. That guy's still following me? Dude. What a dick. Okay, you're gonna be chill now that we're just dogs here, right? You're gonna be chill about us dogs. If you're supposed to be a sheepdog, that's not very cool. Like, I don't think you're supposed to just bite away. Now, so far, we've seen some pretty normal robots here. Right? Like, we've seen a dog that bites, we've seen a sheep that floats. Pretty normal, pretty usual stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. I guess that you use the sheep to get those optional collectibles. But we gotta get, to finish this level, we gotta get a mouse with wheels. That mouse with wheels is like over here somewhere. Oh, hey, it's dead. I forgot how that worked. I thought you had to, like, race something. And you can see here that the mouse with wheels cannot jump, but it can do like a boosty boost. It can do a boosty boost and make the tail point go out. And here's a dog with wheels and rockets. And it wants to race. This is, strictly speaking, unnecessary. But, what the fuck? It's pretty fun. Like I said, we're just playing the game to have fun here. You can see that all my meters, like, they deplete as I use them. So right now I have barely any blue left. And that would give you the rat collectible thing. Again, like, there's some optional collectibles in all these levels. Except for one level where it's bugged and you can't collect it. The rat with wheels, by the way, I do believe you can take it into the water. I believe it'll start taking damage as soon as it is submerged. So watch out for that. So you can see there's 4 quadrants here. They are Europe, snowy. It's not called snowy, is it? Is it like Antarctic or something? There's like the jungle, and there's the desert. I think one of them is just called Europe. This means basic, normal. Deactivate the big machine, deactivate the electric fence, get something soft and fluffy. Okay. Let's go, let's do it. I forget if those despawn after you, like, make them appear, if you don't collect them. I can't jump, so I can't go that way. And again, just cannot handle water, this fucker. Alright. By hitting all those switches in a fast enough time. Turned off the machine. Turned off something or other. And that also did a thing. Alright, that just makes a bunch of those funny little orb things. Those funny orbs appear, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm not trying to get them. Look at those in the distance. Those, like, those orange boxes. Do you know what those are? They're dangerous. That's what they are. Those are foxes. Okay, I bet that the rings aren't the thing. But I'll give it one more try. I don't think the rings are important. I think this is like an optional. But we'll see how this, how that do. Okay, I think there's more rings. Like some over there. They're not a timed thing. Okay. I don't want nothing to do with those foxes. Fox versus mouse, I don't think that's a good matchup. Mouse is too small, and the fox has too effective of an attack. Go ahead and kill all of these things. Okay, I got something soft and fluffy. Let's go. The teleporter is active. I guess... When did I deactivate the big machine? I'm not sure when I deactivated the big machine, but apparently I deactivated the big machine. We'll get a fox eventually. We don't need to get these foxes here. You need to get up high and then float down. If you're wondering what the foxes do, I'll just get in their way. They sort of just like hit you with their tail. Bow, 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 something like that. And they apparently are aggressive. And will continue to want some of you. A lot of the animals, they're very aggressive towards you or other animals. It's normal for them. I think down there, that might be... Hang on. This is another animal. And I shunted it all the way this way. This is a sheep with a spring. A springy sheep. We actually probably don't want that right now. We probably want the regular sheep because it can float. But it is cool to grab it and do a thing. And see its like DNA analysis doodad information. I'll tell you where I would like to get to in this game. I would like to get to the winter area, and I would like to do a good chunk of that. Ooh, hey, that's open. There's a couple more of these Europe levels that are perfectly doable, though, so let's just keep on with Europe until it gets, like, brutally hard. This ain't it as far as brutally hard goes. Ironically, the mouse is a bit squirrely. Ain't that a odd thing? Here there's a ram to defend the sheep for the first time. I'm gonna kill it, and now I'm a ram. A ram is from Europe. It can jump and headbutt. It's water resistant. It's light. It has medium strength and average traction. They don't understand what's going on when their ram buddy starts killing them. The ram cannot float. Now, here we're gonna have to deal with perhaps the first, like, big dangerous fella in the game, right? Like, we've dealt with foxes and dogs, right? But, like, normal style, who want to come up and bite you or, like, do other type things. Here, there's a bit of a different story. This is the rocket dog from earlier. Remember the rocket dog with the wheels and the rockets? Guess what happens if it sees you? It starts shooting you from a distance. And, you know, fuck. These forms, they don't have projectiles, even if they have, like, really nice horns. Even if their horns are nice. They have the range, they have the firepower. It's not a pretty matchup. And, Christ, did the explosions even hit you from behind this crap? And oh god, they're smart enough to know not to get in close. Like, the best you can hope for is that smashy thingy hitting them. Which, did not work so far. It's still around. And being awful threatening. Let's see if this will work. Let's see if this will work. This is a matchup that we cannot win. Ah! Yeah, that's not doing that much damage. Truth be told. Maybe, like, if it gets a direct hit. I would like to go get a health if I can. You would think you could abuse, like, the AI or something and trick them, but they are programmed to retreat and to stay at range if their thing is being a range dude. Come on! God damn it. Free tour thing. Maybe that dog will stop under the thing if it sees me nearby. So. Okay, cool. I just had to lure him out and get him to be squished by the thing. Let me get out of here. Let me get out from under here. The racing dog. Fuck me! Oh, I could have turned off the thing. Didn't think about that. Didn't think about simply turning off the fucker. Okay, now that we have the racing dog, we're in pretty good shape. Like, we can just massacre anything that isn't as big and bad as us, right? What are the missions here? Grow some carrots, raise the bridge, switch off the electric fence. A lot of these goals are, like, actually required, low-key. Like, you need the, I believe, the carrots here to get up to the next area that you need to go to raise the bridge. So, in some ways, in some cases, they are just, like, showing you where to go. Some of the time. Not like, always, to be fair. Okay. Now that we're up here, we can hit the switch or something and get a path for our dog to go to the house. All right. Now, where's our dog? It's over here. This is not yet difficult, by the way. The levels get difficult soon. This is still pretty straightforward, pretty easy. You know, they even have a way for you to kill the dog built in. And like when you're going up now, you're going up against foxes. But like racing foxes particularly, who are fast and stuff, but they're not like they don't have missiles. And like how effective are you if you don't have missiles? There's also a regular fox that we saw earlier. It can teleport? I really don't know what production means. All right. Very good. The engine room. Okay, I think the engine room is the start of Europe being way too hard. Let's give this a try, but like, this ain't gonna happen. Just straight up, I'm just gonna warn y'all now. So the engine room has these bears that are running around, and they are bears. You know, they'll fuck you up. They were barely doing any damage, and they're basically killing us. And there's a dog with a rocket. There's bears running around here and rocket dogs, and also these the rats that are dropping little explosive devices, little turds, little turd mines. And also now the objectives are getting a little more obscure. Like you gotta get like a. You gotta get like a key card. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. So let me see. We need a key card. You need a bridge and a security door. Well, I guess we've done a lot of those things in the other levels. It's just I don't know this one as well because it's hard. And Europe kind of continues being about this hard. Maybe we should try our luck with one of the other enemies. Oh shit. I got exploded with... Also, by the way, this is like tank controls, you know, tank controls. Forward and back moves forward and back, and I turn with left and right. And there's the bear again. Also, it's a big old maze as well. Big old maze, big old maze. Just go in there one more time. Let's just go in there one more time. But, like, this has always been the place where I have said, like, you know what? Fuck Europe. I'm off to, the next world. I'm off to start doing that whole business. What is this area? Did I just teleport into a wall? Can I get out of the wall? I've never seen this before. I've never gotten out of bounds in this game before. What the fuck? I swear, this has never happened to me. I didn't know that, it could. Fuck around in the engine room for a minute longer, but, like, I don't think I'll be able to make much headway. There's that dog with the missiles. Let's try our luck with the missile dog. I mean, I'll say, like, we are not a bad matchup with him. So long as we keep trying to close the distance, he can't really hit us. Seems like he doesn't have that much health. If I can get the missile dog, I'll be feeling a lot better. Ah, yes, good, okay. We got the fucking missile dog. I feel like with the missile dog, we can take on the bear. Alright, we got him to halfway down. The recharge time is a bit long, but what can you do? Whoa, Jesus. We got a bear. Grab and lob. Bear frenzy. Not very water resistant. Huge. Power lift, very long. What does production mean anyway? Seriously, no idea. I like how they tap their foot like that. That's, always cool. Now that we have this guy, we can like move stuff around. We see something that needs to be like moved. That's his job. The scientist? What the fuck do we do about the scientist? You need a key card to pass through here. Do we kill the scientist? Oh, jeez. Oh my god. No! No! Fuck. It's hard to control these wheeled animals sometimes. So you can see it gets hard to deal with the enemies, and once you do, it's like you still gotta figure out what the fuck you need to do, where the fuck you need to go, and how to deal with the other guys that aren't the ones you already killed. Let's go to the winter. Let's go to Snow Joke. Where does this say? Oh, you know when we capture something, it'll say like which region it's from. Snowblower, big computer, get a husky. You start off with a penguin here. This guy can throw snowballs, and he's a pretty fun little dude. It's a fun little dude. A really good starter creature. You know, with the snowball attack, you can kill basically anything you need to kill. What's our missions here? Snowblower or husky? Okay, and switch on the thing. Can I beat that husky with just snowballs? Uh-oh. Okay. Ah! Ah! It made it up the slope. But I killed it. Good, okay. And now I am the husky. Ugh. The fighting, all the creatures in this game are so, like, nicely janky that it's kind of surprise that playing with them is kind of, like, weird and works just well enough such that pulling off anything feels really, rewarding. Like that. Like what just happened. And now I get to bite people. You know, robots. Huskies can climb hills, sometimes, maybe. Maybe not this one. That's another husky. You think it'll be cool with me? Yeah, we're buddies. We're cool. Nice. Unless I were to attack. That is a penguin. It'll probably be less cool. Oh, it's actually pretty chill as well. And, you know, until I try to kill it. And successfully, I might add. Ah, this will be the big machine. Big computer. I see another switch over there. That's probably whatever the other thing is. I hear something bouncing. I made it night. Well, I'll be. Ugh. Well, that's a jumping jackrabbit. Oh. They pound the ground and make it quake. Ice is the environment here. This is the ice world. Okay, that's fine. Europe world, ice world, jungle world, desert world. Doesn't seem that effective against those dudes. They have pretty high health. I need to touch this. Bet you the rabbit is really essential here just for like getting over this this area. All right. Ooh, solid level. Like I said, I think that the ice world is a lot less... I would say that I think that the whole ice world is doable. Scanners detect a high metal energy buildup in this area. It's coming from preserved heads of the professors lying around. Go get them. This mission, I gotta get some heads. What do you miss? Proto Man asks. This is Space Station Silicon Valley. Basically, I'm a microchip that hijacks different robots. Here I'm a husky, and I gotta go get a jackrabbit. I gotta go get a rabbit. So I gotta kill them and, like, possess their corpse. Now I'm a rabbit. I think the second world is a lot more doable, and I will say, like, I don't think I ever, as a kid, or ever, period, beat all of Europe, right? Even with save states later in life, I never spent the time to get through all the levels and figure them all out. But I did, as a kid, beat all of Ice. So, it's not as bad. You unlock Ice, like, 4 levels in before it becomes, like, super hard. The engine room, that's the first hard level of, this. What is this fella? Oh, hang on. Another rabbit. Check this out, it's a helicopter rabbit. That's the Hell Rabbit. It's from Ice, it flies, it bombs, it has, it's lightweight. Runs on kerosene. And I think this will be good for fighting these walruses with. It looks like we kind of have no limit to our flight ability. So we can just, we don't have to land or nothing. Get these fucking walruses. Do we need a walrus? I guess if we can fly, we probably don't need a walrus. But I would like a walrus. Here we go. Now we're a walrus. Speed boost homing missiles. Huge mass. Poor traction. I don't know what production means. Wonder why they have weapons. Well, this is this is a space station that has been taken over by the robots. So, like, whether they were designed with weapons or whether they got them, like, after they turned rogue, who can say? But the point is, we've been sent here to stop them and to put a stop to all this bullshit. All this, this bad business. Yeah, it's a cool game. Again, it was made by the people who would go on to be Rockstar back before they were called Rockstar. And it is jank, but it is also, like, very ambitious and cool. This is not the one I wanted. I want the one that flies. Where's the one that flies? Hey, walrus, don't mind me. I'm just here for my my helicopter. Yeah, I found it. It's over here. Very helpful. Hey, what the fuck? What are you gonna do? You can't possibly describe an area where I need to go in this. It's all just, there's a lake, I guess, frozen over lake. There's the area we started in. I'll say these flying, like, camera angles aren't much better than in Donkey Kong 64, but I'm not gonna like give a shit for it nonetheless. How many heads are there? I wonder. I bet there's a third head on the other side. There we are. It's in the place next to the thing, next to the thing. That's right. Across the gap. Across the gap. Now that I got all the heads, the teleporter is active. It would be really cool if like Rockstar were to make a sequel to this. You know what I mean? Like, we're to do like a new Space Station Silicon Valley, like 20 years later, 30 years later, 25 years later. This was like 1998. So yeah, it's been 27 years. Wait. Like 26 years. 26 years. Maybe 25 if the dates don't line up quite right. You know, dates are weird, or years are weird. If they did that, they would be brave as fuck. Like, who would buy that? You know. But also, they have so much money from GTA, they could just make that, and it wouldn't matter. They can afford to spend billions of dollars on GTA because it's already paid for by GTA 5, GTA 6. They can spend that many. Kill that fat ugly bird! Get rid of that stupid statue! I love these mission objectives and how dumb they are. Kill that fat ugly bird. You know, I wonder how much you can tell that this was made by the GTA people. But you can tell a little bit that it was made by the GTA people. Even if they weren't like going like full on offensive yet. Fuck you, bird! Come back here! Come back here! Goddamn bird! I can swim, right? Good, yes. There's fish in the water. Is that a corpse of a walrus? If it's just a... Yes, I think that's a corpse. That's a corpse. Good, free walrus. Space Station Silicon Valley, that's a hell of a thing. I like it a lot. I'll say I might like it more than their other games. I don't know. I have a lot of nostalgia towards this one. Do I like it more than GTA 5? I mean, I'd be more likely to do everything in GTA 5 and to finish GTA 5. You know, GTA 5 doesn't have quite as bad, like, difficulty spikes. So that's worth noting, but... if we're talking just, like, affection... Gotta be this one. Just in terms of pure affection. I'll tell you a random story, randomly. Other day, I was heading over to, I often have, like, dinner at my parents' house on Saturdays. And, you know, I'll head over there pretty fucking late because I want to, like, sleep in and watch some anime after I'm awake. And, I'm pulling into my parents' house, right? And I get a call from my dad. He asked me, like, where are you? Are you awake? And I say, huh? You know, I pretend to be kind of sleepy. I pretend to be sleeping a little bit. And I say, like, okay, you know, what's for dinner? And he says, like, yeah, he says the answer. It's like steak or something. What was it yesterday? I forget. But he says the answer, and I ask, like, well, what is it? And he says, like, well, if it's right now, it was like 5 o'clock. It was like 5:20. If it's right now, you won't be here. And, I laughed and, hit the garage door opener button and said, like, oh, I'll be there. Actually, I said I'll be there first, and then he said, you won't if it's right now. And I said, oh yeah? And I hit the button. That's the exact order of sequence there. That was very funny to me. Oh right, you got a parachute as the penguin. That's great. Okay, that polar bear looks scary. But he's not really doing a very... He can only poop. He can only poop. Oh no, he can't. He can fire it. Ooh. I thought he could only poop there. I thought he could only poop there. It is very sad. Brilliant says, Proto Man, thank you for saying. I like to do that sort of thing when I'm just about to pull up. Just like, try to pretend, try to like, you know, not give a concrete answer. And just, pull up right away, right after that, goes down. You'd be surprised how many times he will call right as I'm pulling in. I mean, it was, you know, less than an hour before dinner. So he was really wondering, like, what the fuck? I'm always there. I'm always there eventually. He really doesn't have to worry so much. But, you know, whatever. If I say I'm gonna be there, I'll be there. If I say, nah, I'm not gonna be there, that's a different, you know. Sometimes there's circumstances, you understand. But, like, if I say I'm gonna be there, I'll be there. And I wouldn't just, you know, cancel without warning. Okay, we made it. Maybe we should leave the polar bear alone and not pick a fight just yet. It seems like snowballs aren't going to do much against artillery. I'm in, like, the mid-late game, by the way, of Metaphor. That game's fucking good. Some stuff has happened. I'm in, like, the second to last stop of the big trip around the whole map. I'll say, I got the achievement for anyone who, like, knows the game, right? Or knows this... where exactly this would be. I got the achievement for visiting every town just now. Oh shit, this husky on sleds was really easy to kill. The ski husky. I think the ski husky is what we want to use to get maybe the polar bear. No traction here, though. No stopping power. There have been a lot of amazing plot twists in the last, like, couple hours that I played yesterday. It was very hard to put down, given the quality of the plot twists. And it is also perhaps hard to not just play some more right now. And, you know, stop streaming and do that, I guess. given that, how much good shit is there, and, you know. I'll say I did predict a couple of the plot twists. Not gonna go into details or nothing, but I figured it out like a half hour before the characters did, and before all the details were revealed. One of them, not all of them. One of them I had no fucking idea. Two of them I had no fucking idea. There were like a couple of really good plot twists once you get around the map to that, I guess it's not a spoiler to say that it's one of the last of the 3 capital cities that you get access to. There's nothing spoilery about that. Obviously, eventually you go there, and the plot goes in unexpected directions, and oh boy. What are our missions now? Get rid of that stupid statue. Okay. No! Don't quit. Okay, what's the deal with this stupid statue? This would be the penguin. Okay, I remember this. The thing about this is that you need, you need to weigh down these switches. So we need to get some corpses and put them onto the switches. Fortunately, we already have one such corpse, the one that we left. So we can go get that. Maybe, like, do some fishing. I guess the way that this bird works is that you can't... You can only gain so much height on one flap. Some fucking height, seriously. Ah! The splash damage there. Aw, damn. That's rough. How unfortunate. Yeah. Completely. Anyway. I'll say, this is a lot easier. This is a lot easier right here than anything in Europe after the point where we bailed out of Europe. Like, this is difficult, and you do have to be very careful. But it is also just very doable. Very doable here. I'll say again, no plans for the rest of the week as far as Tuesday goes. Usually would do a Tuesday stream, but first off, did this whole all-day stream today, but also Tuesday is going to be a big day here in America, and I bet I'm going to want to just like stare at the results of that whole situation and stress out about it, and I will do that. But I am thinking I would like to do something on Thursday. On Thursday, there's a RTS called Battle Aces going back into beta. And what it is, Battle Aces, is it is a RTS where every match, it's a multiplayer RTS, where every match is like 5 minutes long. It's fast, it's streamlined as all hell. To make units, you just hit one button, and it spends resources and you get them immediately. To build an expansion, you also just hit one button, though it's not immediately. For some reason, it's slow. I can't really speak to why that, well, this expansion takes time to start up and to get production going. And you could also do research with also just one button. Basically, you have the choice of building units. That's your choice one. You either make units or you or you expand or research tech. Both things that are more long-term investments, but will help you win in the end. Are essential for winning. And it's very fun. It's very fast-paced. The fact that you could just make an army instantly so long as you have the resources means you can play very like, you know, you don't have to think about an army until you really need it, if that's how you want to play it, right? You can just be like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on my bases, and oh god, there's some guys, let's make 100 dudes right now. I only got like a couple days in there in the beta before it ended, the first beta, but I'm excited to get back in there, the new beta, and get in there from the jump. That's gonna be a lot of fun. And I'm thinking on Thursday I'll stream, like getting back in there. And we'll see how that goes. Hopefully I'll be able to do okay. Oh, geez, this is... How about we don't mess with that fella right now? Or maybe this form is not suited for combat. Maybe we want to use the husky. Good, okay, we got some health back. Play it safe, play it safe. Probably, yeah. There we go. That's what we wanted to happen. Oh, you can't. It's hard to get some height. I would like to go up and get my other corpse. Oh, there's an elevator right here. Anyway, let's just pencil that in for Thursday, assuming that I'm not, like, really tired or something. But I will have had, like, half of a week until then, so I probably won't be, and I probably will be up for it. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, I guess between this corpse and me, we already have everything we need to activate all 4 switches. Fantastic. Pencil that in for Thursday there. And I'll say, if not for the fact it wasn't coming out, it's not coming out this year, I think it'd be a pretty good, like, Game of the Year top 10 contender. That is my first impressions of Battle Aces. Like, it'll... One day, when it is released fully, it'll be a Game of the Year, very much a top 10 contender, if not, like, right up there, top 3 style. I expect to be as into it as, like, I was at the height of Marvel Snap, when I was really doing that on the daily. Although, probably not on the daily for an RTS, I can't imagine me making daily time with an RTS, but I might play it, like, on the weekly. We've now unlocked Jungle Japes. Hey, Jungle Japes. We've now unlocked the jungle world. But we're gonna keep on plowing on with the ice here. That sounds good to me. Collect silver notes, play our special tune. Why did I do that? That's a waste of energy. Hopefully it stays put. What is that? Is that sheep? That's a polar bear! I am not doing that much damage against it with my missiles. Polar bear, sheep, how can you tell the difference, really? I don't think this is a fight we want to take. I think this matchup is just bad. We need something that can jump to get that. I think I remember this level, and you get an Emperor Penguin. We're gonna get an Emperor Penguin, and that's a pretty good form. Wait, is that a corpse right there? No, that's not a corpse. That's just a penguin. I don't think I want this one, though. Not yet. Ah. What time is it? It's 10:30. Not tired quite yet. I'm definitely getting there, though. We've been streaming for around 8.5 hours. Around 8. All told. Excluding breaks, probably around 8 hours. That's a perfectly good length for a very long stream, to be sure. But also, would like to see more of ice. And honestly, we should at least peek in at the jungle. Even if I'll tell you that it's kind of all fucked up. It's kind of hard. It's scary, the jungle is. Okay. I don't know why I would kill that guy. I already have a penguin. I don't need another penguin. There are some levels that are hard to figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do, even. I mean, I know what I have to do. I have to collect the notes. I have to collect the music notes. And I gotta play our special tune. But how do you do either of those things? Ugh. I guess also with this game, the difficulty level is such that, like, generally speaking, this is maybe more of a long-term game, you know? Like, and shit, man, at the time, that was a valuable thing. A game that you could play for an extended period of time, and not just like, and not just like a couple minutes, not just like an hour or so. Like, this isn't the kind of game you can really just get a full experience with. You know, see everything in the matter of a couple hours. Oh, shit. There's the Emperor Penguin. He commands the penguins. he has a lot of health too. I feel like the... Okay, good. That doesn't despawn. I feel like the polar bear is key to killing the Emperor Penguin. Jumping in the middle of the wall probably wasn't the best idea. Yeah, but my missiles don't go up, so I need to have gotten on the same level as them to bombard them properly. Otherwise, it would just hit the sides and do nothing. These guys are sleeping through my missile barrage. Shows how effective it is, I guess. Really? Really slow recharge on these missiles. Get this health. Maybe if I just... They're kind of in a vulnerable position now. Maybe I can now hit them from range. Ooh, there we go. That's what we wanted. Alright. King Penguin. Boost, jump, penguin army attack. Oh, I've killed all the penguins now, so that's not good. They just roll around like pandas. That is what it's like. I mean, I'll say, like, the 4 biomes are like Europe, ice, jungle, and desert. And I guess none of those are like panda environments per se. I'm pretty sure there's no pandas in the jungle. Well, I guess if any of them... Jungle would be the environment. How many notes do we need now? Hey, buddy. Can you join me and, like, follow along or something? Have you ever stubbed every toe at once? I don't know about every toe, but definitely multiple, yeah. Stubbed toes are not nice. Not pleasant. Here we go. Here's another one. I hope we don't have to kill those polar bears, because without an army, I don't see that happening. Ah. Okay, now what's our secret song? I assume getting these notes will reveal our secret song. Okay. Okay. I'm wondering if I can do the old... I was wondering if I could do the old, like, follow along, like, right behind it. Like, the Ghost Hand in Banjo-Kazooie. Looks like these come too fast to be followed. This one, right? Pretty simple sequence. It's nice. Yeah. Okay, if you play the same note twice, apparently it's not disqualifying. No, it's just hard to jump. Bit odd. That's gotta be it, right? Recorder activated. Ooh, good level, good level. I could go for a couple more of those. I wouldn't mind getting to the end of Ice. Honestly, how many levels are left in Ice? 3? I could do that. I could do that. Hoppa Choppa. I just picked up a distress signal from some cute little bunnykins terrorized by evil huskies. Kill the huskies, Scum Evo. Kill them for the bunnies. And for me. Kill all the huskies, destroy all the gun sites. So, we can't kill the bunnies, though, if we want, right? That's okay. We're allowed. Time to save some rabots. Is that an Emperor Penguin for free? A King Penguin for free? That's a free King Penguin if we can get up to it. Okay, where the fuck we going? We going up slope? What's the deal? We were here earlier, but how do you... Oh, you think we have to, like, hover all the way over there with the... That's the deal. Huh. Yeah, that's the trick. Yes, I have. That's right. I have come to help us. Yes, I will. I will kill the evil huskies. I don't have an attack. Unless I find some other penguins willing to be my servants. I'll think of something. I need to find something that can attack with me. Or a corpse. What the fuck is that shit? Why does it do damage to me? I don't know. Oh, also, these are speakers, and if you get closer to them, the music gets louder. It's very cool. This isn't like a turret or something. This isn't like something I can do anything with. Wow, there's so many evil huskies. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, I would really like those flying rabbits with the bombs. Hey, buddy, please join me. I'm not sure what I would do if they did join me, I guess, because it's not like they're getting out of here. I found the families. I would really like those bombs. I'm not missing something here. My move, my B move is command my army. So without an army, I got nothing. Guns activated. Okay. The guns are now firing at the guys. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna... That's how I'm going to get those guys dead. I have to disable those guns, right? Yeah, I have to destroy the gun sites. Okay, here's my new ride. This is kind of difficult. I've taken a lot of damage. Arrgh! Okay. Another try, another try. Let's do it. Hoppa choppa. It's 10:45. I would like to finish this world if possible, but if like a level like this, if this takes forever, and the next one does as well, maybe we'll just check out World 3 and call it there. Let's do it. Let's go. At the very least, hey, we know where to go now. We know where we're heading. We know where the gun emplacements are. And I think once we're, like, airborne, we'll be able to just take out those guys real easy like. Those Huskies. The gun emplacements are the issue. The Huskies, their projectiles don't move in a way that can hit a hot flying target super easily. No one tell the rabbits we turn on the machine that kills their flying comrades. Okay, we don't need to watch that this time, we get it. Let's wait for one to die though. I'm gonna take a little drink of my water. Oh, one died. Let's go retrieve our corpse friend. Okay. Yikes. Ah! You can really get comboed just like immediately. It's 10:45. Let's do this one more try, and if we can do it, we'll keep going. And if we can't, we'll go and check out Jungle real fast, and then I think that'll be it. 2 o'clock to 11 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. and that's a perfectly good all-day stream. Perfectly good length. And definitely fitting for the 3rd year running of the 3rd anniversary of this thing here. The channel. I'll say again, the YouTube side was not online for a while. When the channel first started, you know, that was something like most of a year later that the VOD started going up on YouTube, which in retrospect I really regret. You know, I look back on that first 6 months of streams, and I wish like hell it was archived. You know, I wish I could see that first stream that I did. Well, I couldn't see it anyway because I didn't archive it at the time. I forgot to turn on archiving for the first thing that I streamed ever, which, if you're curious, and why wouldn't you be? Shit, like, that's the whole point of this 3rd anniversary stream, isn't it? The first thing I streamed was just as a test thing, which was Ocarina of Time on the N64 Online, and not even just, like, from the start. I was just like, yeah, I'm like at the Forest Temple. Okay, here I am. Forest Temple, let's go. And I did the Forest Temple, and then I ended the stream. And obviously I didn't have a nice microphone. I didn't have an especially nice webcam. I didn't have a lot of things that I would eventually get. But it was nice. And, you know, I wish more of those early streams had been archived. Only a few were highlighted, and as a result were saved when I started doing it over on, Preserving the VODs on YouTube. And that would be the stream where I did DKC 1, 2, and 3, and I switched games every time I died. That's a precursor to the lightning round right there. That stream was archived. That was like December of the first year, December 2021. And also archived were like a few big random streams, like the first birthday stream, and actually I don't think the first birthday stream was archived for some reason. But like the May all-day stream, where I streamed all day right before going on a big, going on a small trip. Okay, we're back here, that's good. They start fucking us up, we gotta go. on, come on, come on. Missing. Oh, that's close. That was so damn close. Wow, I need to get some health, like, right away. Oh, thank God there's some health in here. Please don't pelt me with a snowball. Please be friendly. Thank you. Thank you for being nice. I destroyed the speaker, so now the game volume is lower. Kinda sad, really. A lot of, like, avoiding stuff, projectiles in midair this stream between this and DK64, Diddy Kong, K. Rool boss battle. This is easier, but only barely. Only a little bit. Ah! I said that! And then... Ah, well. Anyway, that was the third try. I said I'd do 3 tries. It is 10:50. Let's just poke the head in on the jungle world, which I remember being scary from the start. Scary from the start. Switch the air pump back on, knock the lumps out of those nasty fish. I'll say it's scary. I think it is not as hard as Europe's later levels. I think the engine room is still the hardest level we've seen so far. Back in the first world. So this has like a cannon that you hold the button and it sort of like arcs up and down. And you can also withdraw into your shell. Around like June, I started like archiving my streams of like 2022. Around that time, I also started getting the technology that I would have today. Like, first I got new mics. Second, I got like ring lights and things of that nature to like light me better. I got the preview monitor so I could read chat more easily during a stream. I think at first I just had to like... Is that right? I think at first I read chat off my phone, and if I needed to see like what was going on the screen, I would just look behind me at my computer desk, back when my computer desk was behind me and not like over there. Not like over that direction. That direction. That other way. Jeez. I eventually got like an Elgato HD60 capture card. I eventually got a webcam that tracks me. I eventually upgraded the tech situation on just about every front in like the first 2 years, and this last year, as far as like big advancements go, that's an elephant. As far as like new advancements goes, the only big thing has been the green screen, which I got when I moved, the last time I moved. The green screens have been very nice, and I've really liked not having my background be the background. Just having whatever I want be the background. Oh, the stream decks. The stream decks were also something that came online later on. One of the latest things other than the green screens and the new computer. Technically, the new computer was second to last. Then the stream deck before that, both of them. And then, yeah, basically nothing else. Everything else has been pretty much static for the last year or so. But before that, was just Upgrade City. You know, I do a lot of clips these days I do a lot of clips these days. I started doing YouTube clips around like 6 months ago. And, I do think it's kind of like... I do wonder if it's weird when I put up a clip and it's like from a really old, a YouTube short. I do like a YouTube short from an old clip where I'm like, before I had the new microphones, before I had a good setup. And I just gotta think like, it's probably fine. I need to be more careful. I gotta figure it's probably just fine and no one cares. I got new headphones, like, when I moved as well. New, nicer headphones. That one doesn't make a difference. That one you don't know. That one is, like, immaterial to the stream, for what it's worth. About a year ago, I started doing streams on YouTube as well, when Twitch changed their policies. And around that time... And, like I said, a little later, that's when shorts started being a thing. Which are mostly just, from the Twitch stuff, Twitch clips. I have been pretty diligent over the years trying to, like, do Twitch clips for God knows why. I like to have clips because sometimes people do, like, clip shoutouts, and it's good to have, like, a relatively recent, relatively quality clip, rather than just something that was literally accidentally created, you know. I got a ton of clips on the channel, and I've been turning them into a ton of shorts, and I need to keep up on that. I'm like a year behind now. I'm like a fucking year behind, I'll admit. This last year, with the new job, with the new apartments, with the big Japan trip, which, you know, was like a month ago now. With the big Japan trip, with all that stuff going on, I have fallen like a year behind, versus like being like, you know, a couple months behind. And I solved that just by archiving everything using highlights on the Twitch side, and, you know, unprivating them when it's time to clip them, and then I'll, delete them after. And, I'll say right now, I am doing more streams than I am clipping up streams, so I am technically falling behind. I killed one of them. Very good. The elephants are waterproof, by the way. So I don't think they can damage each other. Or they're okay water resistance. A is water, B is go. Ooh. Oh, I can grab rocks and throw them. And I hit myself, so that's not good. I didn't know if this fucker can fall, but apparently it's fine. Fall damage is A-okay. Fall distance is A-okay there. It's very funny that the music is based on distance to speakers, because sometimes, just like walking around, the music will get quiet and crap, and there's no reason for that. What are our goals here? Air pump and knock lumps out of those nasty fish. Kill the fish. Got it. It's been a good couple years. I think I've come a long way as far as, like, you know... Certainly I'm operating on, like, more fronts now with the shorts and the YouTube channel in addition to the Twitch channel. And, both of them are doing pretty well at this point. Well, you know, they're doing alright. People come by, they watch. You know, I'm doing alright. I'm happy where I'm at. It's fun doing these streams. And if there's people coming by and chatting, I'm having a good time. And if not, I'm gotten pretty damn skilled at just, continuing the talk. Oh, those are hyenas. I've gotten pretty skilled at, like, just keeping up with, saying things, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's correct. What's the game? This is Space Station Silicon Valley. It was made by the guys who eventually became Rockstar. This was like their first game. In it, you like, you kill robots and then you take over their corpses. Let me see if I can knock lumps out of these fishes. Nah, I can't. The devs who would go on to later make GTA? That's right, this is for Rockstar, before they were called Rockstar. I'm getting pretty tired, Brown Diddley, let me say. So, like, you know, I'm gonna give this another go. Maybe another go or two. But, we're wrapping up here. We're winding down. It's just about done. I've been waxing a little waxing nostalgic, is it? Or is it waxing poetic? I've been looking back a bit on, the last 3 years, the last year, recent times, etc. And, you know, in this last part especially, I'll say for a Streamiversary stream, this has been pretty on... This stream has been pretty on topic, honestly. Not a whole lot of, like, looking back. I think the other two streams that were Streamiversary streams had a lot more looking back. But, that's fine. We don't need to look back. We can just enjoy Space Station Silicon Valley and get hosed down by elephants. If I can kill these guys, you'll see what I was talking about. Okay, they're dead. This one's dead. Check this out. Check this out. I'm a little microchip, and I just jumped into this elephant that I just killed. I mean, you can see a little bit of overlap with, like, GTA, right? Where you are basically carjacking these animals. You are taking over their bodies. A lot of N64 games are so boring compared to PS1 games. Oh, I don't know about that. That's not my perspective at all. I guess as someone who was a big, like, N64 person, all the games I played from this era pretty much were N64 games, I suppose. I would say that it had a sterling lineup of, maybe like 20 to 30 games that you would actually want to play, you know? And let me say, this is one of them. Fuck you, fucking hyena motherfucker. I killed that hyena now, and now we get to be the hyena. It can jump, and it can laugh, and, you know, has a lot of other stats that don't mean anything. Don't worry about it. I don't know if this hyena... Ooh, hang on. No, this is great. This is great. These fishies don't like the laugh. And this is working okay, but, like, could be... Stay right there, fishy. No, no, no! This game is kind of like jank in a weird way, in a fun way. I think a lot of games also for the N64 were also on the PlayStation. For what it's worth. I wouldn't be surprised if this also... I don't know. I know Glover, I think, was cross... was multi-platform, right? Wouldn't be surprised if this was as well. And Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. That's one of the, like, 30 games. You can make a full list of the 30 games that are worth playing on the N64. And it'd be relatively complete. I'm not sure either if it is. I don't know what's going on with that, there's some, like, weird artifact things off the side of the screen. Please just ignore them. Alright, we killed, we killed 2 of them. And we kill the last one. I feel like... Oops. If we got that fish and used the fish to get the final hits, that might go better. Mario Kart 64, Smash Brothers, Pokemon Stadium, Yoshi Story. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. But it's like a couple dozen. Not like countless. Not like, you know, you could keep listing them. Oh. We're friends, Hyena Man. Let me see if I can't get... I need a health right now. I need a health very badly. Where can I find a health? I'd be... There was a health near, Harvest Moon is pretty good, yeah. Look, we could... There's like 30 of them, but we could definitely... Maybe like 40 tops. But we could definitely spend a lot of time naming them. Hey, it's the Piranha. The jungle, jump, and bite attack. It has excellent water resistance, obviously. Let's see what we can do with this. Harvest Moon 64 is definitely very good. It is on N64 Online, by the way. Harvest Moon 64 is. I played a little bit of it on stream, and, you know, let me just say, of Harvest Moon 64, you might want to just play... Stardew Valley. Honestly. Stardew Valley is probably the game you want to play. If you're looking at, playing a farming game. But it was like the first one that I got into. And I like it lots. Okay. I'm a little anxious about going up on that... Wait a minute, what's this? It's gonna launch me? Okay, I thought that was gonna launch me as soon as I barked, as soon as I laughed. But it didn't, so... Let's walk away. And hope this elephant doesn't get me over here. Good, yes, I was... Okay. I need the turtle to break open the thing. Which, by the way, we're now learning is called the Tortoise Tank. Hot shots and hide are its two skills. Ah! Ah! That was so close. That was so close there. Ah. Well, I'm tired. It's 11:10. I think that's a good enough amount of Space Station Silicon Valley. A very cool game, with some very real difficulty spikes. I definitely feel like I have used Game Shark codes to get through like some of these levels. Like maybe not that one. Maybe that one's pretty doable. We were pretty close there. I just need like 1 or 2 or 10 more tries. You know, the engine room though, that's one you need Game Shark for, or you know, maybe there's a code to unlock just like all the levels and just go through at your leisure and see like, ooh, let's see the deserts. Or like, oh, I can't do the engine room, but can I do the level after the engine room? Honestly, I think that unlocking all the levels is kind of a pretty fun way to play this game, right? And just playing them all and trying your best on each one of them. Like, that's the way I did it as a kid, I think, and that's probably better than doing it this way, where you get stuck and, whatever. I mean, that said, like, hey, if I gave myself more than, like, 2 hours with this game, then I probably would have gotten unstuck. I probably would get farther than we did. And, you know, it's good that you can play a game for more than 2 hours. That's a good thing. That's like quality. That's like, length. But, for tonight's very, very long stream, that's gonna do it. Oh, I was about to make myself big, but I'm already pretty big. I forgot where I was. The format that I am playing in right now. Beautiful. Alright, folks. That's gonna do it for tonight. Oh, hey, here's the intro that we didn't see earlier about the plot of the game. It finally came up. Cool. Space Station Silicon Valley is back after 1,000 years. Professor Cheese and a platoon of Space Marines are feared dead after their last transmission. The robot animals have taken control of the space station. World presidents sent Dan Danger and Evo, heroes for hire, to, you know, take care of business. And we're really cheap, I think, is the idea also. The fate of the world is in their hands. Yeah, pretty cool. This game is really cool, and I like it a lot. Alright, usually I would do a Tuesday stream, but because I did this stream tonight, and also because there's going to be a ton of election stuff, and I'm going to want to stare at it on Tuesday, I bet it's not going to be straightforward what happens on Tuesday. Hell, we might not even know by Thursday. I don't know. What the fuck. But, hopefully by the end of Tuesday, we all know, and then, we'll see what happens. In their 1099 hands? Yeah. We'll see what happens on Tuesday, and, yeah. By the way, Twitch introduced a new policy where you have to, like, label your streams if you do, like, mention political stuff. And, I might do that for the Friday stream, considering that we might all be pretty election-brained on Friday. But also, I think I'll do a Thursday stream. Here's what I'm thinking, around 8 p.m. Central. Here's my current thought. Battle Aces beta starts on Thursday, the second beta of that. It's an RTS where every match is 5 minutes. I want to do that. I want to, when that beta goes live, I want to play some of it, and I'll do it on stream. That sounds nice. I don't know how long that stream will be, but we'll see what happens. Look for that Thursday at 8 p.m. TBA, tentative. And, Extra Life will be sometime soon. I'm planning on getting a working Xbox 360 and doing a number of games that aren't backwards compatible, like Tony Hawk's Project 8 and Blur. And also there'll be a donation incentive where if people donate, they can choose the next game that I play, so long as I have a 360 copy of it on hand. That sounds like a plan. I don't know when that'll be. I need to go buy a 360. And, yeah. Oh, shit. You could go backwards in this level? You could go backwards in this level and not go all the way around the fucking loop? Well, actually, the guy is over here that you need. The penguin is over here that you need, so... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's not better. It's not better. Okay. And if you're looking for Mario Maker viewer levels, my main thing, that'll be on Monday. Or, sorry, what am I saying? That'll be on Friday, as it always is. And, also, I'll, you know, show off updates to my new level, which, again, we started at the top of this stream. We started at the start of the stream. Some nice progress there. We'll hopefully make more progress throughout the week and, you know, through the coming months and whatever. Eventually that'll be finished. And also I'll go back and do some last revisions on whatever levels still need revisions in the Super World. And then pretty soon here the Super World's gonna be done. I'm gonna need to make a trailer for that or something and post it places. I don't know. I'll figure that out when the time comes. When the time comes. There'll probably be like a stream where I play through the whole Super World in its entirety as well. I'll have to think about how to make that fun for viewers. Whether viewer levels are incorporated in that or not. Here's one of the levels we didn't see. Hey, where you play as a fish. How about that? Anyway, I think I'll see you on Thursday. I wish everyone luck in the upcoming election. I hope that it's not too horrible and stressful and we can all just figure out who wins and move on with our lives. But we'll see what happens. Either way, it's gonna be... Either way, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Ugh. Thursday, Battle Aces probably. And then after that, viewer levels on Friday. And then next week, I think Tuesday... I'm thinking about maybe Metroid Dread next Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. That's something I'm thinking about. I got a lot of thoughts. Extra Life. I've said this once. I don't need to say it again. You heard me the first time. Let me send YouTube people, or sorry, Twitch people out on a raid. Let me see who is streaming right now. Plenty of people. Shasta Seuss is doing viewer levels. Mario Maker viewer levels. That sounds good. That sounds like something that viewers on my channel like to see. Yeah, let's do that. Perfect. That's my main thing after all. I'll see you on Thursday for Battle Aces. And then on Friday for viewer levels. And then next Tuesday for something or other. And then Extra Life will be at some point. There's gonna be some streams in the future. Look forward to another year of streams. You know. Let me get ready to end it so I can, my fingers on the button. Okay, folks. See ya on Thursday, Friday, or whenever. Bye.